ALGS チャンピオンシップの4日目となりまして、Winners Round 1が始まります。It's penultimate day 4 here at the ALGS Championship. Yesterday, we saw multiple teams bite the dust in Elimination Round 1. 2日間の熱い試合が待ってますが、その前に伝説のシム、新しいチャンピオンズのパフォーマンスをしてくださることとなっています。ぜひお見逃しなく、シムのパフォーマンスをお楽しみください。So as the day begins to rumble, let's get into gear and break the walls of anticipation as we jump into action on day 4. But before that gets underway, let's welcome the legendary band Sim with their new performance, Champions.
We are the champions. We are the champions. We know we need to play another game. We'll be the champions. Sail and Sound of gunshots coming through a wall. I'm lonely deep inside. We're focusing on our roads. And no, it's not too late to take the first place. No way I take my own grave. Fine, we control the game. Time to change my fate. Let's go! Fire at devotion, violence emotion. La pa pa pa, rest in silence. Fire at devotion, with all my devotion. See you in pretty torn silence targeting me. I'm by myself, surrounded by enemies. But losing them here in theory. But look at me, baby, I'm still full of energy. Yeah, any ideas concrete. What's more, nowhere to retreat. Try to win, like we aim for. Not afraid to take my fate. Fire at devotion. Rest in silence. Fire my devotion. With all my devotion. Say our My ultimate is ready. Let the experiment begin. Take a deep breath. I'm over in the sky. Don't wake me up. Rising while I live in this nightmare. Don't wake me up. Don't wake me up. Fire at devotion, violence emotion. La pa pa pa, rest in silence. Yeah, fire at devotion, with all my devotion. Say our Say our We are the champions. We are the champions. We know we'll live to play another game. We'll be the champions. Thank you.
皆様いかがでしょうか。皆様いかがでしょうか。すごいこと、かっこいいです。 はい、そしてですね、札幌での ALGS チャンピオンシップのこの監修を目の前に APEX に参加されるになってどのようなお気持ちでしょうか？
いや、本当にいっぱい人が集まってて、すごい楽しかったです。ありがとうございます、本当に。はい。
So I asked him what it was like performing here in front of this amazing crowd, and he said it was absolutely amazing. He enjoyed every moment, and he's just really, really grateful to everyone. And on to my second question. You know, obviously it's amazing seeing him playing the showdown here yesterday, but then what is it like, you know, putting the mic down, not having his band behind him, but performing in front of this crowd? 昨日このステージで対戦されましたが、マイクではなくこの監修の前で APEX をプレイされていかがでしたか？
That was insane. Yeah. And in TDM, a team deathmatch, I was like, oh, I just got killed by Yuris. Oh, cool. So Yuris に殺されたってことがめっちゃ嬉しくて。
ね、面白かったですね。So there you have it. We replied to you in English. On to my third and final. Here we go. So, you guys have been together for 20 years. I'll run it in English first. And as a band, launched into stardom, of course, from one very famous song that you all know. バンドとして20年活動されていて、この曲で一躍有名になられましたが、どの曲をお話か分かりますか、皆様？知ってると思いますよね。はい。チームのもう一曲お聴きになりたい方がいらっしゃったら、盛大な拍手をお願いします。I know you guys want to hear another song from Sim. Let's get to it.
Okay, もう一曲やらせてもらいます。Next song is called The Rumbling. If I lose it all, slip and fall, will you laugh for me? If I lose it all, if I lose it all, slip and fall, I will never look away. If I lose it all,
Absolutely phenomenal scenes here. Sim raising the roof, turning the dome into a stadium here at the Premise Dome in Sapporo. Amazing stuff. That brilliant song, Champions, and then topping it off with Rumbling. Phenomenal, phenomenal things here. Man, that was absolutely insane. Sapporo no minasama, ikaga deshita deshouka? Big thank you to Mahir and his band, all of them, Shohei, Sim, and of course Gori for their amazing performance. Big thank you, but let's jump on with the day and crack on with the action as the Apex Minds jump into the server to do battle.
If you thought you needed a bigger introduction, well, there it is. Japan's very own Sim, keeping Daiwa House alive and letting us know that the stakes are as high as ever as we enter into our winners bracket and our elimination round 2. After today, we will have our match point finals set with the teams who will compete for a championship. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If that wasn't hype, I don't know what else is. We're gonna have 10,000 people in here, and I'm so glad to welcome you back to the desk. My name is Rain Day. I'm joined today by Jamerson and Jayhawk, my boys in the J. Guys, I mean, Jamerson, is your neck okay? I saw you doing this a little bit more than usual.
I mean, you don't understand. Like, I've always wanted to come to a music festival here in Japan. You know, Fuji Rock, Summer Sonic. I've always wanted to go to the Budokan, like, see a show here. And this is literally a dream come true to have Sim actually come out to this event, perform their special song for this one, and of course, the big one, Rumbling, coming out to open it all up. This is massive.
Unbelievable, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, AOT is my favorite show ever.
Yeah.
So getting to see them perform the Rumbling live, oh, that was so cool. That was so sick.
Almost nothing better. And one of the cool elements of this is Champions was made, and that first song actually in tandem with the storylines and elements of Apex Legends and this championship. It is the official anthem of the ALGS Year 4 Championship. And if you go to that QR code, open your phone right now, you could pre-save the song. It hasn't come out yet, but a big thank you to Sim. What an integration. And it just sets the stage for what we have done to prepare for this event. It's been months in the making, behind the scenes, the crew that has put this all together and integrated these special moments from music to performance, and obviously to fans. It is incredible. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes. And of course, Sapporo is on fire. It's crazy to say that when it's been snowing this morning. All right, let's go back into what's been happening in round 1. That is where we began yesterday and found out that there were some teams that were going to be going home and some teams that were going to find revival, Jamerson, especially Orglis and Hungary.
Yeah, in particular, Orglis and Hungary, because they had a great group stages when we were in Mannheim, Germany, right? But then they kind of disappeared here throughout the group stages.
Yes.
And it was kind of disappointing to see them here in the lower bracket, but they had a huge resurgence, 90-point day. It was massive for them.
I loved also the catalyst that was introduced through Kinda joining us on the desk. New metas potentially unfolding here as we get into the later stages of the bracket, but VK Gaming, another team yesterday, Jayhawk, that performed quite well.
Yeah, when you talk about new metas, they were playing the Valkyrie, and it was big for them. There was a lot of zones where they were coming from the far side of the edge of zone, but they were able to just wait as long as possible and hit a Valkyrie into the sky to come in late, and it absolutely did wonders for them.
This is an incredible, incredible moment for Team Burger 2, where just at the end, the very final moment of this game, they were able to inch past, I think it was Ninjas in Pajamas, and claim that final spot. It was heartbreak on one side, but it was pure elation on the side of our APAC South competitors. Sharky, our land winner with Reignite back when we were in Sweden a few years ago, so he'll have a chance to maybe get back on a championship path. Here is the winners round 1, however, because that has set the stage for the teams who will be playing later today in elimination round 2. They'll be waiting the 10 teams who are not in the top 10 of this bracket. And of course, that will mean that the 10 who do come out on top, whether it's Shopify, Falcons, Aurora, Noctum Alliance, they will be sitting pretty, waiting till Sunday, Jayhawk. They will secure their spot in our match point finals.
Absolutely, and I know, having talked to a lot of the coaches, the draft position is absolutely massive. You do not want to be falling, obviously, to the losers round 2 because you don't want to have to go and compete in it, but also you want to make sure you're as high up in that leaderboard when it comes to this lobby to get as high of a draft pick as you can.
We were talking about Don and his experience, right, with Fnatic coming in 3rd, but it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, Shopify lose that tiebreaker with Fnatic. Fnatic have the 2nd overall pick, Shopify in 3rd. All of a sudden, Fnatic takes a Lightning Rod 2nd. That's what Shopify wanted. And then the 2nd round, they take Overlook, which is also what Shopify wanted. So he felt like we got third overall, and yet we didn't even get the POIs we wanted.
That's the problem, and that kind of makes it so that you have to understand every single point matters. 1 point was the difference in the group stage that changed that tiebreaker. Jamerson, what's going to be the difference for you? Who do you have your eyes on heading into today's matchup?
Yeah, so there's one team I'm actually really looking forward to. It's going to be Crazy Raccoons. We're seeing them get more and more aggressive as the weeks went on. But really, when we try and compare them to another team that is here and finding more success, it's going to be Fnatic. We're seeing Crazy Raccoons with the Zone 3, Zone 4 rotates. Has been going for a lot of these negative rotates to try and get up into the purples and the red armors. But it's been Fnatic across the week that have been doing a better job of it. When we take a look at their head-to-head, right, when they last kind of quote-unquote faced off against each other was, I believe, in the B versus D matchup, and they had a very similar performance. 52 points for Fnatic in that one, 46 for Crazy Raccoon in that one. And so here, now that we're in a very similar lobby to that one, I want to see what Crazy Raccoons might bring to in terms of adjustments to really try and match pace with Fnatic, because it's going to be very difficult to succeed with two teams being this aggressive. Only one can really come out on the top.
That's absolutely something that we're going to have to pay attention to. Crazy Raccoon to continue to be a team that you have to know are land winners, essentially 2 out of 3 of them, so can they keep up that pace?
Yeah, and the thing is, taking a look at how successful Fnatic have been on the other side of it, Crazy Raccoons haven't been able to replicate that. For Fnatic, they were able to get 7 games, top 5s, and convert 4 of those into wins. On the other side, for Crazy Raccoons, they've only gotten 3 top 5s out of their 18 games throughout the match stages, but they did at least convert one of those into a win.
Yeah, 2 major storylines. I mean, heading into both of those teams, Obley also had mentioned that there's an element of not being able to win in front of your home crowd. So being able to do that and do it now here in Japan, that would be massive, or at least in APAC North representing. I think, you know, Jayhawk, though, this doesn't stop our big focus, because there's so many teams in this winners bracket. Everyone here really has a storyline that we've been following all week.
Absolutely. Jamerson's talking about Fnatic, and I need to talk about the other team that absolutely popped up in the group stages, and we're going to go to EMEA to mention Alliance, the team who placed first overall. They, in the draft, I think they had a little bit of an interesting strategy. In the first round, they took SkyWest Trials, which has been their best map. But the interesting part is we're only playing 2 games on World's Edge. And so I was wondering what's going on there. And I think it maybe came back to bite them a little bit, because when we go over to their other maps on E-District, they're taking Shipyard Arcade. They have not played that this entire LAN so far. They have in scrims, but not at this LAN. And then on Stormpoint, unfortunately for them, they were taking Trident and hoping that no team would go to Northpad because they would run at them and try to kill them. Both Trident and Northpad were selected before Alliance was able to get to it, so they had to settle for Checkpoint, which I don't know if they have much experience with it, because they've always played out of Trident or Northpad. And so I do wonder, does that draft strategy maybe come back to bite them just a little bit? But on the other side of that coin, we do have another EMEA team that was going crazy 2 days ago.
That's right.
And that is Noctum.
Yes.
A little bit of a surprise, I think, for a lot of people. They did not make winners in Mannheim. They do this time, and in style, 5th overall in the groups. And mainly it comes from E-District. 48% of their points came from that map. And guess what? All of those points were from Draft Point, and they got it in the draft. And so they had 3 wins, Remix Powers, the highest score of any player on E-District. I'm looking for them to go absolutely huge on that map. Now, on Stormpoint, where we're also going to be playing 3 games, they did not do as good. Only 17% of their points coming from it. But their draft strategy was, we're going to take Stormpoint first to try and adjust for that. They get Cedo Station 5th overall. They didn't play out of that in groups at all. They were always going Cascades. Cedo is a much better POI, a lot more loot. It's a little bit closer. We saw a lot of mill and bean zones, and so maybe if it continues to pull there, they're getting a little bit closer to those end zones. So I'm really thinking that Noctum, they're kind of a dark horse coming into this lobby, because we saw them go crazy. They won 2 of their sets.
Unbelievable.
That's big time.
That's big time, and it shows decisiveness and the ability to capitalize on doing things well. That's kind of what surprised me so much about Noctum, and I think for a lot of fans watching at home, what's given us hope that this may not be a fluke. This could be something that continues on into winners. However, this is certainly going to be the set that is the most difficult. These teams have all performed well, and they have all had a day to prepare. Unlike Eliminations that had to play the very next night, these teams teams had a very long time, even if they weren't happy with their ultimate picks, to come up with a strategy, Jamerson, on how they were going to dive into this. And of course, the most equipped probably with top-tier coaches, players, and consistency, of course, because they've gotten here.
Yeah, and you know, we talk about the teams that do have that kind of support staff, that have so many like analysts and coaches that can step in, and also just a lot of fans that can throw in their opinions here or there. But the problem is, I think for some of our teams that don't have that same kind of support staff, that it will become that much more difficult. I mean, we're talking about the intricacies of the map draft. I mean, we saw throughout the group stages that Alliance were really heavily focusing on no one really contesting them there on Stormpoint, that they were able to just get Trident or North Pad for free in their third pick. They can go ahead and focus on making sure that their first and second draft were on World's Edge and E District, but now it does come back to bite them. And so despite having all of the support, despite having all of this preparation, they're not ready for everything.
It's hard to be ready for everything. You do have to have some adaptation going on throughout the fray because things will be thrown at you. That is a battle royale. That is Apex Legends. Two teams, though, that have gone through the muck and the mire to find themselves at the top of the ladder have really now found themselves now competing for what will be the ultimate storyline in North America as it stands when ALGS Year 4's championship is over. That's, of course, Shopify Rebellion and another team I'll mention in a moment. But let's focus on Shopify on my end, guys. That was a team that I thought was crazy for splitting up. Admittedly, Koifel, Zainu, they dropped Phony right after winning Split 2 in Mannheim. I had never seen it done, but it worked out for them. They felt comfortable with MT sliding in. MT obviously leaves Gil. That also helps with another team that you see now this cascade of opening players, opening opportunities to try to make these kind of trades and swaps mid-season before the biggest tournament and have it pay off. And for Shopify Rebellion, it certainly has. Thanks to this man in particular, the kill leader overall, Koifel, has been phenomenal. He leads the entire tournament, but he also has been the best player statistically on Stormpoint. It's only interesting to note because Stormpoint is one of those maps that we're going to be seeing 3 times today, unlike World's Edge where we'll only be seeing that twice. So that leans towards Shopify Rebellion and Koifel having a consistent run. Kind of jumped up in that kill leader race as well on Orglis and Hungry. They will be waiting to play in Elimination Round 2. Verholz will be playing here today, Sangjun as well, and so will Effect. So this race will adjust based on how they have played, but Koifel has been a star so far.
You have to remember that Kind is there with an 8-map lead.
That's right.
So
that's
Koifel
how different Koifel is.
Yeah, that's how much time Koifel actually had to grow that lead.
And one of the other things is you are seeing Koifel demonstrate the ability to find his rhythm so efficiently. And that's another thing we don't necessarily have stats for all the time. Luckily, we do here. It's efficiency. He's so good at getting those kills. Shopify Rebellion, whether they're winning or not, are going to be a very, very deadly team. But I want to shift my attention over to another team that we all have to speak about. It's, of course, none other than Falcons. They started this journey heading into this season, splitting up a huge dynasty, losing to APAC North's Crazy Raccoon, a reject Winity at that time, 2 of those 3 members in Los Angeles. That was a year ago, believe it or not. And that set off everything. Waltzy now joins, which was a roster of 0, Jen Burton and Imperial Hal, and changes things up with Moist. That obviously shifts its Timmy, and it makes this whole layered cascade of affecting changes that happen to our pro scene. And now it's do or die. This team has done everything. They have got all the resources possible and all of the experience possible. 2 of the most winning players in Apex history in 0 and, of course, in Hal. But can they get the job done? The thing that I find kind of interesting about is they've been playing well, guys, but they haven't been kind of highlighted in the same way because we're so used to them dominating. It doesn't, however, look statistically that they've been playing any worse than any other tournament that they've had. They've actually been excelling, and that's why they're here in winners.
Yeah, we got to see there on the camera screen that we had the split between their points, right? I believe it was 66 to 81 in terms of placement points to kill points, which really just means to me indicates that they're not converting more of their top 5s, right?
Yeah.
If we actually take a look at their performance throughout the group stages, they had multiple top 5s, but they weren't able to convert as many of them into wins. When you're in that position, every single position means, of course, more and more points, I believe they had a number of top 2s. There was one against GG where I felt like they should have been able to convert that. That's a 5-point swing the other way.
It is.
And if you take a look at the 5 points, that puts them very near to Shopify and Fnatic, who are at 160 throughout the group stages. Falcons ended up 147. So there were a lot of these positions where if the pendulum swung the other way, they could be in the top position themselves.
They're a team that's kind of like a group of chefs trying to figure out what is that perfect ingredient to actually finish our meal. They've had Walsey, they've had Jim Burton. Let's see if this is that dynamic combination that finally allows them to lift the trophy at the end of the year. It certainly would be redemptive for them and pretty cathartic given all that they've gone through and a lot of the fan pressure of not liking breaking up some of those epic rosters such as the old TSM. But the other thing to mention, Jayhawk, you and I were talking about really quickly, they are not great at E-District. They get most of their points off of World's Edge, and the fact is we're playing 3 maps of E-District and only 2 maps of World's Edge today. How's that going to play in your eyes to Falcons and obviously Shopify Rebellion going head-to-head?
Yeah, I mean, for Falcons, half of their points are coming from World's Edge. So for those 2 games, I think they need to go huge because with E-District, it's been a struggle. Only 16% of their points coming from that map. And so obviously there's room for a bounce back there. I mean, they had the day off yesterday, so maybe they go back, they watch the film with Privacy, he gives them some pointers, and maybe they improve. But if they don't, once again, World's Edge, those 2 games are absolutely crucial for them. On the flip side of the coin, Shopify, like you mentioned, they got a little bit lucky with this rotation here. World's Edge has been a struggle for them. Only 17% of their points coming on that map. And so the fact that the other 2 maps where a majority of their points are coming from are the ones where that's 6 of the games. That is massive for them. Like you said, Koifel, dominant on Stormpoint. They got Echo HQ. That's a POI that MT very familiar IGLing out of, so they can go big.
And interestingly enough, the best player on World's Edge statistically in terms of overall kills and placement from his team, at 0 on Falcons. We'll see which clash ends up winning, a movable object or an impossible force, a movable object. Either way, unstoppable force, that's what it is, and a movable object. We'll see if one of these giants can claim victory. 10 teams will be moving on, and 10 teams will be dropping down. Let's check out our talent predictions and see who we thought was going to take advantage of this moment in Japan and claim victory. I think it could be a Falcons day. Dan is with me here. Alliance for Lauren, that makes all the sense in the world. Jayhawk going with the big win from Fnatic in the hometown crowd. That would be epic for sure.
I mean, this is the biggest audience we've had throughout the tournament so far. It's only going to get bigger tomorrow, but I really do think if they can just get some momentum, a big win, they're going to go crazy.
And of course, another Fnatic, Shopify Rebellion from Genome. Snipe is on the Falcons train, and Jamerson, you're running with Alliance, a team that absolutely deserves to be backed. They've already won a huge LAN. This could be their 2nd and the biggest of the year.
Yeah, again, this was a very difficult group to call because of how close the top has been. Looking at the scores across the board, 162 for Alliance, only 2 points ahead of our next 2 teams in Fnatic and Shopify. But I think ultimately Alliance will have the edge out here.
One of the great things about it is we get to track Reddit as well. Alliance being the pick for our competitive Apex scene, and we'll wish you luck. I know these scores are pretty fun. It's almost time to get into business, but I want to make sure you know that you got your backs covered with FACEIT Watch. You have all the opportunities in the world to track these storylines the way that you want to, and I think that's the most important part, whether you want to watch Virtus Pro or you want to check in on Gaming Gladiators, because we didn't talk about them at the top of the show, and that's a team that should be talked about. Also a threat. Guild, Phony, what will he do? We talk Shopify, well, will he get redemption? What's going to happen? You can find out. Turn up or down that caster audio. We won't tell him, don't worry. You can watch the ALGS your way, and it's also on mobile as well. Go to faceit.com/watch. All right, guys. The mood is set, the stage is set. Sim just rocked the house, and the players behind us are ready to go. Winners Bracket is sending 10 teams to match point finals on Sunday and 10 teams down to compete later tonight to keep their hopes alive. And with that, I know 2 people who are ready to get the action going. It's none other than Onset and Gaskin. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you so much. I am so hyped, man. What a start to the day, the Saturday that we were all hoping to see, and Sim absolutely smashing it on the main stage. You saw me rocking along, Dan. Is it a little bit embarrassing for you? I was getting into it.
Definitely not.
I was loving every moment.
I thought you were going to join it for 1 second.
I would love to.
You wouldn't have looked out of place.
Thank you, man. Let's talk about Apex, though, because we've got to talk about Apex, right? We've got to talk about what a massive, massive day this is in the context of who might be lifting that trophy come the end of tomorrow. That Championship Sunday, of course, is where everybody wants to be competing. And today, in this lobby, we get to send 10 of these teams through to that match point finals.
And we will be starting off on Storm Point 3 times, 3 in a row before we head to World's Edge for 2, and then E-District for 3. Of course, this is a topic of conversation. The POI draft, very important when there are 2 maps you're playing 3 times and 1 map you are only playing twice. Remember, I mentioned this in the elimination bracket. There were some questions raised about picks, but I think everyone in the winners bracket got this correct. The only team who didn't pick Storm Point first was Alliance. Their traditional strategy is to go for something on World's Edge and then go for Trident. Trident was taken by 100 Thieves, so they're having to play from checkpoint, so that's going to be interesting. But Fnatic and Shopify Rebellion playing out of Lightning Rod and Echo HQ. They are 2 of our best performing Storm Point teams so far this tournament, so we'll be keeping keen eyes on both of those squads.
Storm Point certainly has become Trident meta when we've spoken to a few players and coaches. Getting one of those Tridents is not just great for your rotates, but with the Sheilas that are knocking about on the map, you've got to have that cover as well, and that Trident certainly does provide that cover. Well, here we go then, everybody. This is match 1 of our Saturday in our winners bracket. 10 teams will go to the finals, and we are starting this one off on Storm Point.
8 matches, of course. It's going to be a bit of a slog, but if you can start off hot and get some big points on the board in game 1, going to do you wonders for your confidence. Is it going to be a team like Shopify Rebellion, Fnatic, Falcons, or will we see Noctum dominate yet again here today on Saturday? There's only one way to find out. We're into it here on Storm Point.
Well, it's so interesting to talk about, isn't it? We always kind of talked about how great EMEA have been so far in this tournament, but it's not really about how you start a tournament, Dan. We all know that. It's about how you finish. Peaking at the right time is so vital. And this team, well, they look dominant on day 1 and 2. Fnatic, every time we saw them on our screens, it was points, it was placement, it was everything you could have wanted.
Averaging 11.2 points on Storm Point every time we've seen them, only bettered by Shopify Rebellion. Now, Fnatic did outplay Shopify Rebellion by a tiebreaker, and their reward was this pick. They went for Lightning Rod, arguably what Shopify Rebellion wanted. Instead, now Shopify Rebellion will have to go for their second favorite pick. But they did pretty well in the group stages from where they were landing, so I don't think they'll be too disheartened down at Echo HQ, because they were averaging 30.2 points. And now when they see that, they will be even happier.
Well, that's where the zone is going to be going, down towards Echo HQ. Might pull up onto the hillside. Pylon going to be a good place to play from. And Complexity, we were speaking to Kim Chi, and he was saying, you know, they were very nervous at points during the run that they went on how close they were to being on the verge of not qualifying, having to go through that elimination bracket run. But they made it, and now that they're here, this kind of zone early on will certainly settle the nerves.
One thing to note, I'm not sure Shopify Rebellion have a ring console, just a survey beacon I can see down there. We do, though, see Complexity with the ring console at Pylon, so perhaps their movement down to the southeast is probably going to be enough of traffic for Shopify Rebellion to witness that and say, all right, we're probably going to stay here.
Yeah, I agree. I think Crazy Raccoon have one as well at Coastal Camp. So that kind of, like you say, the traffic movement, the flow of traffic, so to speak, is
and TSM.
A pretty good idea. Shopify Rebellion are about to be surrounded, but are they going to give up the #1 prio position within their POI because they don't have that info? We'll have to see. Certainly going to have a good place to play from. We'll have to see what the play is for them. This is them on our screens right now. Trident in, I was going to say in hands, but more. The wheels are moving. Doesn't have wheels, Dan. It's hovering. I'm struggling. It's morning.
Now, Noctum are a very interesting team coming into winners bracket, and I think if they perform well today, if they do find themselves in that grand finals lobby, we need to follow their performance on E-District, but they need to be picking up points on the other maps. Yes, phenomenal on E-District, but you can't be a one-trick wonder, otherwise you might not find yourself in that winners lobby. But if they can get there, could be very intriguing.
Well, look at Team Liquid. Kurev, I think, just got the knock on to Leica. Yes, indeed. At top command, looking down over that cliffside, just caught one player off guard, and now Fnatic are going to have to retreat. Maybe craft a banner over at Elrod, and maybe somewhere over at Stormcatcher. Looks like Stormcatcher might be the play for them to try and get that banner back in. So Liquid Alienware just kind of catching someone off guard. That can happen, right? First thing of the game, first game of the day. There's a sentence in there somewhere. You just get caught off guard a little bit, and that kind of thing can sometimes be a good thing. Just locks you in again. That little mistake, at least it's not a big one towards the end of a game.
But again, the benefit of the meta, you can run away, you can craft their banners, and that's what they're going to be doing. Now, Crazy Raccoon are going to be up above here. I think, is it Shopify Rebellion they might be up above? I'm struggling to see who they're actually going up against right now, but either way, whoever's below them could be in a sticky situation, but there's a lot of utility being used here. It is Shopify Rebellion.
Shopify Rebellion, who are kind of crouching and crawling and hoping that that attack from the Newcastle is going to be enough to keep them alive. They do manage to survive, they do manage to reset and get those heals off, and now you can see they're running straight in front of them. So Crazy Raccoon could be playing this building. They will be set up for quite some time, and C9 having a little look at this one as well.
So interesting, we're seeing a kind of divide and conquer situation where half the teams have gone down towards coastal area and half of them have headed straight towards Echo HQ. Of course, sometimes you just take whatever is available to you, but the next zone shift is going to be one of the most important ones that we see so far on this map. There's a few teams that are just hovering within Pylon as well, just waiting for the inevitable and maybe waiting to hit a ring console if they can win it, as more Tridents start to turn up. Sorcerer says, hey, I've got this one just in case we need it.
Cloud9 are going to be in a good spot for the long game here. You can see that they do have ring console info. You can see that at the top left, the little green highlight of that zone. Elsewhere, teams who are taking a little bit of a longer route, who have got to traverse all the way across the map. You've got the likes of Fnatic, who we saw a little bit earlier, Furia, Liquid Alienware, Go Next, Enterforce 36, Alliance, Team Falcons, all yet to be inside of even that first zone. So they've got a little bit of work to do. So we see Cloud9 and Sorcerer with the R301, which is usually used if you can't find a scout.
Yeah, the scout has been the go-to weapon throughout this tournament. The most damage that's been laid out has been from the scout, but the most kills come from the Mastiff. Speaking of the Mastiff, it's going to do the final job to get ExoClan out of this lobby. 19 squads now remain, and it's going to be 100 Thieves playing from Trident, taking that point off of Alliance, and they have been able to start off hot here.
Yeah, done really well actually there to essentially wipe that fight very, very quickly, because this is just outside of Pylon. There's a couple of teams who are still within Pylon. You have Green Stego who are there, you've got Complexity who have moved a little bit south more towards where the majority of this lobby finds themselves right now, but making sure that they didn't even give an opportunity for someone to think about thirding that fight. 100 Thieves has done a great job.
Furia didn't really get going on Storm Point throughout the group stages, but they do find themselves in this winners round, so they won't be too disheartened by that. And it's going to be a long old journey through Cascade Falls and then further down south. A team we haven't mentioned yet, by the way, TSM. Arguably one of our top 3 performers on Storm Point as well. They're going to be down on that southeast. Remember, they dropped over towards Devastated Coast and they moved very quickly to Echo HQ once they had that ring console information as well. I'm excited to see what TSM can do today, because I think coming into the tournament, my expectation was that they are one of the heavy hitters. They are one of those teams that could be winning this tournament, and they were quiet at times, but when they did find that little bit of something, and it was usually Storm Point, they really did look like a championship winning team.
Yeah, it's the TSM now that is talked about as a standalone TSM. The kind of the shadows and the ghosts of HAL are long past now, and this TSM team has shown that they can be potential tournament winners, as we do see that ring now slightly shift away from Echo HQ and more towards where Crazy Raccoon, Cloud9, Shopify Rebellion find themselves. So an interesting rotate going to have to be made. Complexity, by the way, playing right on top of that ridge of the hillside, near where those bins are going to be spawning some rock cover, a couple of trees, and they better be in a really good spot, not just to rotate in late, but also to deal damage to those teams who come through Pylon. So much elevation for them to play with. Speaking of elevation, Aurora, they're right up on top of Barometer, and Falcons are trying to pick them off, and it looks like Malty's going to get that first pick.
Aurora were another team who performed very well on Storm Point throughout the group stages. And it looks like their first game might not go to plan here, as Falcons looking to try and take advantage of this initial knock, and sadly for Aurora, I was going to say they might not be able to get away, but that's some great return fire. Sometimes you do have to shoot back just to stop the chase.
Al's got to be careful here, and it looks like Aurora will be able to get their player back up, and now Falcons have got to be careful, because there's a couple of teams who have heard this fighting going on, and all of a sudden are going to have a little poke at this one. Noctum Esports now going to be mirroring the movement of Falcons, and I think that Falcons are aware of this. Or maybe they're not as aware as they thought, because those shots are going to hit Flesh. And Falcons are going to have to reposition here and try and escape. The problem is, wherever they go, there seems to be a team, because Alliance are pretty close to this as well.
I was just going to mention Alliance are on the other side, and Alliance are on the ring side of all this fighting, so they don't really need to engage, but they'll certainly be keeping an eye on it, just in case. Walty's taking a little bit too much there, but he should be able to get back up, but Aurora going to try and press this.
Pretty sure Zero didn't have bubble, because he just used it a few seconds ago. That's why Kajak is being so aggressive on this. Flesh damage being done. And were they able to get Walty back up? That's the real question here. It looks like they should have been able to.
So a back and forth between Aurora and Falcons, both trying to demonstrate their strength in this early game.
Falcons are good.
Both teams get a knock onto each other, but neither can finish it off. And I think that really does sum up the meta at the moment as well. It is not easy to follow up on those knocks.
Well, inside of Pylon, we're going to see the teams who have got a scrap to leave, as we have seen that zone pulling down towards the south. Gaming Gladiator is going to be one of those teams. A great performance from them, of course, in the group stages. Showing that the Split 2 playoffs wasn't just a fluke that this team certainly has to be worried about when it comes to LAN. Now, this is the rotate that you've got to kind of worry about for TSM. They kind of banked on it going Echo HQ. VP are going to be holding them out, but this rotate up this hill, it's so tough to fight now.
Yeah, and even though they'd be safe where they currently find themselves, and they might be able to pick up kills on those that are behind them in Echo HQ, it's about where they go afterwards. But this is the fight they focus on for now. You can see Verholst trying to find a position to make Sheila work here. And if you don't want to give anyone Sheila, probably Verholst, arguably the biggest aim star we have in the league, and you give him a minigun, it's terrifying.
Give anyone a minigun, it's going to be tough. Apart from maybe me.
Oh, I've seen you hit some pretty good shots.
Thank you, man.
Especially on the main stage.
That's why you're here. That's why you're here.
How was it graceful?
Go and ask Graceful about it. Fnatic, though, they're playing under the bridge at the moment. They've got a couple of teams around them they're going to have to worry about, but here's Fnatic playing that bridge spot and trying to worry about the traffic that might be coming their way. Now, this is, again, another very tough rotate. They've got to deal with Go Next, who are in the egg building, and with the Trident, they're actually going to hard wrap zone here and try and enter from the very southern side. Noctum Esports have just been eliminated as we go back over to the action at Echo HQ. VP and TSM, this fight's been going on for quite some time, but it looks like both teams want to end this as Zap does some good entry damage.
Big bubble fight, it's a knock on either side, though it's a 2 versus 2, but
Big slam
will get a lot of damage, and now it's a 2v1. 1v1 now, Reps, can you do it? Yes, you can. Virtus Pro eliminated the triple take, finishing off the job.
Little flick from Reps, sticks his reticle straight onto the body of the last player. And TSM get back onto their feet as well. Back to Fnatic. We mentioned this huge wrap that they are currently doing. Well, this is the end of it.
TSM
Bubble goes
also
down.
Get a Mythic Bin, by the way. The reward for winning that fight, Mythic Bin's just spawned by Echo HQ, so that is going to do them wonders for their rotation. Now, Fnatic will hold this southeast side. And this is the same spot we saw Shopify Rebellion in a little bit earlier, and the nades helped them get up as well.
Bubble going to be expended as well from Shopify Rebellion, but an exchange of Gibraltar ultimates raining down from the sky means that this is going to be a little bit of a delayed move here from Fnatic, but they obviously want to try and move up onto that platform, try and scope the land in front of them a little bit more as to what their next play can be. Fnatic have done the job of pushing back SR, who of course don't want to give up the space that they are right now, but the most important thing for Shopify Rebellion is to keep the spot they want to play.
This is a tough fight as well. Outside Jurassic, just heading down towards Barometer. Green Stego versus Enter Force 36. A lot of damage has been done initially to Green Stego, and they are on the back foot here.
Missile Swarm's going to get the first knock. Aimbot's going to get that. Asia's going to slam. And now they look to go wham off the back of it. It's going to be Ely is the last player alive for Enter Force 36. He's trying to finish off this fight. Last player is going to be the Newcastle. Green Stego eliminated, and all might, he's threaded the needle with that Peacekeeper.
That's the difference between a Peacekeeper and some Mozambiques. Now, Falcons, they made this rotation on the southwest, and now they're forcing their way into their zone, but they've lost Hal.
And it's Aurora who are on the other side of this once more. It looks like it might be in a position to think about trying to stick this res, because Aurora getting pressured from multiple different angles at the moment. Rain with that red armor, though, he's going to be very confident about looking to swing onto this one. And yes, indeed, it looks like Falcons have given up on Hal. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb, so to speak, as they will retreat and try and play this one out as a duo. Aurora have been a real thorn in the side of Falcons in this game one.
Unlikely Falcons to be able to get that banner. Unlikely they'll be able to craft one as well, especially with how congested it is down here. I like what Falcons attempted, though. They tried to play through the zone, but sadly, again, it is Aurora who get in their way. Like you said, a thorn in the side. Now, elsewhere, E36, after winning that engagement, are going to try and press up onto Complexity, the position you mentioned earlier as well. Complexity are wise to it. Or are they? Hold up.
Double swing. Good damage, but no knock. And when you commit that hard on the swing, you've got to make sure you get that first knock. It's a 2v2. Zinap looking to stick the reds here. Scout shots. A little bit wild. Enemy's going to find one as well. And finally, well, they will win that fight. Complexity go down and enter Force 36. Now I'm going to worry about TSM, because here comes the Superman slam from Reps.
Reps lets his presence be known. E36 will scatter away, and they should be able to at least escape and play as a one for now. No, they will not. They will be eliminated. Crazy Raccoon clean up those pieces. But TSM came in at the perfect opportunity, and I think that was a real opening for TSM. Had we not seen that, they would have been held out by Complexity for quite some time. Speak of the devil, by the way, Falcons just respawned Hal. They were able to get that banner.
Back to everybody who's at Pylon. Kurev thinking about maybe counter-slamming that wall that is down. It's going to be Guild who's in front of them, and yes, indeed, there is the counter-slam. Q goes down as well, but Jaguares has already fallen. Kurev can't really do any damage whatsoever, and Guild look like they're making a really strong hold here, and yes, they will win that fight. Liquid Alienware will be eliminated, but here comes GG.
GG swoop on in, and this should be a comfortable cleanup. Shoulda, woulda, coulda though. Blast now in a 1v1, and he should not have been in this position.
Wait a minute. Guild. Blast is going to wind up Sheila, try and blast with the knockdowns, but no! It's going to be 100 Thieves who ruin everything. They come in and get a KP.
Third party after third party, and 100 Thieves saying, don't worry, we'll help you out, boys. No one's getting embarrassed. We'll just make a grenade to finish off this here. So much action just happening in the last minute or so, as almost everyone in this next zone. 100 Thieves still have to move, as do TSM or the remainder of TSM, and actually they might shoot at 100 Thieves here.
100 Thieves, I'm pretty sure I've got a Trident here, if I'm not mistaken.
They should do, they dropped it, Trident.
So they're kind of hovering at the moment, waiting to see where the gap is. It's going to be a bubble onto the Trident, I would imagine, and then boosting to try and find a spot. The hard zone, though, has shifted ever so slightly over to the east side, and here is the move from 100T, trying to force their way into zone.
Well, they found somewhere they can temporarily set up and also have some refreshed bins to work with just if they need to restock. Zone shifting is benefiting a team like Fnatic, by the way, but we'll check in with that after this commotion happens. 11 squads now remain. Round 4 has officially closed, and everyone's going to get that info that we are going to be heading a little bit further southeast.
When you look at Fnatic's position on our map overhead, it is fantastic. TSM are kind of trying to clear out the northern side for their walk-in. If they can do that, they're going to have a clear walk-in. The team they have to worry about is 100 Thieves and Go Next. And Go Next and 100 Thieves maybe having a little look at each other. Yes, indeed, that's what TSM are looking at.
Gravy Grape.
Timmy with a Kraber in his hands. I think he just showed it to Go Next, and they decided, you know what? Maybe we're going to bide our time a little bit here. A couple of walls are going to go down, just to provide extra cover here for 100 Thieves who have to reset.
Great placement of the shield as well from Designful, just to ensure that Arc Star didn't do too much damage to them. Just the little things that keep you healthy, not make sure you don't have to use too much resources to heal back up those shields. But that Kraber could definitely play a part in this final circle. Aurora, only the 1 kill right now, but they are still alive and they have found a corner to work with.
This is the perfect example of why the Trident is so highly valued right now. Aurora have no right to be alive in this position, but with the Trident, it's indestructible cover. You heard the Sheilas winding up, you heard the bullets, but there's nothing you can do, and they just survive.
I don't want to say indestructible too many times, because I'm worried the devs are listening and we might see some changes to that one day, but
I'm going to keep saying it.
yeah, just keep saying it. Screw it. Shopify Rebellion, by the way, they forced their way into this position very early on with great use of utility. And now they're going to be one of the teams on that south side as more Tridents start to arrive. The Alliance bubble is going to force them into the northern side. And actually, they can go pretty dead central here, and I think they're going to try and set up something on this northern tip.
I was going to say, driving through the cat wall might kind of give the old Mario Kart vibes where you get the oil on the screen. Everyone's vision might be impaired for a few seconds, but luckily, good enough to find them somewhere to play. 11 squads remain in this first game here on Storm Point. Cloud9 still alive, still up on the high ground and up to purples as well. Naughty on the Catalyst might have something to say in this endgame as well. We've been talking about how Catalyst can impact these endgames if you can get there, and Cloud9 are pretty close.
Catalyst has one of the highest win rates out of any of the legends so far, but the pick rate has gone down as the tournament's gone on. But now C9, maybe they can make it count. 100 Thieves, they are going to back up away from this fight. Still 11 squads, and we have just arrived into the final circle, ladies and gents. This is going to be absolute carnage.
11 teams alive. As the zone starts to close, Alliance still just playing that little corner, cycling through utility, trying to survive from the artificial cover of the Legends they're playing. Falcon's still here, by the way, as Cloud9 will be eliminated. Falcon's playing the backside of this building beautifully, but look at all the bodies in front of them.
This is where IGLs will earn their money, earn their paychecks, because you have to be thinking on your feet. 4 bubbles already down, make it 5 as everyone expending them as early as they can just to stay alive and hope that you get one back in time for when the circle begins to close. And of course, that is going to be helped by having the ability to use a scout or a nemesis.
Something we were talking about was the position of the teams, Fnatic and TSM. Fnatic still on this eastern side, still control all of that area. TSM still control the north side. So you can imagine, with 11 teams alive, how many teams are in front of you right now? This is everybody stacked up on top of each other as Falcons now try and play the high ground.
I would not want to be in one of these buildings right now, but Falcons are going to play on the backside. They are hoping the damage is going to be done elsewhere. Oirain is the first one to fall, as everyone is going to begin to follow, you would imagine. This is about survival at this point, but survival with your gun out. Make sure you focus on doing damage in these situations.
100 Thieves, they make their move towards center zone. Gibby ults are going to go down. Some little crevices in that fence line that are now being a problem. The defensive bombardment coming in from the Gibraltar of Shopify Rebellion will take down Tibby, and that's the Kraber out. And now Aurora see that. They're trying to get involved themselves.
I think 100 Thieves might have just been eliminated there. Aurora versus Shopify Rebellion is going to be next, and actually they're not eliminated just yet. There's still 1 remaining player. Now Shopify down to 2.
It's the Newcastle down as well, MT. Zainu! Little double pump from him. Fury got in the meantime as now we go down to 8. Go next will be the next to be eliminated as Falcons finally step forward, take this high ground as Shopify Rebellion and 100 Thieves will go.
Look at Fnatic, look at Aurora, 2 of our best placing teams at the moment on Storm Point for a reason. The position they take has been excellent.
Well, this Catwall is massive for Fnatic. It's not theirs. They're not playing Catalyst, but it completely split the zone in half and just let them take so much space. The bubble will go down, and even though the shields have been ripped away, most importantly for Fnatic, nobody went down.
Fnatic and Aurora, definitely the 2 favorites right now, but Falcons may be something to say. It's amped cover after amped cover as you slowly sneak up on this team, but you might have to take this fight soon.
Not Stera. Looking to melt himself, but finally Fnatic are taking damage, and Fnatic will fall. And Falcons, you mentioned how the IGLs have to make their money. Well, this is the perfect example of why Zero is one of the best, gets them to top 3, but it's Aurora who have been battling with them for the majority of the game who will close it out with a first place finish. EMEA continue their incredible performance here in Japan.
It is an Aurora world. We are just merely living in it. From being knocked early on when they took that fight against Falcons, they survived. And they go on to win it. Just took so much space in that final circle, but most importantly, they bullied Fnatic. It was Fnatic versus Aurora who had the most space, the catwalk that you were speaking of. But Aurora ensured they did not let Fnatic take control of the map. They were constantly looking at them. They were letting other teams deal with the squads that were on the north, and they kept that focus on the squad that really was threatening them. Now they benefit with a victory, and they start off Saturday exactly how they would have wanted.
That's exactly, like you say, what you would have wanted. The perfect way to start the day for Aurora. And a little homely picture. That one's going on the mantelpiece. Nice wooden frame. Look back on that one when you're a little bit older. Let me tell you about one of those. One of those.
That is the perfect way to start today as well. An insane final circle. We had 11 squads left when that final circle began to close. And that is so difficult to try and navigate that traffic as well. And I know I say this is where the IGLs make their money, but at the same time, in those moments, sometimes as a player, you might not even have the chance to listen to your IGL, right? They can only go so far. They can tell you where you're aiming to get, but in that carnage, you as an individual, whether you are a damage dealer or a support, it doesn't matter your role. It's about survival, but also about dealing damage at that same time to ensure you give your team the best chance to try and win.
It's certainly that level of autonomy that everyone has to have over their own legend as well, right? It's when do I put the amp cover down, you know, in all this carnage, shall I hold bubble, shall I get the wall down? All of these kind of things that really do stack up and make the end games some of the best in all of esports, some of the most enjoyable and exciting moments to experience. And as we take a look at the match one results, you can see what a packed house it is here on Saturday as well. So many people in the arena to watch Aurora take home that first place. There was queues outside of the Sapporo Dome as we were walking over. We might have seen a few people fall over in the snow as well.
We did.
But it's the dedication to get here now.
Dedication indeed.
Everyone be careful, by the way, on the way here.
Last time I've seen lines like that in Japan was at Disney. And this is equally as important, has to be said. Now, top 3. Aurora, 23 points. Alliance, they do finish in second on 17, and you've got to remember, Alliance kind of forced their way into that zone, using that Trident to make some fake cover. And then Team Falcons, very impressive to actually find third, considering they did lose Hal for a short while.
Well, interestingly, you look at that Falcons performance, third in the placement points, but 1 kill.
Only 1 kill, yeah.
1 kill for the team, so it's one of those interesting performances like, oh, we navigated really well, but maybe there was a few opportunities that we missed out on, whereas Aurora kind of just saw every opportunity and they were the ones who were the benefactors.
Well, I feel like Aurora took the game from Falcons. Had Falcons taken down Aurora at Barometer, it would have been very different, right? They would have had that control, they would have been able to have that initial push. Instead, Falcons had to go for a secondary rotation through the zone on the southwest. They lost Hal, and they were just constantly trying to crawl back.
It's amazing stuff, and of course Aurora are going to be very happy with how that game number 1 has gone, but something that's certainly going to make me happy, and hopefully a lot of Apex fans around the world very happy, is a little look at Season 24. So let's take a look at the trailer for the upcoming season.
Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper, underground methods, top notch. Get the most, nothing less on. Protect your errors. Pushing culture, baby, got that product you can measure. Then we gon' cut them out. My barber got me looking. Getting ready on that top grade. You ain't walking out of line. You know we on. They ask me how you be like this. How you be like this? Yeah, swerving. Moving to the money like it's urgent. Hands on God, so I'm in it like a surgeon. Only thing I'm breaking is a burn. Yeah, baby, go bring out the goodies. Stuck it inside the hoodie. Now we turning up to boogie. It's cool, I used to fight the bullies. Now I'm fighting in the dark. Guess some things don't leave me for no. The time pushed me, then the time put me better when I budge. If you die, it's in the sky, my pussy. What you think this is? We ain't worried about it. Watch this girl, the way they ask me how you get like this. What you think this is? We ain't worried about it. Watch this girl, the way they ask me how you get like this. How you get like this? 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 How you get like this?
Boy, as if Sim this morning, I don't know what it made this morning, I'm really struggling. As if Sim this morning wasn't exciting enough. Season 24 trailer is coming up as well, and I mean, Dan, I've got to say, just give me Octane vibes, man. Just give me Octane vibes. I don't know anything, I will say this again, but
I'll take it.
saw what I saw, right?
I was uncomfortable on the main stage yesterday because I didn't have a legend to play. I feel like if Octane gets a buff, maybe I'll be back to my prime, which isn't really that good, but alas.
How many kills did you get yesterday in solos?
In solo, 0.
A good 0 though.
A good 0.
Hell of a 0.
I went out with a bang.
One of the best 0s you ever
Went
seen.
out with a bang. The TDM, I got about 8 kills, so I'll take that.
You did.
Did all right.
You killed Graceful?
Didn't kill. Actually, I might have with the
I
TDM.
did.
I'm unsure.
I did. You probably could have, honestly, if you would have seen him. It was that easy. Anyway, let's focus on what we got in front of him. He's going to kill me later, by the way. He's at. Oh, I've just forgotten. He's like.
Oh, he's trained in fighting.
He's trying in like a really high-level martial art.
Yeah. That's on you.
Delete the VODs, never happened. Big fan of Graceful. Let's talk about what we got in front of us though, because it was a fantastic endgame, and I think when you're looking at quality of lobby, something to kind of maybe explain to some people who are watching right now, and they always hear the things like this scrim quality isn't very good, the practice quality isn't very good. That's why, when you have end games like that with 11 teams alive in the final circle, that's what you want to try and practice for, because that's the intensity, that's the LAN experience, and that is the situation where the best teams in the world can separate themselves.
I think what's interesting as well looking at this lobby is the amount of catalysts we have. So on day one, throughout group stages, I think there was 25% roughly of catalyst across the groups. That went down to 5% when we were in the elimination bracket. But now back into winners bracket again, we're up to 25% again pick rate of catalyst. So I think the win rate of catalyst is an impressive statistic here. I think she's actually the legend that is up there with the most when you look at the combination of them all. And there's a reason for that. If she can get to that end game, she can impact it in such a way that really changes the whole dynamic of that final circle. And even though didn't win a team with the Catalyst in that final circle, it certainly changed things for the likes of Fnatic, for example, because they were able to play off that Dark Veil.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think there's kind of almost a kind of pick, counter-pick meta developing. You look at the influence that Rampart has had on Newcastle, right? And how it's made it a little bit, say, less comfortable to hold spots for a longer period of time due to Sheila. But if you can completely catwall off someone who's playing Catalyst, even though they can blast through, you know, the wall, it's blind. And Sheila becomes a lot less effective if you don't know what you're aiming at and you're kind of just hoping that the bullets are going to connect. And of course, you can get a Q down, you can get a Newcastle wall down in that time towards the end game. So all of these little mind games, I think, are starting to go on between the teams of like, what's working now? If everybody starts picking up on this and Catalyst becomes everybody's pick, then it doesn't become as strong. It's a really interesting kind of development in that third pick in the composition of what these teams are looking for at the moment.
I think you almost have to have someone else doing the job for you. As long as there's enough ramparts that are destroying those Newcastle walls, you can take advantage of it. But you're completely right. As soon as you start to lose those ramparts, you then feel like you need to be the one doing that. And it's a weird combination of trying to work together against the greater evil that is the Newcastle walls, because otherwise it just gets out of control.
We're almost ready to get into match 2 then. Aurora and the EMEA train continues to roll here in Japan. Still think they were training with the weights on. Ping there to go through the national scrims. Maybe this was what it was all building to, that frustration. And now they're letting loose.
There is a reality here that we have to start believing, and that's that we could definitely see an EMEA team win again on land with how well they've been performing so far. But of course, there's just still so far to go as well in these games that even if you have this consistency in day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, doesn't matter if you do not find it when it comes to those match point finals.
Well, it's going to be Aurora dropping over at Barometer. Historically, they've liked Cenote Cave as their drop spot, and that's going to be Team Falcons who claim that as their own. So that's probably where we're seeing so many interactions between the two teams with where that zone went. Down towards Coastal Camp the last time that we were kind of checking in that game number 1. But Aurora now, it's so fascinating to me that it was an interesting discussion that Jameson, Rainday and I were having in the green room before things got underway. Is that kind of, oh, they won't be that good conversation when Aurora started to play well in EMEA, or, you know, when we get to LAN, you hear these, you know, rumors and, you know, they're not going to be able to reproduce what they do. But I think they've just been so damn good for so long now that everybody understands and accepts that Aurora are a threat to the title. There is nothing about this team, even though they can be a bit unorthodox, that could really, you know, change your mind about them being potential winners.
And look at that circle for Aurora as well. They had a brilliant southern circle before over towards Coastal, and now we're heading to Barometer. Only bad sign, they don't have a ring console, as far as I can see. Again, I always have to double check just in case their name is covering one up. So they might be spread out here, and there is a danger that the likes of Gaming Gladiators, for example, the likes of Complexity, who do have ring consoles, are going to arrive over towards the Barometer area and could pick one of them off if they are not careful. So they need to make sure their eyes are trained towards the skies here, because even Go Next are going to be arriving from that western side as well.
Yeah, try and look at the surrounding POIs as well to see Coastal Camp does have a ring console, so Crazy Raccoon are going to be good. Just looking at the other side, TSM I think have one as well. Shopify Rebellion don't have one, and Falcons don't have one. So there's going to be opportunities maybe for the teams just to the north of Barometer to sneak through on a quick rotate and get some good spots before anyone else does. Elsewhere, Virtus Pro, I think, is the team on the other side of this fight here with Liquid Alienware, but we're going to move over to GG because they are in the egg buildings. They are looking to make their spot their own for the end game.
Yeah, GG pushed here very early, as expected. As soon as they saw that zone and where it's going, it has given Aurora a little bit of time to get back to a closer proximity, by the way, so they're not going to be caught off guard by anyone, but they'll definitely know the zone's coming towards them now because we've already got 7 teams down here in the barometer area. But I think there was a potential for an early fight here with Gaming Gladiators, and it's going to be complexity just underneath them.
Always a scary moment when you have to split hold, because you know at some point the fight's going to break out.
Or above them, I guess, complexity are, excuse me.
Nobody wants to share this early. Yeah, GG have made a really smart play actually here. Just give this up. There's no point in trying to share because one grenade, one mistake on either side and the game is ruined. Just play the bridge, you've got the Newcastle wall, you can get it down. And then you can play the little head glitch and just poke and prod and see if you can get some opening damage to capitalize on.
Just a virtual handshake between the two. We'll see you later on, but for now we can just keep our eyes trained elsewhere and maybe we can pick up some KP together. Late movers are going to include the likes of Falcons that you mentioned, don't have that ring console down towards Cenote Cave, but they probably would have seen everyone moving down south.
Sorry to jump in. It's interesting for Falcons. It's like one of those difficult games because there's not really a beacon near them. There's not a reserve. They have to go all the way to Mill to hit a ring console if they actually want to find out where it is. Well. But, I mean, even then, the time it's going to take them, everyone's already got to Coastal Camp. So it's like one of those weird situations where you're spawning the POI next to where the zone is going, but the fact that you don't have the ring consoles dictates so much about how your game's going to go.
Tough one to do as well, because if you do move up to Mill, you fear that there's going to be late rotators from North Pad, from Checkpoint, and I think actually Alliance are going to be at Mill soon, so they'll have to keep that in mind, and maybe they'll just make a heads-up bet of where this zone is going and move to Barometer anyway. As ExoClan, they were the first team to be eliminated in the first match, but this time they found a more comfortable spot to work with and have to see whether they can have a better chance at actually fighting and staying alive in this game. It's all right, I know how it feels to go out first in a match on the main stage.
Sharing an emotional bond in that way.
It's traumatic. I wasn't even looking the right way, Mark.
Well, that was your problem, Dan.
My headphones are on backwards.
It's much easier to play the game when you look at the player that's shooting.
Really is.
Aurora up on the high ground, no surprise to see them up there. This is almost like if you could hold this position, you're going to guarantee yourself points. Barometer, one of those zones where the extreme height differential of that big tower building really does just kind of guarantee the fact that anyone zips up on you, you're going to have the first shot. You should be able to hold it for such a long time. Fnatic, though, this is a kind of opposite end of the story, right? This is the complete opposite end of the map. Over at the wall, end of Force 36, we're a little bit close to them, but elsewhere we're seeing a little bit of action take place. And this one is over towards Launchpad. It's going to be TSM versus VP, and the first knock's going to TSM.
I've never seen Reps move so fast, avoids all that gunfire, gets behind the walls, and now TSM did take the advantage, but now it's a 2v2.
Reps is playing some Apex, let me tell you. That 1v1 he won last time, or maybe he's looking to secure things here for TSM once more. VP in the bin, it's going to be TSM who take control.
And I know there is a lot of TSM fans in this building. Some fans have even come up to me saying, I can't wait to see TSM playing in Japan. This fan base is around the world, and they are here, they are loud, they are proud here in Sapporo, and for good reason. I really want to go back to Reps and his movement there. He did not try and take the fight. He knew he was in a vulnerable position. He showed him his backside, he started wiggling, and then Verhos was like, all right, they're taking the bait, and I'll get them with my Sheila.
Many people would take that bait. Apparently you. Anyway. It's going to be TSM who win their first fight of this game, and look pretty comfortable doing so. Look at where the zone is going to give everybody an idea of what to expect, a little bit of foreshadowing. Towards the end of this game, it is going to be Barometer, and I'm kind of expecting this one to pull out maybe towards the eastern side where you have those kind of 2 or 3 buildings just below. Yes, indeed. Yeah, cool. Is it going to pull towards the bridge? Maybe the X where GG are? We'll have to see a little bit later.
It certainly does pull that way sometimes, and GG and Complexity are both banking on that as well. It's not like a bad pull for anyone, though. You can see everyone who went down towards the Barometer area are still within this next circle that they don't yet know about. It's very rare that people do take the northern Barometer buildings unless they are late arrivals.
Somebody to point out, Falcons just hit next beacon over at Sito Station.
So that was the way they avoided the Mill conflict, as they went up to Sito instead.
Now they're making their way towards zone, and they're going to have a good indication now with the zone pulling the way it is that what side is going to be the best to play. So Alliance may be looking to do something pretty similar on your map overhead. N-Force 36 are currently at CO station, kind of blocking and hindering their process.
Yeah, that's going to be annoying and frustrating for Alliance, actually, because they would have loved a free hit like Falcons had, but Falcons, where do they go here? They'll be the only team right now who knows where that circle is going to go in Barometer, so there is spots down on that south side. You can use that Trident to actually make a base. As for Enter Force 36, they noticed Alliance, but they have now seen Alliance retreat and get away from this zone.
Yeah, Alliance are now completely behind the rotation of Team Falcons, so they're being mirrored. Falcons have just spotted it out, as E36 will be completely on their own on this northern side. This is the mirror we were talking about, though. Alliance, not the greatest shields to play with here, you have to say, at this stage of the game. Obviously not some Evo opportunities that presented them to them, or been presented to them, excuse me. It's actually all blues. It's only Effect who, of course, has the Catalyst, who's going to get that extra shield from that class, but they do have a Trident, and let me tell you, that's worth $1 million.
And if Alliance can find that spot on the south that I was mentioning,
careful, Hackers.
Should be able to survive, and all right, they're going to be good. It's not the southern spot that is available, but it is in the next zone. And it is a building which at least you don't have to try and fortify something out of nothing.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Surprise!
Hey, we got the stick! Karev gets the stick onto the Fnatic Trident, and that is going to do wonders. Fnatic, no idea. Liquid with the stick. That's just some Liquid Apex.
That is a hijack that we've just witnessed. Sir, I need your car. It's an emergency. That's very frustrating for Fnatic, and for Team Liquid, though, it was a perfectly placed Arc Star that really made the difference. Had the Arc Star not arrived, Fnatic probably get away. But you saw the panic. As soon as one of the players was stuck, they were like, oh, for goodness sake.
So Fnatic were like, wait, there's someone here? There was that moment of,
yeah,
there can't be someone here. And there was. TSM now. Pylon's their next place that they're going to have to retreat to here, because it's Green Stego who are up on that high ground, who just lovingly sent a couple of bullets their way. Verholst up to red on the Catalyst as well. The TSM looking pretty strong when it comes to armors, and pretty good fight towards this end game as well. Also going to hit an Evo Harvester. They must get pretty close to having multiple red armors at this point.
Yeah, Verholst getting the red just through playing the Rampart. But now Liquid, with their reward, get to head down south. And this was the area I was expecting someone to go eventually. Got all this open water, but you also have the rock face you can play off using a Trident and a Newcastle wall. And now Liquid are going to be able to sit here pretty confident that no one's going to arrive from behind them after taking out Team Fnatic.
Kurev decides he doesn't like the location of the Trident, repositions it. But they're looking at that.
Oh, wow.
I was going to say, I bet they were looking at that, what's it called? The truck that's just behind them, hoping that would move as well. Maybe if they all go near it, give it a little push. Put it next to the Trident.
I said, oh, wow, by the way, because you can't see the zone right now, but there is the pool. It's going south here in this circle, right towards Liquid Alienware. And is worth mentioning, Crazy Raccoon in that tunnel, and Shopify Rebellion are approaching from the southeast as well. Definitely some conflict that's going to happen down on that southern side. But for the teams who committed early to the central zones of Barometer, they're all going to have to move.
It's going to be a really difficult fight, actually, this for Shopify Rebellion, because it's one thing to take a fight in open ground where the Gibraltar ultimate becomes a factor. You can push a team back. But if you're in a tunnel, the Gibraltar's useless. Yep. It's not going to do anything whatsoever. And if you're trying to walk through a tight space that's got rampart walls set up and Sheila already were in, it becomes a very, very difficult fight to take. So this is a big opportunity for Crazy Raccoon to pick up some KP. And for Shopify Rebellion, they're going to have to do some serious work here to push them back.
I mean, but they are pushing them back. The fear in Crazy Raccoon's eyes right now, and that's the Zainu effect. He just hits shots when he's running at you.
Oh, that frag grenade!
Grenade hurt. TSM might have to back off from this one temporarily.
Gibiol goes down, should buy him enough time at least to get some cells off, to get some health back on their side. But they kind of have to take this fight. You can see Gibiol going to be exchanged now by TSM as Zap throws that towards Green Stego, who are up on this high ground. Zone starting to close. Only ticks that are coming in right now are onto the defensive perimeter that has been put up in front of them. But is it enough for TSM at least to take the high ground away and force Green Stego away? It looks like they have done exactly that.
Worth noting there are a couple of Valkyries in this lobby as well.
Uh-oh.
Teams that will be arriving late from the Skyward Dive, as TSM are doing very well to be aggressive here, by the way. The damage is allowing them to just keep creeping up. If you let Verhulst let rip here, this could be very bad news.
Oh, here comes Sheila! 100 damage done, but the bubble expended, and now TSM will send. Verhulst behind enemy lines, he's gonna fight two. Give him all three! Give him all three! Green Stinger will be eliminated, it's Zap against the third.
TSM will be fine to reset here as well. No teams in proximity to third party. Complexity are the closest squad, but they're gonna be happy in their area right now. Speaking of Valkyrie teams, Furia have been able to find a position on this northern side that they can call home for now.
That is your map overhead. That's where this zone is going to be going. 100 Thieves have decided, let's set up in the center, or so they thought.
Still going, still pulling.
Shopify Rebellion, Crazy Raccoon, and Team Liquid the closest to it. You get the feeling, Dan, it's not going to quite be the same as game one here. I doubt you can get 11 teams alive in there,
Definitely.
Unless you gave them all a trident.
Even so, there's too many angles. Shopify Rebellion, though, the bullying tactic of Crazy Raccoon in forcing them out of this tunnel is now going to give them a real chance. Elsewhere, Go Next. Looks like they're being pressed. But they are having the ability just to hold down this building, and it is an advantage of having the Catalyst here just to slow them.
Pretty sure that they will be safe just about inside of this building for that next zone.
Yep.
Which is why they're desperately trying to hold it at the moment. Having a Catalyst in the composition is going to make that a little bit more simple as well, just being able to reinforce those doors. Madness gets a bird's eye view, but is he going to get a landing that's going to be soft? Yes, he is for now.
Just a little tickle through the sky. Now, Shopify Rebellion, look at what they have as playable space in front of them, by the way. This is what's very important in a zone like this. What rocks do you have? What trees do you have? What can you actually use with the Newcastle wall to make something of? And there are a few areas. Sadly for Crazy Raccoon, setting up this early, they are now very vulnerable and very targeted from teams that are arriving, and we might see Crazy Raccoon fall very shortly.
There's 3 teams who are looking at him at the moment. Legacy from Guild just got a knock onto Obley, and they're going to have to look to reset, and they have to Scarper away. Falcons now make their play in towards zone as well. Are they going to try and... Oh my gosh, it's the classic Hermit Crab. Oh no! The knock does come in, but having that trident is so... This is the difference maker. Again, they can get the res, they can get a Newcastle wall down, and that trident will stop them being destroyed quite as easily as CR were.
Well, Complexity might be looking at this one. They are jumping over towards Falcons. They are not taking the fight just yet, though, but now they'll full send.
Crazy Raccoon eliminated in the meantime. There's the bubble, there's the counter slam. Bubble now forced on both sides, but
They're stuck.
they be able
They're stuck.
to get healthy enough, Team Falcons in this time, to maybe turn this fight on its head. Enderfall's 36 have gone in the meantime. Kimchi burning, singeing, he's down as well, and Complexity will be eliminated. How they will fall, Zero now on his own.
Got stuck between the tree and the wall. But Furia now sweep in to take up the pieces that had fallen apart for both squads, but now they're being absolutely bombarded here by Shopify Rebellion. Madness hoping he can stay alive as TSM moving on to EXO, Aurora, and Go Next, all on this northern side.
Noctum have been eliminated as well. Shopify Rebellion, who have been the last team to arrive to the party, will take out Furia as well, and now control the eastern side of this zone. It's been surgical from them. A little bit more brute force here from Sheila. Zap is down. Verhulst, he's going to be slammed away. And TSM will be eliminated, and Slayers, even though he gets the armor swap, will go down next, and Exo Clan will exit as Aurora continue to just slay.
If you present Aurora an opportunity to take a fight, you know full well they're going to be full sending it. The damage they do is terrifying, but will they be able to get to a final circle again? That's the real question, because these positions are currently being locked down by Liquid Alienware, Shopify Rebellion, and now Guild, by the way, are the next team that's taken that spot, that hot spot in the one corner. Aurora looking to try and ruin the day of Go Next.
Aurora flying in now. Trade does come in. Newcastle will be able, with a purple knockdown as well, to get Oirain back to his feet, as Xhako will not have the same opportunity to do so. Go Next Esports, Yaka last alive. Aurora diving on him, and even though the bubble's there, It's a hungry pack of Aurora Wolves just behind them. Alliance eliminated in the meantime. Go next have fallen. 7 squads now left.
Now all the teams that are in this zone, they are just watching everyone. Scarpa trying to escape. Dark Veil will go down, will allow a little bit of space. Aurora eliminated. 100 Thieves versus C9, the next fight on the north.
Catwall is down, but it doesn't extend all the way across this zone. There's going to be a bubble at the end of it, and now Shuby's going to peek. Here's the standoff. Shuby looking for the slam, but 100 Thieves don't want any of this. They're jumping in the Trident.
Oh, no.
They want to try and get out of here, but it's not looking good for them.
One last remaining player of 100 Thieves does get away, but C9 take advantage of maybe just a slight bit of hesitation there from 100 Thieves. And now C9 can play the north. 100 Thieves get eliminated, but look at the amount of damage Sheila's doing. It's absolute carnage for Cloud9.
Liquid Alienware are controlling complete space, by the way. Center zone and the southern side. Shopify still in the position we saw them a few moments ago as Guild, as a 3, share the northern side of this zone with Cloud9, who are just to their right. We are down to 4 squads.
Worth noting, Team Liquid are playing that Catalyst, and we've mentioned the win rate for Catalyst when you get to the circle. Better than most Legends.
Goodbye.
As Cloud9 are eliminated, and these are the 3 squads we expected. Guild, Shopify Rebellion, and Liquid Alienware, the 3 teams that have worked so hard to control this southeast side of the map. Shopify, who forced their way through this tunnel, bullied out Crazy Raccoon, and have just been griefing anyone who arrives in the area. Now will be on the east, but it's Guild on the north, and Liquid Alienware, pretty much dead center, who are trying to take shots onto Shopify now.
Shopify look to move up onto Liquid Alienware. Shopify being forced to use their bubble as well. It's a little bit of a desperation. Newcastle walled from them, but look at the space now that Guild have.
Yep.
This movement from Team Liquid has forced Shopify into a really precarious situation.
Oh, Guild are actually pushing up on this a little bit as well. Shopify might just see their demise. They are stuck between 2 teams, absolutely obliterating them, and they will go down. It's a 3 versus 3, Guild versus Liquid.
It's a straight shootout to be the champion of game number 2 in our winners side of the bracket. Liquid Alienware, the BLGS winners. Phony, a man with a point to prove, trying to lead Guild to victory in this game 2. Slam on top of that rock, though, is going to slow this down.
Remember, Liquid do have the Catalyst. They do have that chance to maybe drop a Dark Veil.
Nizzle, send
Will
it!
they get a chance to?
Nizzle, send it! It's going to get taken down! Was the entry damage enough, though? Jesco trying to play behind the knockdown shield. Kurev, pretty healthy at this time as well. They're going to try and stick the res, but that just means it opens the door for them to flood in and claim their first victory here on Saturday. Team Liquid Alienware, your champions of game number 2.
What a journey it was for Liquid Alienware in that game. The stick onto the Trident, the stealing of the Trident, they're taking that position on the southern side. It all worked out perfectly. The execution, unbelievable from this team. In the group stages, there was a couple of worrying moments for Team Liquid Alienware, but now they're starting to shine and show the team that we expected to see here in Japan. They were unbelievable in scrims. Now, they look on top of the world.
Very interesting zone, that one as well. It was the teams who made the southern wrap away from Barometer, who were the ones who read that zone best and ended up in those final fights. It sounds kind of a little bit silly, but a lot of teams thought this would maybe pull him back to the buildings just below the large tower Barometer. That kind of difference in ring read, whatever it might be, is the difference between coming in 10th to 20th in these lobbies and being the champion.
But who knows Barometer better than Liquid Alienware? No one. Usually Barometer is their POI. They drop there all the time. That's where they try and prioritize their draft, but they were so late in the draft. They were 17th with their pick, so they didn't get a chance to play Barometer. They're up at Zeus Station, is actually what they were able to take. But they still knew where that circle was going to be heading. Guild, though, did manage to get to that final circle, still put up a great amount of points that they'll be delighted with. They just weren't able to get over the finish line.
Another thing to highlight is KP coming alongside that win as well. Kurev, what an addition he has been. A lot of questions, of course, going to be asked when El Presidente left to join NV. They had to find someone to fill his shoes, and boy, is Kurev doing it. Really has been a shining light for Team Liquid Alienware. 7 kills for him in this game. And the overalls, after 2 games in this series, Aurora still on top. And starting to open a little bit of a gap as well. They got some good KP in that last game.
I think that's what's impressive from Aurora is, yes, okay, they didn't get to that final circle, but they were bullying people when the opportunity presented itself. And going back to that graphic as well, Zainu with the most damage, I think it's important for Shopify Rebellion that he keeps playing in the way that he is. If you just let him off the leash and send him at a team, he strikes fear into their eyes. Obviously, they don't know it's Zainu, maybe until they just start getting cracked over and over, and you're like, well, who else could do this? So when you've got players like that, Shopify Rebellion are still in a really good position, but sadly, they just got sandwiched in that final circle.
Yeah, really, really impressive. I mean, Shopify Rebellion, like you say, it was a tough final circle for them. You just wonder if there was an opportunity for them to maybe just bully one team, try and force them away a little bit earlier as they tried to move in towards that center zone. But it is going to be Team Liquid Alienware who take game number 2 here on Saturday. Vamos for them. We'll be back with game 3 in just a few moments.
I can bring nightmares to your dreams. You can't defeat me, but you can bring it. I'ma be right there on the scene, ready for action, ready for war. Attacking my option, they can't take no more.
Oh, the trick shot, Oh my God, I'm clipping that.
Everywhere that you go, I be on your heels, I want out of smoke. A manifest this to reality, this not a fantasy, so that you know. A beast to a beast, we are family, and on the real, this is not a hoax. You never approach, I went on the post with my killers and foes. Burning the flames, burning the flames. They call me insane. Say it in vain, you know the name.
Bye! I got all of them!
For action, ready for war. Attacking my option, they can't take no more. It is your choice, what you waiting for. Let them burn till they all hit the floor.
The Apex Legends Global Series is a proud partner of the city of Sapporo, the capital of the North.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS Championship Day 4. As you may know, Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the ALGS, and Herman Miller Gaming is a proud partner of ALGS. Today's players are competing in the embodied gaming chair. Find out which chair is best for you at hermanmiller.com/gaming. As well as that, our coaches are sitting on the Phantom gaming chair with 7 unique colorways. You can try one out at the free play area located on the concourse. And then look at that one. It is beautiful. That's the champion chair, the ones that the winners get, Mark.
Yeah, it is indeed. It's also the kind of chair I was sat in yesterday when I absolutely destroyed one of my good friends on that main stage. Poor Graceful. Never mind. He'll live it down one day. Twitch drops. This is what you can get, of course, for watching the ALGS Championship today. If you watch for 30 minutes, you can claim that Holo Spray. You are the champion, and you can use it every time that you play the game. And then, of course, tune in tomorrow. Why would you not tune in tomorrow? You got that gold Nessie gun charm ready to be picked up on Championship Sunday. Match point finals is tomorrow. One of the greatest things in all of esports. Certainly one of the most exciting.
Oh, it's going to be insane, especially as the crowd continues somehow to get bigger every day. I didn't think there was extra seats, and then I look and there's just, they keep filling up. Any empty seat that is available just gets taken by someone else. Look at it! It's just a wealth of human beings in front of us here in Sapporo, Japan. Oh my God!
It's good. Are you all right?
No!
No, okay. You take a second.
Beautiful.
Take it all in.
Wow.
I've just found, what I was talking to a few people the other day, and it's like the wonderful thing about the Apex Legends Global Series is, yeah, everyone has their favorites, right? Everyone who attends these events wants their team to win, but there is a unified appreciation of how good plays are from teams that maybe you're not the biggest fan of, and everybody gets behind them. And speaking of which, big plays, all of that kind of stuff, let's take a look at some highlights from game number 2 that we just saw in our winners bracket. Match number 2 certainly did disappoint as Team Liquid Alienware were the winners.
I like the point you make as well. When a Kraber shot's hit, for example, you hear the boom of the Kraber shot, but you hear a louder roar of the crowd just cheering the fact that someone actually hit one. Unlike Dunk on the main stage yesterday when he missed about 10.
That's crazy, man.
Well, he's the only person, he still did better than me. I've got to try and get in somewhere. I did.
We've got to stop picking fights with people that are either bigger than us or are trained in martial arts. This was a really good run, though, from TSM that they went on. Just a really clean wipe on Green Stego, excuse me. Unfortunately for them, they were thirded almost immediately by a couple of teams around the corner. Team Falcons made a brave play and held off a push from Complexity, where they will be looking to have a conversation with the bamboo tree.
I mean, I think that was a very unfortunate placing of the wall. Let's call a spade a spade. The fight probably would have been very different if they didn't get stuck there. But it really was the hot spot, that area. It was fight after fight after fight until we found ourselves in the final 3 versus 3. Liquid Alienware, they got aggressive. You saw that initial push, the damage was done, and then it was just a matter of cleaning up Jaguares and Kurev, and they did find that victory, and they send themselves up to 2nd in the series standings.
Yeah, really, really interesting final moments in that battle. Looked like Guild wanted to try and stick that res, but you saw how quickly the call was made. As soon as they saw the Newcastle stick that res, they were like, we have a 2v1, go. Try and double up on this one. Gibby, and if we could take him out, then we should be able to do enough damage to clean up the final player, and it's exactly how it turned out. This is your map rotation for a little bit later on. Of course, we've got matches 3 and 4 to get through before we change over to what you can see on your screen right now. 3 E-Districts towards the end of this series, and a little bit of World's Edge just sandwiched in between, Dan, just to keep us all on our toes.
Yeah, I think the desk brought up a fantastic point as well. With World's Edge only being played 2nd, it is going to harm some of the teams that really benefited from their performance on World's Edge. One of those being Team Falcons, which is interesting to say because Team Falcons, usually you think of Storm Point. That's where they've always found their success. That's where they were finding their wins. That's in scrims where they were putting up insane numbers, but they currently find themselves in 9th. However, if they are able to go over to World's Edge in a good position, maybe that's where they're going to pick up their points here today. But it is Team Liquid Alienware who win Lucam. They won that final 3v3 in quite an emphatic fashion. And it was an impressive game from them to be on that southern side after stealing away the Trident from Fnatic. Will we see Fnatic come back for vengeance? Because remember, they are dropping right next to each other, Lightning Rod and Zeus Station.
Winners round 1 continues here in Sapporo, Japan. Match number 3 is live. We're staying here on Storm Point for one final little hurrah before we change things up a little bit. And Liquid Alienware, understandably, going to be the people that we're watching on their loop path right at the northern side of things at Zeus Station, which makes their rotation even more impressive to how they were able to win that previous game right down on the southern side of the map by barometer. I mean, as the bird flies, probably about as far away as you could get. Maybe, yeah, if you want to be pedantic about it, you could say that Cenote Cave is a little bit further, but you know, you're splitting hairs at that point.
Definitely are splitting hairs, but zone-wise, at least we're going to be heading somewhere a little bit different. 2 very similar zones previously, but now we're going to be heading to Stormcatcher in the surrounding areas. Great news for Green Stego, and actually not bad news for the likes of Fnatic and Liquid Alien, where they definitely don't have to traverse as far this time. And also, I think with a zone like this, we are going to be able to see a lot of teams set up within Stormcatcher, and you can actually house quite a few teams there. But then there's going to be those who try and go for somewhere towards Command Center and the northern zips that have the buildings around there as well.
Yeah, I think the north side is going to be very, very busy, because if it does pull to the hillside, just to the north of Stormcatcher that you can see, the northern, I mean, the natural elevation difference that you have towards that end game is going to decide who wins the game, essentially. It's so difficult to fight your way uphill late. So the likes of Fnatic have got a really good opportunity for a good rotation here. You've got VP as well. Liquid Alienware could, you know, if they have a couple of good fights and take control of that northern side, also be in to have a very good game. Just looking at where the exact zone is, though, I wonder if a couple of teams will be tempted by the potential end game that happens just to the kind of in the solo building, so to speak, right in the center of the zone where Green Stego found themselves there. Because sometimes we do see that. It's a little bit rarer, it feels like, but the way I'm looking at it, I'd be a little bit tempted by that.
Sometimes it is just about taking a risk, and especially if you're one of those teams that hasn't had much luck so far in the first 2 games, and maybe your calls haven't been the best. Perhaps it's time to try something a little bit different as Cloud9 are moving in past Cascade Falls. ExoClan, by the way, on the Loba, the only Loba in the lobby, I believe. Can they make it count here? No excuse not to be looted.
Only Loba on the lobby. I'm glad you said that, because that is a tongue twister. Oh my! Swinny finds the opening, finds a Newcastle wall, and he's now desperately just firing round after round to try and get this finished, and it will be ExoClan, thanks to Swinny and the Sheila, who get that first knock, and Ziki is going to have to now be revived.
A lot of advantages to playing Loba ever since her changes, although interestingly not alongside Newcastle, despite the fact you get the upgrades with the bags. It's going to be alongside Gibraltar. It was something that was being tested within scrims. Loba, do you play her with Newcastle? Do you play her with Gibraltar? Certainly is going to allow them to constantly be looted as well, with that black market being able to drop instantly off of spawn, but also regularly throughout the game. I mean, alongside the Nemesis and G7 with the accelerators, you have that black market pretty much every 20 seconds, it feels.
You're certainly not going to be short of heals either. I mean, the unlimited amount of cells you can rip out of that thing now, especially in the support meta. I mean, usually you're going to have 2 of your composition on support, so you're going to be good to go when it comes to heals. Complexity, good news for them and their fans around the world. No bamboo to be seen at the top of Stormcatcher.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where I'm sure they would have been frustrated, but you just have to push on past it.
If there's any team that can get over it very quickly, I think it'll be Complexity.
Definitely. I mean, only match 2. There's still a lot of points to be gathered, and it's not like Complexity had an early pick in the POI draft as well. They were actually 18th, and they did go for Pylon. Hasn't been able to find them many points just yet, just a couple, in fact.
That's me driving. Here's all going to find the first kill here onto Go Next Esports for Team Liquid, who look very, very confident in this lobby. Actually going to be 2 players who get taken down.
Do you know what I find ironic is that Liquid Alienware, the team that really pioneered Rampart into this meta, not even playing it now, say, all right, what we're going to do is we're going to make everyone play Rampart, then we're going to find the counter.
They're playing the long game.
Yeah.
They were trying to time it for champs. Hiaka does get away on the Trident for Go Next. Should be able to craft here at Zoo Station.
Oh, Falcons.
Oh.
It's a drive-by.
It is a drive-by.
The Lions are hunting them down at the moment, and this isn't the first game. I remember last game they were also chasing them as well.
I just hit the most violent handbrake turn I've ever seen. No, well, actually, no. I was going to say, I was surprised the amount of snow we've seen in Sapporo, though. I haven't seen more cars sliding about. It's almost as if they're ready for it.
It's actually unbelievable. I mean, it must be well-sorted roads. I know we're going on a bit of a tangent here, but the speed of which people drive in the snow here, as a Brit, I'm so confused by it, but no one's spinning. Maybe that we're just bad drivers, I don't know.
Fnatic slamming inside of the building. It's T-Law on the other side of this. Good damage coming in from Leica, but not the knocks that he's looking for. And oh my! Yeah. Fnatic eliminated. Jaguar is the only player down. They can reinforce. Newcastle is up as well, so they can get that rest. And Team Liquid's team fighting is looking elite right now.
Fnatic again eliminated by Team Liquid. And they're probably just hoping that they don't run into them on their rotation at this point, and maybe they'll be happy to see the end of Storm Point. Fnatic go out in 14th position, only 6 points after the first 3 matches. And remember, Fnatic, the team that came into this second.
Also, dropping over at Lightning Rod. You got an L-Rod drop with this kind of zone. You're probably thinking, hey, we're in the money here. This is a really good spot for us to try and play, but
well, I mean, they had first pick in the POI draft on this map because Alliance took Skyhook West. Fnatic took Lightning Rod, and they have not been able to capitalize.
Aurora.
What's happening here?
1v1. Definitely not a 1v1. Oh my. Sang-Yoon. He says to him, have you ever tried this one?
Well, it was a 1v1, but that's mainly just because Aurora were separate, and it looks like they were slightly overstepping their boundaries into Crazy Raccoon's area. Now, Team Falcons, they did take another few pop shots over towards Go Next, but they'll probably continue their rotation, and they're up at the wall, which is a very familiar position for Imperial Howell. He knows it very well.
Can't believe I just got a Sabrina Carpenter reference into a cast in front of
Very good modern day
a lot of
reference from
people.
you.
Yeah, thank you. So Falcons kind of pushed away Go Next, who obviously kind of in a little bit of a shambles after what happened to them earlier, but they did manage to get all 3 players back up. Elsewhere, we'll take a look at what 100 Thieves' plan is going to be. TSM, this is on the eastern side of where this zone is going to be pulling. That's Noctum Esports now. Are absolutely destroying Green Stego. That is a clean wipe, and I'm pretty sure that barely anyone got shot.
Didn't even need a bidet for that one. Perfect from Noctum. As now Go Next versus E36, and E36 have managed to do the initial damage. Maybe a fight back from Zidane, but it's not going to work out.
Well, good damage. But again, just not the focus fire to get that knock, and now E36 are going to grab the Trident and try and move towards the last player, who's probably trying to get away. Xako, come here, boy!
They will surround and they will finish off Go Next. 17 squads now remain, much to the delight of the audience here in Sapporo. Enter Force 36 up to 11th, 10 points right now. Couple of fights happening on the edge here, people just meeting in their rotations. I think that's one of the biggest differences I've seen from the very top teams to some of the more mid-tier teams in this tournament, is the top teams avoid the fights at the right times. They don't take them unnecessarily, and Falcons being one of them. They have avoided Alliance so much to get to this position, and now they might have to take a fight.
Hal's trying to get a little bit closer to his 2 teammates so that they can play off each other's damage. They're a little bit split at the moment. Zero's trying to play an off angle himself, but this is just such an awkward fight inside Command Center. There's so many head glitches that you have to try and play. Waltzy, though, is going to get the banger. Frag grenade goes down, and now Falcons will not need to be asked twice. They will send it onto Command Center. Alliance trying to send it on top of the northern side of Stormcatcher here.
So both Falcons and Alliance looking to take fights in different places, but Alliance, they're down, and Alliance are out.
It's T-Law again!
Liquid just seem to be unbelievable in their team fighting right now as we rejoin Team Falcons after they've taken down a couple of members of Noctum, and they have won this fight, but Noctum, I think one player escaped.
Team Falcons do win that fight, like you say. Noctum Remix Powers is going to have to slide away. But Team Liquid Alienware, terrifying in those bubble fights at the moment, really do look like a well-oiled machine. Confidence they would have had, of course, from that BLGS win just gives them the belief that they can play in these high-tier lobbies and not only compete, but also win them. And now they're going to have to potentially deal with a sneaky little VP.
Yeah, I'm not sure Liquid Alienware are aware of Virtus Pro right now. Zone is going to continue moving a little bit further north away from Stormcatcher, but it hasn't gone as far north as maybe once worried from some of these squads, so there is still plenty to work with in terms of playable space, especially for a team like Complexity, for example. They were holding the top of Stormcatcher, and they'll be able to stay there for quite some time.
TSM might be looking to play for that tree spot later as well, just on the northern side of it, gives you that cover. Very difficult to play that spot early on, because it's a little bit open, but towards the end of the game, where the zone starts to close and you don't have to worry about people wrapping behind you. Speaking of which, look at Liquid Alienware. Are they aware of VP's positioning? They were ratting that top of that ramp. Just trying to see if guns are going to be fired here or if VP are waiting with some trigger discipline. And they have been spotted out by the looks of it. VP are going to give this one up.
Yeah, VP backing off. E36 also, I think they may not have seen what was happening down here because Noctum are going to get respawned, and we might see a quick turnaround from E36 when they hear the dropship starting to arrive. So Noctum, even though they lost that initial fight, are going to get a second chance at this lobby.
Oh! Surprise! It's Aurora right inside of the building! But Ren doesn't mean too much! It's a 1v1 and Aurora get decimated! Enter Force 36 refused to be ran on!
Oh my goodness, it is crazy when you see teams turn around fights like that. Speaking of crazy, here's Crazy Raccoon pushing up on the Shopify Rebellion. Bubbles go down.
VP gone, Guild gone as well. CR now looking to force their way into the southern side of this. The Eva Ray doing some good damage, but Sangyun, also with the Peacekeeper in his hand, is doing equally as much. That Sky Nade could be massive. Wait for that fuse. Wait for those numbers to pop up, not in the way you would have wanted. And now CR having to force themselves back and retreat. Probably going to go down though for Koiful, who was playing over the top of that tree and gets that knock.
This is an isolated fight right now, but Enter Force 36 are not far away, so you need to do this fast if you're Shopify Rebellion. They are still healthy, they are on purples, and Enter Force 36 have gone. Crazy Raccoon also eliminated now at this point in 13th. But Noctum have heard this happening. Out of the skies, into the game, and now a chance to maybe find kills.
Well, Atom just got stunned a little bit though, and Remix Powers, who a few moments ago was resin at the beacon, well, now he's looking to contribute to the downfall of Shopify Rebellion. They will fall as Noctum, who were dead and buried, it felt like a few moments ago, are back in this game, and here comes E36, the slam into the bubble.
Might be a reburial, as Enter Force 36 have been fighting so well so far, but now they need to work together with these peaks. There's a bit of hesitation here.
Gibio going down, Noctum not fully reset, but at least on their feet. It would have to be magic for them to turn this one away. But the way that Enter Force 36 are fighting right now, and the way that the crowd here in Sapporo is behind them, nothing looks like it can stop them.
Feels like the roars of the crowd are spurring them on in every single fight we see here. They are the furthest away from this zone, so it's even more imperative they were able to find kills when they were presented with them, so you can pick up these points, because you might not be able to get into that final circle. But with how they've been playing, I wouldn't put it past them to be able to bully a team out of one of these spots, because they can rotate on that southern side, go underneath Stormcatcher, and maybe just worm their way towards a team like 100 Thieves. And obviously, if you're with this much confidence, just take that bloody fight.
Complexity going to shoot out this evac tower. And I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, that might have been a Falcons evac tower, or maybe Furia down on the low ground looking to get up a little bit higher. Falcons are going to pick up a KP as well. Zero will take down Madness from Furia. And now How is lining them up. This is a difficult situation for Furia to find themselves in.
Team Falcons might be able to ruin the day for the teams that are playing underneath Stormcatcher as well. Such a good position to be able to grief them with bullets, but actually Team Liquid just going to take that attention away from them temporarily. Falcons versus Liquid would be a very good fight to watch. Ooh. If it does break out.
Mon lets them know. E36, you've got to be careful here, because Mon with the Kraber can certainly change the game. Now, yesterday looked a little bit nervous. The pressure may be on his shoulders in those qualification matches, but today, maybe that Kraber's going to feel a little bit more comfortable in his hands. E36 will find somewhere to play.
Of course, E36 don't have a Trident to work with, can't make any fake space, but they can use the Newcastle wall, and sure, they're going to survive for now. They will have to move a little bit further south later on, but they might be a real problem for a team like Liquid Alienware here. And they're also having a look over towards Falcons.
Something that's important here for E36, they have to output damage. They have to force teams away from them, because if they're not, there's more than likely, if there's a rampart they have to deal with, that wall is going to fall extremely quickly.
Good news is Liquid Alienware are the team in front of them. They don't have a rampart, but of course Falcons do on the other side. Both of them were kind of looking at them, and I think that's the reason why we see E36 just back away from that one, recognizing they were probably going to be shot by both teams if they stayed there too long. Complexity still holding the top, but C9 might be jumping up on them soon.
Falcons and Liquid are making their move in as well, both on the Tridents by the looks of things. Shubi, he goes down, but we turn our attentions to Falcons now. Slam inside of the body, inside of the bubble, excuse me. The Valk's going to go up, and who else but E36 looking to win yet another fight. How trying to win this one here for Falcons, not quite connected, but now we are. Falcons are gone, and it's another team fight for E36 that goes their way.
Can anyone take this team down? Yes, you're down to just a 1 now, but I think I'm still putting my money on them with how they've been playing so far. Falcons eliminated. In the meanwhile, Complexity got taken down, or the majority did, by Cloud9. Only 1 remained from Complexity, and Enter Force 36 will reset here. No one's going to take them down unless the Arcstar doesn't do the damage. Okay, the bubble's going to come up. They're going to get back up to a full 3, baby.
Back on your feet, Soldier. Let's get back into this game. By the way, the amount of KP they have in this game, if they win this game, it could be a huge, huge contributor to if they go through to those match point finals.
10 kills for Enter Force 36 right now. And if they could just keep getting further and further into this final circle, I mean, it would be an incredible finish if they find themselves there. C9 now drop, EXO are taking damage, and the remainder of Complexity also gets eliminated. 7 squads remain.
C9 have just timed that perfectly as well. As ExoClan with the team behind them, they've fallen. Complexity, a team above, they've gone as well. And now C9 have to climb, but they will be safe inside of that next zone with nobody behind them to worry about. Sorcerer just trying to do a little bit of scouting here, and E36, if they're not careful, they're not going to be aware of the wrap that might be coming from C9. 100 Thieves still alive in this, Liquid Alienware still alive as well, and TSM and GG, the other two teams in this lobby alongside Furia.
Liquid Alienware just kind of posturing up at the moment. A little bit of damage. If they can get a knock, you know they're going to send it. But enter Force 36. The story of this game, cast your mind back to Split 2 playoffs when they were the laughingstock, when they jumped down. But now they are jumping on everyone, and they're winning those fights.
I would not want to be fighting this team right now with how they've been performing so far in this game. When a team is hot, and E36 are hot, you don't want to give them any opportunity to peek.
Worth noting as well, a Valkyrie composition they are running. So they don't have that rampart available to them in this final circle. Neither do they have a catalyst. Bubble has to come down in defense mode.
C9 are trying to push, but look at that A-bomb! A-bomb gets the knock onto Naughty! And now they counter slam, now they slide, and surprise, surprise, it's C9 who are the next victims of E36!
It's just a hit list at this point. You do not want to go up against this team. 6 squads remain, Cloud9 eliminated. Our lobby leaders and our kill leaders in E36, but now the Dark Veil comes down. Fury are going to be holding the south side of this wall. A lot of conflict's going to happen in this building, but enter Force 36, they can wrap round on the western side if they want, and actually a really good opportunity to still win this game.
100%, they've cleared the entire side of the zone. Now they can completely control the space that they have earned. GG inside of this building. Will they have the time to watch this bubble disappear? Not before Team Liquid Alienware will disappear themselves and send it onto Fury now down in this low ground. Jaguars was a great shot, but hey, surprise, surprise, who wants the kills? It's E36!
They enter with force, and it feels like it's been 36 times this game.
My
As now they
goodness.
have the south, now they have the Newcastle wall, and now they will watch TSM, 100 Thieves, and GG all scrap it out. And they should, in theory, be able to just wait and pick up these pieces.
Q is going to protect them from the bombardment as well, but look at the space comparatively that E36 have. GG make a good move though, just to bubble out and take a bit of space themselves, but they had to use that bubble first to do so. TSM used the bubble last, but look at the armor differentials in this endgame. TSM look weak.
Every bubble's been expended here, and they're all about to disappear. Bang! As everyone now is trying to run through.
TSM, the armor disadvantage might have been too much. Another KP goes to E36. 100 Thieves has gone as well. And here come E36. This could be a monster of a game. They will win the game. Stand up and appreciate what you have just witnessed here in Sapporo.
It's a win with an insane amount of kills, and in the most incredible way, push after push. Every time you thought they were down, they got back up, and they hammered the teams that tried to push them.
21 kills.
21 kills for a 33
In the winners
game.
bracket. We talk about the winners bracket. This exact round as being one of the most difficult lobbies of entire tournaments. E36 have just decimated it.
E36 just went from 7 points, sitting down in the bottom 10, to now being on 40 points in first place in this lobby. A 33-point game.
Oh my God.
No one even came close. TSM with 12, still a brilliant game for them. GG with 10, finishing in third place. Liquid Alienware still putting 12 points on the board. A technical third place for them, really, if you look at it. But the big heavy hitters from group stages, Fnatic, Alliance, haven't really been able to get going. It's enter Force 36, who take all the headlines in match 3.
Speaking of heavy hitters, Dan, I'm surprised. I mean, actually, the one that's missing is the revives, but they didn't go down. It's as simple as that. It's everybody who is contributing from E36. That was one of the wildest, most dominant games that I have seen on Storm Point from any team. And I feel like at this point, I'm pretty qualified to say it because I've casted and watched a lot of Apex Legends. That goes in the history books, that game. Simple as that. It's a standout performance from everyone on E36. Absolutely ridiculous.
Teams tried everything. They tried third-partying them, they tried ratting on them, they tried just taking them in a straight 3v3, and they could not achieve a win against NF436, who find themselves on 40 points now. They take over that #1 spot from Liquid Alienware and Aurora. It's getting like we're seeing a big change in the teams that are finding success here. The only team that's really replicating their success from group stages right now is Aurora, but it's still been relatively quiet for Fnatic and Alliance.
Looking down a little bit further as well. Team Falcon's an interesting one because they've been in every endgame, it felt like, but just not picking up KP, which is usually kind of their trademark when they get to those endgames. They're able to clear one side of the zone, win those fights, but not so far, but still a long way to go. Remember, we've got 5 games to go still in this series. A long way to decide who's going to be going through to those match point finals and who's going to have to fight their way through those elimination rounds a little bit later on. But I mean, I'm just kind of in awe, honestly, of what we just saw. That was, I mean, what do you say? Just watch it, enjoy it. And E36 fans who are here, I think they certainly did.
Yeah, it's just one of those games that I think we'll look back on for years to come with the history of Apex Legends, because it could be one that makes the difference when we look at what happens going into Sunday as well. We never know what will end up for Enter Force 36. Does mean we are now moving to World's Edge, though, for maps 4 and 5. Great news for Alliance, who had #1 pick in the draft, and they went for Skyhook West, so a chance for them to catch up the likes of Enter Force 36.
Yeah, had a lot of good positive results as well, Alliance, from Skyhook West, so no surprise to see them maybe wanted to settle down a little bit. Well, one difference, of course, Alliance, you're talking about differences of maybe what happened in the groups and what happened before. Didn't get tried. This is the thing. It's the difference in POI that can make the difference. But, I mean, I'm going to throw it to the desk now because I need to get, you guys and girls' input, because it was one of the most ridiculous games I think we've ever witnessed at LAN, and I'm sure you guys have got an incredible amount of input to have.
I just think good time to do it, right, fellas? I mean, have a game like that, this is the moment, and obviously Interforce playing with the crowd going hype behind him. It's one of those moments you will never not remember if you are a part of the ALGS. Guys, great call as well. Onset and Gaskin bringing us back on the desk. We've got Jamerson, Jayhawk, and I'm joined by the analyst of Team Falcons, Privacy. Welcome back, my friend. We've done a few desk segments together, and I'm happy to say your voice is good for this one.
Sure, it's very good.
He does so much talking all the time that we always have to tell him, just be ready for this moment. Honestly, what have you seen so far? Falcons 15 points sitting in. What's been your take after these 3 games, Privacy?
My take on my team is like the kind of a play we played a little bit like not how the game should be played. We should have been third beacon like every other team. Team like E36, they played it actually perfectly for this game. They played for a third beacon, they maximize their loot. They do it all the time by playing far from the edge and then Valk ults. We do kind of a similar but without a Valk ult with a Trident. Bubble on the Trident.
Yeah.
E36 is one of the teams that them and CR is one of the best teams in a bubble fight that you can see it even here. It's actually surprisingly those type of teams, nobody knows about them. They are one of the best in a bubble fight. If you see in this game, they wiped Aurora, they wiped us, they wiped Liquid, they wiped TSM. They wiped all of these teams to win this game. I mean, for us was a little bit close. If we wanted, we'd have been maybe doing the same because that position was good.
Yeah.
They took this small spot because of the Valk ults. These are one of the 2 teams right now in the lobby that they are utilizing, playing Valk, and they are playing it really perfectly. Furia is the second team, but they are playing it really, I would say, in a little bit better than Furia, utilizing the Valk.
Wow. Let's look at that big win we just talked about. Mark and Dan said it was one of the maybe biggest highlights, biggest wins, biggest moments of a single match they have seen in ALGS history. Certainly an amazing time to do it. Jayhawk, I mean, walking through, obviously, what Privacy is calling one of the best bubble fighting teams and their domination. This was a game that really set Interforce 36 up to get into match point finals.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I don't think a lot of people really expect this out of them, but at the same time, when they get to LAN, they've consistently made finals, and at this LAN so far, they've been popping off. The thing that was the most impressive to me was the different types of fights that they were able to win. They got ratted on against Aurora. They won that one. Like Privacy said, they had a great fight against Falcons, and they just steamrolled from there. They absolutely decimated this lobby in a like that we have not seen at this event so far.
I mean, going against Shopify Rebellion, going against Falcons, none of this stuff is easy. Going against Noctum, Privacy, Synap was a player that Graceful mentioned, thinking he might be one of the best anchors in the world. Do you agree with that?
This is actually one of the opinions of everyone from APAC North. Nobody in EMEA or NA knows him well, but APAC North, all of them says that he's actually the best player individually that improved in the last year.
Wow.
Yes, he is doing really great. His numbers and stats individually are really great, and all the APAC North talks about him very highly.
Synap on the map, Jamerson. This is a team performance that it's hard to not expect them to carry on with this momentum. It's now, how is the lobby going to respond? A 33-point victory for Interforce.
Yeah, again, I think the problem that happened throughout the group stages is that we had a lot of other teams that did end up highlighting. But when we look at the winners bracket once again, it is very even across the board. Only a 40-point split or somewhere around there between our first place team in Alliance all the way down to Green Stego. So this is an incredibly tight pack, and it was just the standout performances that basically outshone everyone else. But Interforce showed that they can stand with the big dogs. 21 kills in a lobby of this caliber is almost unheard of.
I'm not lying, man. There's a lot of teams that feel active. Like, this lobby feels like people came to play. I mean, even TSM, GG, I'm looking at 100 Thieves. They seem live. Jayhawk, looking at these standings, man, who's standing out? I feel like everyone is on A game.
Well, that's the thing. Like you just said, I don't know if anybody individually is standing out. When you look at the placement points across all these teams, from E36 down to Falcons, so many teams have double-digit placement points already.
Yeah.
Because so many different teams are getting into these end games.
What is the success, the factor that determines success the most right now as we head towards our last one in Storm Point? Is it going to be how teams handle those E-District maps? Do you think it's going to be the 2 Worlds Edge maps when we're only playing 2 of those? What do you think is going to be the difference that this whole set swings on?
It's going to be to E-Districts, because E-District depends on too much on a close quarters fights, and that needs a good team structure in the fightings. So many, not every team in the lobby here has a good team structure fights. I would say 10 to 12 teams are. They will stand out. They will just get those points on E-District. World's Edge, so many teams third picked World's Edge because it was a two games map. So when the POI draft happened, everyone just third picked it, except for Alliance and TSM. I think they didn't know even that it was a two games.
Lack of information in that moment. Yeah. A lot is happening. In fact, that POI draft can sometimes set you up for success. You want to join us for the one happening today?
Yes.
Okay, all right, we'll have Privacy back for that one as well. One of the most impressive things is this region, this passion, the pride that we're playing in APAC North. What would it mean for a team from this region to raise a championship trophy in Japan?
From Los Angeles to Mannheim, final destination Sapporo. We are ready to begin where many players around the world have coveted to even join. This place, this moment, 40 teams, 3 players each at the championships for year 4.
The bet goes down, Alliance will fall. We win this game. Go. Optic will fall. He hits the button. Makes it. You got that. You got it. It's Exen. It's Exen with a hostile takeover. TSM. It's a massive moment for Apex. It's a huge moment for APAC North.
그때는 사실 처음 이겨보는 거라 사실 거의 실감이 안 나가지고 지금 기억도 잘 안 나는데, 그래서 이번 4프로에서 한 번 더 들어가지고 그 느낌을 다시 느껴보고 싶습니다.
분명히 이기고 그런 것들은 이제 되게 좋아할 일이고 이제 그거는 맞는데요. 제가 에이펙스를 그래도 대회를 여러 번 했잖아요, 몇 년 동안. 그때마다 항상 그 건파이트가 약하다, 매크로가 별로다, 판단이 별로다, 항상 그게 뭔가 마음속에서 뭔가 증명해야겠다, 약간 이런 마음이 좀 있었던 것 같아요. 그래서 이제 약간 이겼을 때 약간 보여줬잖아, 약간 이런 느낌?
e スポーツの歴史的にも多分ほんの数回しかないこの世界大会開催っていうところで見ると、日本で開催される世界大会は自分にとってとても特別なものです。
同じ国の人が頑張ってるっていうのをちゃんと見せれたらなと思います。
やっぱ自分の強さを証明するためのエゴで勝ちます。死ぬ気でやります。
何があっても乗り越えてみせる。 やっと戻ってきたこの舞台。
チャンピオンになる気持ちを味わってみたい。
이 자리에 오기 위해 많은 노력을 했습니다. 제가 원하는 건 우승뿐입니다.
How many kills do you want on your way to becoming champions? And with two EMEA powerhouses in front of them, it's APAC North again who stand up.
멋진 모습을 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 무조건 이기고 싶습니다.
1, 2, and it's going to be another huge win for Fnatic!
自分たちが世界一になれることを証明したい。
Fate is indeed calling, and I mean, you're looking at that little feature there. It shows how much it means to APAC North. It shows how much it means to have this event here in Sapporo in Japan, and all the teams know it as well. All APAC North teams and players, they want to make this an event that is remembered as having an APAC North winner. It's just, it lines up beautifully. It's such a big moment for everyone.
Well, it was certainly a memorable match 3 on Storm Point from Enter Force 36 that gave something to scream and shout about in this audience here in Sapporo, Japan. But now we move over to World's Edge for match 4.
It looks like a graphics mistake, 21 kills, right? You know what I mean? It's like, is that meant to be 12? No, it was 21. Everyone, talk us through the POI draft though, Dan, because as you can see on your screen, we mentioned Alliance, didn't get Trident, didn't get what they wanted essentially on Storm Point, but here they have Skyhook West, where they have performed so well historically.
Yeah, Alliance picked first. We didn't have another pick on World's Edge until pick number 11, when TSM came in with Climatizer, 100 Thieves followed up with Thermal Station. And that's because we were only seeing World's Edge twice, so not many teams are prioritizing it. And also, the general consensus seems to be throughout pro players and coaches alike, after the big hitters on World's Edge, the big POIs, everything else is kind of just the dregs. And you know, you take what you can have, doesn't really matter because it all feels quite similar. So instead, people are focusing on Storm Point, focusing on E-District, but we'll have to see whether those that did pick early here on World's Edge can pay off. Will TSM find points? Will 100 Thieves or Alliance find points? Even Exoclan went with Harvester and Green Stego with Monument.
Match 4 is live. It's our first look at World's Edge here on Saturday. And the question is, these three gentlemen who are dropping over at Dome, by the way, is there any chance they can recreate what they just did in the last game?
I mean, they must be playing with so much confidence now. Every single team fight was going their way. I think the only thing that could slow them down would be an early fight lost, and maybe that would just settle them down a bit, being like, all right, let's not get too overconfident, but also, I mean, that might do them good at the same time. So I have to see how it goes as their looting path continues. By the way, Mozambique, the most dropped weapon so far in this tournament, used as just a placeholder to have that shotgun ammo ready in your backpack, but then very quickly switched out for either a Mastiff, a Peacekeeper, or even an Eva 8.
Well, looking at the zone, we are going over to the west side, a little bit north. Expected it maybe to pull to the north side of Landslide here, maybe towards that drill tower. Likes of Guild, you're going to have a pretty good indication of where it's going. Although I'm trying just to look under those names, see if they have a ring console. Could be the case that they don't, but they certainly are going to be looking to hit the vault, and that actually might not be the best idea, because Exoclan are scarpering through this tunnel right now. You can just see it, and might catch a member off guard here from Guild. It's going to be a good zone for C9. Green Stego as well, landing over at Monument. They're going to have good access to this. And Shopify Rebellion over at Mirage, they're going to be pretty happy to see this.
Pretty similar compositions as well. Still a 25% pick rate for Catalyst. Speaking of the vault tunnel that you were mentioning, Exoclan arriving late, and it's already been cracked open.
Yeah, it looks like Guild are going to have a good idea now where the zone is going, because otherwise why would Exoclan be coming this way unless they had a vault key, which is a possibility, but also a small one. Team Liquid Alienware kind of overshadowed. We were talking about how good they were fighting previously, and E36 reminded even us that there's levels to good fighting. There is outstanding elite tier genre-defining fights. And then There's what Team Liquid Alienware were doing, which was pretty impressive itself.
Over towards Geyser, go next. That to retreat back down to Big Mord, where they're just going to have to hope they can craft and get back up to a full 3 once more, as Guild are just going to be setting up comfortably here on the height. 6th place at the moment, 21 points, and you mentioned it while they were fighting in that in the first game, in the last circle, excuse me. Phony with a point to prove. The previous LAN winner that gets dropped from his squad, parted ways if you want to put it nicer, but was able to join Guild. Can he navigate yet another victory here in Sapporo? Still a long way to go, but certainly being 6th place, good chance of getting to that finals lobby.
Just want to touch on the Phony story as well for maybe some people who are watching for the first time. Like you say, was part of the team, Space Station Gaming, that won Split 2 playoffs in Mannheim, then got dropped, then couldn't find a team in North America, so actually completely relocated his life to the other side of the world to find players to play with in order to be a part of the ALGS Championship. So he really has put it all on the line to be here, to prove that point. And I got to say, I couldn't have more respect, you know, the utmost respect for making that dedicated effort and everything that went into it to be here and to prove yourself. I think it's something that everybody should take the hat off to.
Absolutely, not easy to relocate and change your whole life. But maybe, just maybe, it will all be worth it come the end of Sunday here in Japan. Now Liquid Alienware moving down out of Geyser. I don't think they're going to be picking up anything here. There was a possibility that Go Next would have already been rotating back and they might have taken another fight. They'll just have another look at Hyaka's death box, just added insult to injury. But Falcon's going to be rotating ahead of them, as are TSM up towards Fragment at the moment. Looks like they're going to try and move up a little bit further north.
So just to highlight on Guild, we saw them a little bit earlier inside a landslide. The only issue for them is there was no Evo harvesters near them whatsoever. So you saw they were on white armors, having to essentially be forced to play the high ground just to get the Evo opportunities of damage output. Alliance, we mentioned Sky West, where they're going to be dropping. Effect is going to be looking to climb its VP on top of this building. Effect is catching them off guard. That is a cheeky climb up, but that one is just pure brutality from the end of the Peacekeeper of Hackis.
The pinch we just saw from Alliance, like piranhas in water surrounding their prey, and they came in chomping at the bit, and Virtus Pro eliminated in 20th position. Now, don't get me wrong, I said Alliance, a slow start on Storm Point. That is only because of how well they were playing yesterday, previous days in group stages. But now they're on World's Edge with arguably the best POI. The most picked POI in any draft, by the way, Skyhook West. Can they now start to catch up the lobby leaders? The answer should most definitely be a yes with how they've been playing.
Makes it more impressive that Alliance did what they did on the group stages as well. The fact that Hackis was really sick. He was really struggling, and he's tweeted out this morning. I saw him in the lobby this morning as well, the hotel, and he said he's feeling much, much better, which is great. Unlucky, I will say, looked like he just rolled out of bed, like he'd been awake for 8 seconds. But he's here. He's certainly performing like a man who got 8 hours sleep.
E36, their rotation, I would try and stay out of their path if I was you, because they are just on a domination roll through of every team that they seem to come across. In terms of zone, though, we're going to continue to see where this heads up. Mark thinks maybe the drill tower. There's a lot of people in Countdown, though, who might be disappointed if it does shift further east.
It's just the only playable spots, yep.
There you
Looks
go.
like it's going there. It's this more traditional end zone, and everyone wanted to be close to where it is, but I mean, you can't play anywhere early. The only place that you really could play maybe is the tower itself, but it looks like Green Stego there, maybe the Vault Tunnel exit, but again, you could get wrapped and forced behind, you're walking into everyone.
Vulnerable, right? I mean,
It's a tough
ramparts
zone.
galore, you're just going to get absolutely destroyed by Sheila. So you have to try and move a little bit later. No Trident to work with to create any indestructible cover either. You can see Furia wrapping on that west side at the moment. 13th position. Do have Valkyrie to reposition later as well. Still only the 2 Valkyries in the lobby, and one of them being E36.
Yeah, Valk could be a really good addition, actually, for this kind of zone. Right?
Yep.
You can play it, you don't have to force anything. You can play it late. You can even play the other, the eastern side, the monument side of the mountain range. and then send it in early. Essentially where Noctum Esports are here. They do have next beacon information as well. Their in console has been hit, so they're going to know where that next zone is pulling. Probably why they're looking to play this side of the zone. That's the drill tower we're talking about. You see the finish just underneath that, around the sort of corners. Team Falcons moving through the vault tunnel towards Landslide. Guild still at Landslide, by the way. And Guild, if I'm not mistaken, Guild were playing Loba as well, so they're going to have a black market potentially available for them to help with the bad loot. Or was it, excuse me, someone else might have left one there, but Guild still there, essentially.
No, it's EXO playing the Loba, but they might have used the Loba from EXO yet. And I mean, it's a nice present to find. If a black market you just come across, and you're like, I can get as many cells as I would like.
Landslide you usually leave with a
toothpick and a paperclip.
Pretty much. TSM on the top of Grandma's. Just watching their backs for the wrap from Skyhook at the moment. One team who's still in Skyhook is going to be Aurora. They're making themselves nice and cozy with the zone, as they're more than frequently used to doing. It's going to be an evac tower from Go Next, though, from inside of Monument side. A fragment all the way maybe towards the train tunnel, where Falcons and Guild are waiting on the other side in Landslide.
A lot of teams staying far away from each other at the moment. As I say that, Liquid Alienware, of course. Who else would be trying to take a fight? I think it's Noctum that are on the other side of this, on their rotation through. But I think Noctum were able to surpass Liquid Alienware and will just go through that choke. But after the next zone is when teams are going to start to be forced together a little bit more. A lot of playable space right now, but it very quickly disappears. Footholds goes Burr.
Just letting them know. Just letting Team Liquid Alienware know the TSM are in this position.
I still don't know whose idea it was to give Verholst a minigun. We used to call him the turret before the minigun was even used.
Well, something that's going to make TSM feel even better is a Mythic Bid, which is spawning right next to them as well. Green Stego might be thinking about extending to try and get that themselves, but it certainly is going to be available. Reps is having a little cheeky peek at this. It's a difficult position for this Mythic Bid, actually. It's like wrapped around the corner to the right of where Reps is shooting right now. I think that's why he's so desperate to force them away, because if they can get it, it's all red armors for TSM, and then they have that walk-in on the quieter side, so to speak. I mean, you could see how important it is, but just as they probably thought we'd force Green Stego away, here comes Aurora.
Yeah, that's probably the worst team you want to come across when the Mythic Bin is there. And
they
actually,
are bumping heads!
Oh, they are both on top of that Mythic Bin. And I'm sure we'll be joining that interaction shortly, but Green Stego now coming back to have a look at it as well.
E36, by the way. Derek Grandmas.
Oh, no. Oh, this northeast is going to get horrible.
In the water. Team Liquid being forced away. Verholst standing strong. Minigun in his hand. Gibbiol going to go down. I think they've given up on the Mythic Bin because they're going to worry about Liquid.
I think Aurora were able to gain that Mythic Bin, and that's why they're not pushing up on this, because they were more than happy to grab it. But if time goes by, and TSM take too much damage, Aurora might take a second look, as Enter Force 36, by the way, are rotating north. They're not going to be moving in on the area of TSM.
I think there's a Valcol coming in from E36.
Yep.
Kraber in the hands of 9 Impulse, so TSM probably ruining the fact they didn't get that Mythic Bin now because of the fact that it's not just the red Evos they missed out on. It's the best gun in the game. Neozor has been caught out here. He's 1 HP, literal 1, but still alive for now. 1 is good enough.
TSM starting to get a little bit aggressive here, maybe starting to worry that Aurora will be breathing down their necks if they do not do that, as the Dark Veil comes down and Liquid have taken a lot of damage. TSM really want to send this.
So they have to send this. There's only 5 seconds left on this zone. Reps locks on, hits strongly with the Mastiff. TSM certainly in control of this fight. It's a 2v1, but Jaguares is up on the height. Makes it a 1v1, but there is Reps. Liquid Alienware will be eliminated. TSM not going to be able to reset comfortably, because here come Aurora. Bubble goes down, though. The bubble is massive. It should buy enough time for at least a couple of cells to be popped.
Pop the Mirage ult and start to give them the wiggles. See if you can get some bamboozles on the go. Aurora, the only team playing Mirage, as 9 Impulse now will back off to join the rest of the squad behind this wall.
Don't have a Newcastle wall to counter slam here either, so this is looking like a pretty comfortable fight here for Aurora. TSM just kind of the pieces left over from that previous fight. And even though they made a valid effort, it's Aurora who have a pretty comfortable job. Now they have to walk their way in, though.
Aurora haven't been able to find as much points from World's Edge as the other maps, but if they can actually comfortably reset here and find a position with the Newcastle wall, they might be in a really good spot for this endgame, and they have that Kraber to work with. But at the moment, it is just a matter of trying to survive.
Survive they do. And even though Kajak was taking down that little rock that they were playing.
Uh-oh.
Oh!
Who's next?
Remix Powers. Gets his facial features remixed. Oh, it's 140 on the tower as well. 9 Impulse is rocking.
And most importantly, he forces them back. He forces them to not be able to do any damage to his team, and they can reposition and find somewhere to call home here. And the castle wall used effectively to create a mini base. And now there is a real threat in this lobby of Aurora holding this position with a Kraber.
Yeah, this spot is so good towards the end game as well. It's one of the places outside of the huge tower that, by the way, E36 are on top of now. The drill tower probably Valcoed onto that. We didn't quite catch that one. But Aurora looking outwards are going to be able to pick up so many kills. I mean, you look at what they've got. Red armors, they've got the Kraber, Gold Eva, literally fully kitted. Aurora could be on for some KP and big point game.
Well, Fnatic have not been able to get going so far here in the winners bracket, but maybe this could be the game that changes. Let's jump into Elicited and check out Fnatic.
左飛び左飛び左飛びでここからジブルとさあれプラス今プラスされてるよ牛タンにジブルいるこれあった方がいらないかもグレキル飛びよ飛びよ飛びよ飛びよヘッド張り付きでいいヘッド張り付きでいい奥がヘッド張り付きが待って考えろ別に考えろこっちは奥側見えない入ってるここ入ってるここ入ってるよここ入ってるよこっちの方がよくないこっちの方がよくないこっちの方がよくないドーム使ってもいいよドーム使ってもいいよ絶対ドーム使う絶対ドーム使う分かってる大丈夫来てない詰めてきてない青バスか青バスか今50チームごめん何もしてない死んでる俺ら
Noctum Esports jump onto Fnatic as they land and take them down without taking a tick. Such a good fight from them just to protect that space that they have under the tower.
So a lot of these teams being forced into one another. There are still 4 more who have to move on this west side, by the way. 100 Thieves do get eliminated. Alliance trying to hold out a couple of squads as Crazy Raccoon also go down.
Catwall down as well. C9 trying to buy some time, buy some space. But they're now getting pushed by Complexity. Complexity ascended it, but that just means that as the catwall falls, the curtain falls as well, and it's going to be Alliance who enter from stage left. A clear wipe for them. Complexity gone, C9 gone, and Alliance pick up some KP.
Yeah, I think Alliance will be happy to now own a lot of this real estate on the western side, but there is still Shopify Rebellion just below them. Fury are currently amidst a real troublesome scenario as well. Go Next do get eliminated. Shopify Rebellion survive.
They killed them as well, if I wasn't mistaken. Unlucky. Good damage again with that Mastiff. Trying to play around the bubble. Effect's going to get that first knock on a quick.
And Alliance should be able to clean this up comfortably, but Shopify Rebellion, if anyone can do it as a 2, you never really know, as now GS, Green Stego, they were forced away from that position and they have wrapped round on this northern side. Oh! And Shopify Rebellion back up.
Big slam, but there's the counter slam, and now Dexter is forced back. And even though Alliance are weak, they're still on their feet. As Green Stego try and take this battle against Alliance, looking for the armor swap is going to be Ziki. Asia trying to fly in, has to go through the catwall, has to deal with the knockdown. And Effect are unlucky, they're coming back with some more, but they get absolutely destroyed. It's you, Effect! And there he is once more, that man who just knows how to win those fights.
Sadly, he's going to have to go up against 3 of Shopify Rebellion who were able to reset whilst Green Stego did push up on them. But now, Shopify Rebellion also looking towards GG. Koifu has been insane so far this tournament. He was the kill leader coming into today's action as Alliance get eliminated.
Shopify Rebellion been in some great spots so far in these games we've had, but just not being able to close out those big moments. Well, speaking of big moments, here's Big Red in the hands of 9 Impulse. 4 shots left, and you don't want to stand still if you're a Gibby, as Falcons will be eliminated.
Falcons make it late again, but again, they don't find themselves in that final zone with very little kills to work with. Shopify Rebellion now fighting tooth and nail to stay alive. Koifu does get back up, but now it's all down to empty.
Gaming Gladiator's gone as well. Aurora on the low ground. E36, by the way, looking to go back-to-back in a little bit of a different style to what we saw in that last game. This time it's been about the spot they found, holding it for the long game and looking to execute late. 5 squads now remain in this lobby, and you can see them all on your screen.
And now a final circle like this, for a team like ExoClan, for example, this is where you need to be picking up points. This could be your opportunity to find a chance to be in that grand final. If you allow opportunities like this to slip through your fingers, you have to ask, will you get another chance at it? As Aurora just slowly moving on the southeast. And I love this final circle. We've had so many historic moments happen here throughout ALGS. You think back to what Hardeki was able to do in a similar area as well. Well, Hardeki used to be a member of this Aurora squad. Maybe they can start to do what he did once.
A little bit of a bamboozle. Something to point out as well, like 9 Impulse dropped those, or used maybe, the last couple of bullets from that Kraber. Swapped it out, he's now running double shotgun. He's got an Eva and he's got a Peacekeeper.
2 Valkyries in the lobby, 2 Valkyries in the final circle. Definitely worth noting here, and something that I'm sure the rest of the lobby is going to be keeping an eye on as we progress through this tournament with composition changes and what benefits you on certain maps. E36 are going to be at the very tippy top. Noctum just below them, and everyone else is skirting these rocks, using anything they can find for coverage here so that they don't get shot by E36.
I mean, E36 in a great position, but winning the game from the top of the tower sometimes can be a little bit difficult because you have to drop at some point. And we always talk about, if you drop from height, you're going to be stunned and you're not gun up to fight almost immediately.
Other option, they could go up. Do have
Even
a skyward dive. Just gives you that extra little bit of time if you need it for everyone else to start looking at each other. We had our first ever Mirage win on land, according to Aurora, so far this tournament. Could we be witnessing another?
Oh, 9 Impulse is going to try and give E36 a few cooking lessons here. He throws a couple of thermites. He's got a third one in the back pocket as well, and he's certainly going to be singeing at the hairs, maybe not quite burning at the flesh. Aurora now going to try and climb up.
Oh, I love
that
this.
Second floor is so smart. E36 can't do anything about this, and neither can the teams below for now.
Oh, Aurora going to avoid so much damage by holding this position as well. It's going to force some of those low ground players to take a battle against one another. No one wants to take the first fight right now. Everyone trying to avoid this damage.
The zone pool's closest to Exo. Everyone else might have to move first. Aurora, second place in the overalls at the moment. Already won a game. A little bit earlier on store point, as Furia now will be one of the first teams who are forced to engage. E36 now have to drop. And with the way they were fighting in the previous game, it wouldn't surprise you if they managed to clutch it out. But here, up in the skies, you can hear the Creed lyrics as Aimbot says, I can take you higher. Drops into the final circle. Aurora will win it though. And that's their second win in our winners bracket. Aurora take 2 out of the 4 games.
It's another land victory for Mirage. It's another win for Aurora, as they get 1 foot in the door to this grand final here at the ALGS Championship, as they push themselves back up to that #1 spot. They are on 56 points now, which I have to imagine, Onset, with how these points have been sponged up by teams right now, should be enough to get them in the grand final already. What an interesting final circle it was, trying to navigate your way around the drill tower, but Aurora played it perfectly, able to get on that second floor, avoid the commotion down low, and then joining just at the right time.
Incredible stuff from Aurora, seriously. I mean, the first couple of games we've seen from them, well, the first couple of wins that we've seen from them today, everyone has been expertly navigated. And there's a couple of moments you always look back on, right? The fact that they cleared out the eastern side of that zone where TSM were, where Team Liquid Alienware were, and I think the timing that they got on that Mythic bin as well to give them those red armors, really important, because the Kraber that also popped up out the back of that kept them alive. The shots, remember, that 9 Impulse hit as they were trying to rotate in from that little ridge line is what kept them alive and managed to let them reset for that end game. Really, really well done from Aurora. 12 points from the placements, 10 kills is going to give them the 10 points and 22 points in the bag. And like you say, they got 1 foot in the finals.
Well, End Up Force 36 also may have 1 foot in the finals as well. A second place finish, no kills, but 9 points on the board, job done. They utilize Valkyrie's skyward dive, they get on top of the drill tower, and then also use Valkyrie in that final circle just to stay out of all the madness and play for second place. Whilst, yes, okay, you're not going to get the plaudits of a first place and have the big game, but they've done that already. Yeah. You don't need another one. They say, Aurora, you can have another one. We'll just take second for now.
It's always felt decent of them. They were like, do you know what? We got a lot of kills in the last game. You guys have a go at it.
We don't need any more
kills. You can play the game. Aurora, top. of the series. As you can see in our series results in winners round 1, 56 points for them already inside 4 games as we hit the halfway point. Enterforce 36, like you mentioned, just behind them on 49, but I always have to look who's holding down 10th spot and what is the chasing pack behind that, because the top 10 are the ones that qualify for the match point finals. ExoClan at the moment just about holding on level on points with Gaming Gladiators.
And whilst it doesn't always work out this way, but when you're halfway through, you look at how many points have been accumulated at the halfway spot. It was 20, so that would give you an initial number of maybe 40 being the cutoff. Of course, it doesn't always work like that, but that is an easy way to try and give yourself an idea of where it may be. Some of the bigger teams are down in that bottom 10 though, so it is a little bit worrying already. This is when the nerves start to kick in.
Yeah, it certainly has been an incredible first 4 games. It's been really interesting to see some of the end zones that we've had to experience as well. Some of them a little bit built up, but quite a lot of open ones, to be honest with you. And I think there's a lot to take away from those first 4 games. Of course, we've still got some stuff to go. We've still got some matches to come. 4 of them as we hit the halfway point. Don't go anywhere. We've got 4 more matches coming your way in just a few moments.
Battlebeaver, the official controller of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Herman Miller, the official chair of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Парни.
Да, как обычно. Бабл пройдет сейчас, смотрите, я вижу. Вверх, 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 Кирюх, вверх. Бабл дал.
Под нами стреляют.
Да, я дал бабл дал. Все, вверх сейчас упадет, смотрите.
Не надо падать, парни, я падаю. Касл.
Гиб убил. Касл убил, ласт.
Поставься куда-то там.
Убил еще одного.
Меня ёбну. Сзади, парни, на мне. Держу тебе щит. Нету больше.
Ласт, ласт.
Я умер сам.
Хорош!
Welcome back, everyone, to the winners' first round. My name is Dia, and I'm joined by Graceful in Daiwa House here in Sapporo, Japan, for the ALGS Championships, the biggest ALGS Championships the world has ever seen. And if you've been watching since this morning, you've seen an incredible show go down, not just actually in Apex Legends, but even before that, when we had Steam performing the very first anthem of the Apex Legends Championships.
I mean, seeing the band playing those 2 songs was phenomenal. Not only that, but also getting these 2, seeing these early series was great. All these pop-ups, we saw the biggest kill game in the entire tournament so far. We saw other teams outside of the ones that everybody was kind of assuming would do really good enter 36.
Interforce 36 looked like a very different team than we saw in the group stage. And I say that not because they were poor in the group stage by any means, but because they weren't that dominant. In fact, I was actually looking at teams like Noctem today to wonder whether or not they would be continuing the group stage monstrosities that they became during that time. But instead, we're starting to find other squads that are stepping things up. And in Winners Round 1, I'd say there's no more important time to do so, because for many teams, this can be the last time that you play before finals on Sunday.
Yeah, most definitely. And like I said before as well, and I think they brought it up on the desk, that Synap for me has been my MVP so far. And seeing not only teams step up, but individual players stand out from the crowd, because a lot of the times, you know, we tend to talk about the team as its whole. But when we see individuals step out and do things for the team, and it's not always, a lot of the time it's almost always the fragger in a sense, because that's the most flashy, I would say, role. But now seeing Synap, you know, kind of playing the mid, like in the middle, and also anchoring a lot of the time, doing such a wonderful job, has just had me breathless backstage.
Yeah, there's been a lot of space for different skill expression in this meta, especially with Newcastle. We've talked about Newcastle quite a bit, but the flexibility of that legend has led to a lot of different roles being taken on within a team. For example, Newcastle, of course you want to be the last person to go down so that they can pick everybody back up. But you also so often have Newcastle's being that very aggressive player that has to take the front and center of a fight, because they're opening things up now with the castle wall.
Yeah, and the coolest thing in regards to role is that due to the fact that it's double support meta, you know, and triple support in rank, is that although we've had defined roles before as a frontliner, as the anchor, now in this meta it's kind of like, sure, Newcastle wants to go down last because he can actually rest while still participating-ish in the fight, but you're kind of like interchanging roles all the time, and that's so interesting to see, because hey, normally it's just the front line going in, when they're low you step up a little bit, but now it's actually like, no, I will eat the first shotgun shot for you, you step in for me, and then we keep rolling this. You know, you keep trading damage in between all of your teammates rather than just having one guy taking all the pressure. Now it's just like you're getting triple swung by triple Mastiff in bubbles, and then like random Sheila comes out of nowhere, and then like somebody goes down and they get rest, everybody starts healing. It's chaotic in a good way because it's very entertaining to watch. It might be a little bit hard to tell in all of the fights exactly what's happening, especially when there's 4 bubble on the screen, but like nonetheless, I don't think we can dispute it. It's very entertaining.
You know, speaking of Sheila, even Rampart play has evolved pretty significantly, which is weird because in this meta, Rampart is actually pretty one-dimensional. Yeah. She's there to do a very specific thing. But at the start of the tournament, I mean, we were seeing Ramparts just blow through people with Sheila all the time. It was every team fight was a clip of somebody with the Sheila, specifically Verhulst and Koifel, who have been going wild.
Yeah, and the Sheila specifically as well. We've seen people already like grow as a ramp player in this tournament. How many times did we not see in the early series where a Rampart would pull out the Sheila instead of the shotgun in bubble fights and then get punished for it? They're like, oh, I'm gonna rev up, and then they're dead. Or they just spraying and they get jiggle picked and they die. Now we're actually, I think it was in the last match before, probably in every match that we just probably won't see every fight, right? I saw somebody start with the Sheila, change his mind, and then pull out the Mastiff, and then actually did work with the Mastiff, and I'm like, that's a player who's gotten punished enough to where they know where, no, the shotgun is actually better in this scenario. And when you're that aware and you're learning from your mistakes, you know, the sky is the ceiling, really.
Yeah, and you're going to be reaching that ceiling mighty soon, as we have got 4 maps left in this first round of the winners bracket. We will be returning to World's Edge for the second and final time this series. Yeah. So this map not seeing nearly as much play as Storm Point earlier that got 3 maps, and then E-District that will follow it also with 3 maps.
And E-District, I keep talking about it, I love it. It's growing on me, it's growing on me. Could also be because we've been playing World's Edge for forever, it feels like at this point, an eternity. But E-District, however, has been wonderful. Not only to, you know, watch and spectate as well, but playing in rank feels great.
I mean, I've really been enjoying my own time on E-District, and what's really stood out to me is the way that our pro players are able to make use of the map. We are starting off this 4th match. Remember, our final time on World's Edge for these teams, for some of them, the final time on World's Edge before they see each other on Sunday.
Yeah, indeed. I think that we're gonna see a couple of teams bounce up and down due to the fact that, you know, sure, the last game was kind of a tight match overall across the board with points. It's kind of even actually in this series, but I think now that we're getting to this point in the tournament, it's the same thing I said yesterday. Once you hit that close to the 6 games match, everybody gets tensed up, everybody gets stressed. You start throwing Hail Marys for something to stick. And even yesterday, we saw tiebreakers. We saw teams like Team Burger just made it into top 10. I think everybody, it's gonna be ecstatic.
And there are teams that are really adapting to the pressure, maybe to the change of quality in these lobbies as well. Aurora really standing out, of course, but statistically even, it's backed up. Aurora have been looking really good in terms of damage differential, from negative 7,000 damage dealt in ratio to how much they took during the group stage. They now are dealing on average positive 3k damage. They're doing a wonderful job, and now playing out of survey camp, they've also got a great increase in KD that has followed that, jumping them up to an average of 4 KD per match in the winners round 1. Let's see if they can keep that up, as they do have a zone closing pretty close to them. TSM over at Climatize are going to have an easy rotation as well. Alliance at Skyhook is going to be really interesting to watch, as they could choose to early rotate, but I would be very surprised to see Alliance do that.
Alliance and Aurora right next to each other once again. It happened in the series as well, where both of them were actually in the top 5 almost all the time. Go next here. This rotate is one of my least favorite on this map, because you always fight teams on these chokes. You know, the choke has slopes on 2 ways, so you can't really tell if somebody's trailing you behind you, and then you don't know if somebody's in the opposite choke right next to you, which they could just 3-pit a fight if you do end up, you know, going for a fight. And it's just something you have to be aware of. It seems like both teams are aware that they're saying, hey, if we fought immediately, things might have been different. This one is taking too long. If we stay here, we're bound to get hit by somebody who's doing their macro right now. They both disengage, and awareness, I like that.
And Liquid Alienware specifically are a very dangerous team to be running up against in this winners round 1. They've adapted in such a way that their mid-game rotations, or early game rotations I should say, have become so much more deadly than they were during the group stage. We used to see this squad sort of playing with everybody else, pretty quiet, pretty small, mid-early games until the late game, where they'd eventually either do or die. And at this point, they're actually playing the mid-game in very aggressive ways, where they are often finding kills, I think most notably on Fnatic during the first couple of games.
Yeah, Fnatic was definitely struggling the first couple of games, but, you know, they can always make it back. A lot of the teams that, you know, we tend to look at always has that X factor to them. They could at any point just awaken and steamroll, and I mean, we saw it with several teams yesterday, even LG. We saw Falcons had a little bit of a slow start, and then all of a sudden, boom, they became super consistent, like we all know they can and should be. And that's kind of the thing at this. Everybody's adapting to the pace of the lobby. You know, they're adapting to, you know, how is everybody's macro doing? How are people fighting? And I think that they're kind of used, like we said before, different stages of the game. And it looks like, to me, Aurora is more than confident in this level. You know, at this stage of the tournament, they're like, this is exactly how we know it plays out. This is why we're winning. This is why we're killing so much. And E36 as well, specifically. Their 3Ping and team fighting and bubble fighting so far has been crazy good.
Yeah, I mean, timing is everything for especially the kind of play that E36 have been giving us. We do have a short match pause so far, so we will be waiting to get that resolved so that our players can continue in their second World's Edge game of the day. It does look like we're going a little further north. We were looking at the zone earlier, Graceful, and this one will be bringing us, as we said, over near where Aurora were at Survey Camp, maybe a little bit further south over into that Epicenter Monument area. But we've got plenty of teams that are going to be around the south end of the map as well. Gaming Gladiators and Enterforce 36, both sitting around the dome.
Yeah, I mean, for me, these zones are kind of scary, because this is one of the most typical, even if you don't have a lot of edge teams playing in this lobby and this match specifically, a lot of people tend to take edge teams' tendencies. And one of them that I'm thinking about specifically is that since this is collapsed around the northern platform, where a lot of people call grandmas, I like to call those houses with the wrench mechanic, teams tend to rotate through Skyhook up the choke really late, even when the zone is closed, like in 2 zones closing even, like circle 3 closing, circle 4 closing even, you can still medkit that. And the scariest part is that you are never sure when your side is clear. One of the coolest thing here, though, is that I saw that Aurora is actually rolling with Mirage, you know, enabling you to get everything, all the perks is crazy with, you know, with his newest perk added to him. And that could be very beneficial. Alliance, like always, we saw from Skyhook playing very slow, very calm, will be late, but will even they be ready for the next team that I will assume we'll see at least 2 more teams rotating through Skyhook, and the collapse that normally happens on the, you know, on the west side of the map or even on the southern side of the map, this will actually focus more towards the north, I believe.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. And I want to touch on the Mirage pick for Aurora specifically as it relates to their play style. I mean, this is a team that we typically see trying to get triple reds as fast as possible and then go and farm other teams. And especially when you've got Mirage and the ability to make use of all class passives, you also have so many more avenues through which to get Evo.
Yeah, and this is one of the biggest things that I love and I hate. So for me, I feel that, you know, when you build Evo, it should be some type of risk and reward. Back in the day, we used to have higher requirements to Evo upgrade, and the only real avenue to get Evo was damage. Now, you know, we have several avenues, like you're saying. We have beacons, we have ring consoles, we have a brick in the crate that might come down, we have from resting, we have from, you know, there's so many different ways you can get level up on your Evos, and when you add Mirage on top of that, as you get everything, yeah, they're gonna level up real quick. My question is now, how long are they gonna stay in the zone? Because they know, I think both Alliance and Aurora know specifically that are playing on the same side on the map, Edge, is that they're both out there lurking. So how long do you want to stay? Because we saw them clash in the previous, not the previous, but earlier series, where when you're right next to teams with the same playstyle, it's gonna be rough. And we see it on the opposite side of the map as well with Gaming Gladiators and Antiforce 36. They're playing the same macro.
You can tell that Graceful and I are very excited to get into the game, and as much as I want to keep breaking this down, I am going to give our players a chance to you know, continue working things out and hopefully get back into the game soon. While we wait, however, we have this special opportunity to catch Ryan as he spoke to some of the fans earlier in the audience later. Now, I don't get the privilege of speaking to many of the fans here because I don't speak a whole lot of Japanese, but that is something that is not holding Ryan back. So let's hear from our fans here in the Sapporo Dome.
What does it mean to you personally to have the ALGS Championship represented here in Japan, in Sapporo, Hokkaido?
So like I'm Japanese, and then having my team in here, like it's so precious for me. And then it's first time the ALGS coming to Asia, and I'm so like proud of it as Asian, and I'm so happy about it.
This is my first LAN game, esports LAN tournament I've been to. There's like so much around here in this fan base and like this. And I've never met any players in real life, and like players are super nice as well.
すごいかっこいいんですよね、フリーが。手に入れてどんな感じなんですか？
最高です。いやもう一生の思い出です。
ですよね。So I asked him about his hoodie, and he is absolutely over the moon that he got to get this, and he said it's a memory that's going to last forever.
私もう50今6なんですけど、3年前からやってて、でも全然下手っぴなんで勉強してます。はい。
わかりました。ありがとうございます。So yeah, she's been playing for 3年間も 3 years. She's been playing for 3 years, and she's really into the game, and she's just exhilarated to be part of this action. で、ALGS チャンピオンシップが札幌まで来てどう思われますか？
いや、自分は北海道に住んでるので、とても最高です。楽しいです。はい。
So he's absolutely over the moon. He's from Hokkaido, so having ALGS Championship here is absolutely a dream come true for him. I'm going to let these two get on and get their sign that they really need, and I'll see you guys for the next one.
Very nice to hear from the fans around the arena, Graceful. I mean, I know that you've actually been popping out and interacting with some folks as well, so it's gone pretty well out there, right?
Oh yeah, the fan zone is incredible. You know, I've almost feel bad running around too much and just, you know, interrupting people because they've been enjoying themselves so much, really. You know, taking photos. There's the cool heirlooms out there, all the booths, all the, you know, getting to meet people, meet and greets are out there as well. It's just, you know, gaming brings us together, Apex brings us even closer, and now when you get to share the culture and stuff as well, this is my first time in Japan. It's been, all of them are so kind. It's been phenomenal.
Where did you find the ice sculptures? You said there were ice sculptures.
Okay, so my wife saw the ice sculpture. I haven't seen it personally in real life yet. I wanted to do it today. Apparently they're outside somewhere, and I saw photos of Lifeline, I saw photos of Valkyrie, and I believe Octane, but they looked great. And it was cute lighting and everything as well.
Okay. Because I was actually walking through the Sapporo downtown area yesterday, and I saw some ice sculptures that they were making there, but none Apex related. So I'm glad that we've got some Apex related ones to be brought out here, just so that everybody can enjoy. Also, I saw the line to get in this morning. Did you see that?
I saw it. It was the longest line. This is the first time I've seen this many people at one spot in my entire life, but that line, I'm not gonna lie, I would have gone home. I cannot stand there for that line. It was hella cold as well. No, it was, you know, everybody's happy to be here. I hope everybody got in one piece, that they got their snacks, that they got their drinks, that they're ready, you know, for us to hop back into the game, because I really want to get as fast as I can as well in.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, I think everyone got in okay, because I don't think we could fit a single soul more into some of these seats. There are so many people, and it's been wonderful hearing, especially when we have like Enterforce 36 finding their 8th third party in a row. The energy that the crowd is still able to give as they celebrate the teams that are able to perform here in Japan.
Yeah, I mean, the energy today is different from the other days. There was nothing wrong with the other days in FACEIT. It was more late game oriented.
Yeah.
But now the energy has been from second, like the game starts, the energy is already there. Every single fight, you know, on edge, the energy is there. And seeing those clutch moments, woo! It's something else. You just gotta be here to experience it. But I hope, you know, even at home, people get to experience somewhat of what we're doing.
We've got a look at some of our team's positionings, since we were talking about that earlier, so it seems like Graceful will have the chance to discuss a little bit more of what's going on inside this game. Because it is, like I said, a game that on World's Edge does have a lot of familiarity. Should also mean that a lot of our teams are pretty set on how this game is going to play out. You already know World's Edge, you've seen it all before, and so at this point, I'm anticipating that we continue pulling over towards Monument. This doesn't seem like it's going to go over towards Epicenter, although there is the outside shot that we move towards the sort of Shopify Rebellion area. Maybe not that far, but in that direction out of Monument.
Yeah, I could have been, you know, there's plenty of zones in that upper area, but the biggest thing that I, you know, could see right there was that a lot of the teams are mirroring each other's macros, and that's important. And I think, are we also seeing it? It's about to happen now. I think the games have started. I pressed my start button, chat. I pressed it. That's why we're back. We're back now.
Oh no,
let's get it.
Team Liquid!
Immediately into a fight. Fnatic coming versus Liquid, like we said, they're on the same macro. Huge slam comes down, nades comes down, huge rest from Newcastle ends up getting down by Fnatic. Is showing signs of life, Theo.
Now coming back to strike at Team Liquid, who took him down to 4. Team Liquid will be outing 20th to Fnatic.
Hey, out in 20th or not, go next, lurking. Like I said, everybody's on the same pace, and now Fnatic got caught in the back, not really aware enough or reset it fast enough. Now they're running away to make sure that at least one of them gets out to hopefully get the reset.
One of the unfortunate things for Fnatic is that they are not alone, not just because Go Next are running at them, but because you've got Aurora, who are rotating down from the north as well. So I like that Meltstar is playing quiet, hoping to avoid attention, as we do still have plenty of teams on the hunt. Now it looks like Virtus Pro, starting off a fight of their own, are going to be sat in Monument, making their way through. It seems all right for Virtus Pro, but I'm surprised that Fnatic are getting to walk back for this. Oh no.
Yeah, they tried walking back for this, but now Falcons is also joining the fray. They're saying, hey, loot boxes, let's go get that. Interrupted the pace a little bit of the Fnatic members still stuck in Overlook. I think they split it up just to say, hey, hopefully one of us gets a chance to reset, but it's going to be a tough one.
Puriel Hal experiencing Neuron activation as a few shots actually got thrown towards Falcons, and it was Go Next finishing off Yuka F from Fnatic. Green Stego and Virtus Pro gonna go down. We saw that fight happening a little bit earlier over in Monument, so that'll be the end of that, and a little bit more on top of all of it.
Yeah, I mean, we also still see in the center of the zone right now, there's plenty of teams playing there. We saw some opted out from playing early on. I would like to believe because of the different stages in the tournament where people are saying, hey, early game didn't work now. Now that we're more familiar with this lobby, early game might work again. But we still also see that shift, like I said before, towards mid-game speed, where they want to wait until Circle 1 fully closes, grab the next ring console, and then they make their way in. Because nobody, and I say nobody, likes all-inning one specific building. The zone pulls us off of them, and now, you know, you're getting gate kept by everyone.
Meltstera got found out. That is a survey beacon special, and unfortunately running right out into Falcons as well, who were waiting for whatever was going on in Overlook. I think they saw the survey beacon being hit as well. Meltstera's? Secret Agent Meltstera?
Nobody was looking at him because I guess they heard shots from the zone and they were looking that way. I'm happy though that he got out. You know, it's a little bit scary, but hey, he got lucky. Nice.
Using the invis as well. That's a good time to take a pause, honestly. I'm sure it had nothing to do with what we just saw, but that's a good time to take a pause. Go next, getting really aggressive using the survey beacon as well.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I think now that they're, you know, they made sure that I think they caught off the other player, right? They caught up to the other player. Yes.
Yeah, they got Yuka.
They got Yuka. They were like, for sure, he's still here because we didn't see him. Like, so they were still looking for him, managed to find him, and hey, that's just how it go. I see here.
That's the look of a man.
Go next. They are logged in, and they're just saying, how did we miss him? Why are we pausing? Next time we go in, we are chasing them down. Yeah. That's their thought process right there. The sign, looking very comfortable while being uncomfortable.
Yes, indeed. I couldn't have said it better. Let me shake your hand for that one. That was a gentleman's reference. I don't think they're selling the flags here. I remember when they sold the flags.
Yes, they were great.
That was very nice. Now go next. We're chasing down Fnatic like we talked about earlier. Falcons actually just sat in that whole area, but that's all the way off to the east of the ring. Looking over at the western side, we haven't seen too much of it. I want to remind everybody that that's where Alliance is going to be coming from. Moving out of Skyhook, Alliance are absolutely a team that we're going to be watching for throughout this game, and 100 Thieves are starting to move out of Countdown as well.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about the east side of the map. We talked about north earlier because both teams playing up north are just playing really, really, really slow. So, you know, that's just going to be like that for another 2 zones. West side of the map, like we said, 100 Thieves and knock them on the same side of things. Will they meet each other on their macro? But south side on the things, Enter Force 36 and Fury are kind of slipping apart now, but they're still coming in from the same side. Where will they rendezvous? Because at the center of the map, there's like 10 teams just sitting there in the buildings. At some point, you're going to have to fight on the edge. And at that point, who will 3P who is the real question, because we've seen so many 3Ps, and I'm all here for it because it's so much fun.
You know, Fury is a weird team to talk about, not just because I predicted them and I've been tracking them all day, but because they're moving out of the south side of the map, and it looks like we'll get the chance to check in with them as well as everyone else as the match does come back to us. So,
yes,
back here in match number 5, back in it. Back Meltstera still alive, guys, still alive.
Still alive indeed, running with his Mirage Trophy in hand. I still hope we, at some point in a LAN, get to see the pork chop come out you know, on the melee. That would be really cool. Meltstera hopefully looking to reset somewhere on the southern side of the zone. Perhaps Geyser, we'll have to see, as he's rotating towards it right now. Hopefully Fury and Enter 436 might pull into a fight here. Hopefully none of them rotate towards the east side to where Fnatic can reset in peace, because after that hard work of running straight into Overlook, hiding for another how long in Overlook, and then getting out, it would be very sad if you get caught one more time.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to make it. Finding a respawn beacon, maybe not going to be the most difficult thing since you do get a Moby, but a place to put it and a time to do it could be evasive even for the Fnatic roster, as out of Geyser is not exactly the optimal place. Now Alliance have made their emergence from Skyhook, playing outside this cave right now, and it looks like Go Next are starting to take some fights as well, long range as they may be.
Look at this weapon, Casey indeed. This select charge fire is crazy because you shoot at the speed of essentially a wingman, but the craziest part is you have nowhere near to fall off as a wingman, and the headshot damage is absolutely crazy. Knocked them, got caught in the choke because there was too much noise. Alliance feeling very comfortable because they have 1 red and double purple already.
Shopify Rebellion super close to all of this, but they don't have the sustain to actually stay up on this high ground without cover of rocks. Koifel has gone down already. Zainu's missing shields and still has 8 seconds left on the bubble. Good to see a castle wall go down for a little bit of protection. Shopify Rebellion pretty safe from being pushed, and I'm glad they've stemmed the bleeding of meds.
Yeah, and now we're seeing that most teams are rotating towards the center of the zone. People are gonna be meeting each other a lot more because on this map, the choke tends to be the gathering points, and indeed it is for 100 Thieves and Shopify, it seems. However, Alliance, they I'm pretty sure their evac got shot down. Is that what happened? I don't know. They're just
they got another one.
They got another one.
Time to go again. It is not a bad spot for Alliance to rotate through, though. They don't have a lot of crowding towards this north side of the zone, and if they want to play edge, I'd say starting to move towards epicenter and sort of clearing that area out could be nice. Actually playing up on this high ground, I think, would be a bit odd for the end game, especially given that so little of it is actually encompassed by the next zone, so you're not going to be getting a huge power position by playing tight.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on which side the zone pulls towards. I think Alliance, however, has good rotates in towards Monument if they have to. But there's a lot of playable areas out there. You can call it the parking lot. There's like a few ditches, there's a few walls. Like you have several options. I think that could work out. However, inside of Monument, everything seems to be taken almost. A couple of buildings are clear. People probably still haven't noticed that. Fnatic right here with the zone managed to get the reset. However, still triple blue. Hopefully they can grab some objective points on their way in to level up to purple, because getting in on triple blue when people are already looking at red is a little bit scary.
They've got Mirage. There's an assault crate, so you know, could happen. Could happen. I'm actually anticipating that it will happen. Aurora, waiting for something else, did actually choose to play the center of Epi. Not a whole lot of damage, not a whole lot of kills. I think that's the unfortunate reality when you're playing at a survey camp and it pulls basically right next to you. Even for Aurora, who I'm sure would like to get antsy. This is a nice pickup for TSM. Mythic crate.
Oh, the armor level up and also the juice. What did he get? Triple take, Havoc. I mean, Havoc hasn't been too popular, but he brings it up. Double gold scout and also the armor level up. That, my friend, is a juicy box.
Oh yeah, the armor level up especially gonna help out. Havoc, I felt pretty good about. I know it's just tough because so often in the end game, it's Sheila or Shotgun, and Havoc doesn't really have space there.
It's a little bit tough because a lot of the times people opt for their primary weapon. They tend to opt for Scout or they tend to opt for Nemesis, whereas Havoc, it kind of falls into that range as well. And also in Bubble Fuzz, like you said, Shotgun is way prevalent. I think you can definitely still get use out of Havoc. It's just a lot of people haven't been picking it up as of lately. But, you know, we saw that happen. That's nice. Hopefully we can see some action from it.
Probably will. I mean, Aurora and TSM are almost surely going to clash, as Aurora has to leave through Epicenter very soon. E36, not really going to have to move nearly as much, although they are on the edge of this zone. I don't mind their position, and are already in a really good spot in the lobby overall. I do, however, wonder what they're thinking, how they're going to approach this. So let's jump into a listen-in with Enterforce 36.
여기 노란 핑도 비어 있었어?
지하 가가지고 지하에서 밟고 가면 돼.
1층 여기 비었다? 아니 뭐야, 인이다.
야 방금 여기 박물관 계단 쪽에 한 팀 있었다. 지하로 와볼래? 지하 와봐. 지하 와봐.
여기 빨핑도 비어 있을 것 같아.
그 작은 공사장애들한테 느꼈다. 멀리 가자 그냥. 쓰란봐. 우리 뒷각 없어.
여기서 조용히 그냥 가만히 있을래? 가만히?
왼쪽 한 칸 위에 올라와 있는 게 나을 것 같기도 하고.
오케이.
발공 탈 땐 내려가서 하자. 여기서 가만히 있자.
발공 탈 땐 내려가고. 위에 홀드하자. 어디 비어 있었지? 여기도 한 팀 쏘고 있고.
플랫폼 비었었고. 진원지도 한 팀 쏘고 있어. 플랫폼 찼을 것 같아. 플랫폼 찰 것 같아.
진원지 비어 있었다고?
진원지 있었어. 진원지 두 팀인가 그랬어. 언덕에. 언덕 아래라고.
우리 바로 한 칸 앞에 비었지. 없었던 것 같은데?
아 여기 있어.
아 거기 있어?
얘네한테 듣겠어. 크레인 살렸다. 크레인.
확인해야 되는데. 도박일 것 같긴 한데 너무. 이런데 사이드라도 비벼봐야 되나 이런데? 아 근데 플랫폼 애들한테 각 개박살인데?
일단
Enterforce 36, pretty calm comms overall. Shopify Rebellion, unfortunately, likely not in the same spot as they were just taken down. It'll be a tough blow for Shopify Rebellion. But Enterforce 36, sitting on the low ground of Monument, still have a long, difficult journey ahead. Fnatic have made their way out and are moving into Monument as well. Perhaps those two teams choosing to mirror each other a little bit later on, as 100 Thieves and Aurora, really notably, both these teams on the north end of the zone and in a really good spot to punish.
Yeah, the zone pull towards the northern side where Aurora is right now setting up. They're in a great spot to actually close this game out if they don't get contested for the northern side. However, TSM is right next door and they're going to end up having needing to coexist on that mountain. There's plenty of places area to place and just share among each other. However, now the fighting zone is deep in Monument, and it looks like Fnatic is about to take on Gaming Gladiators, I believe.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators has been a pretty high-performing team. Light, one of our top 5 in terms of player performances during the winners round 1. But I'm not seeing that happening now, as Fnatic did manage to move away, choosing not to engage with GG. Still gonna have to engage with something, as they are awkwardly outside of the next zone, but they're already pinging a spot that looks like it could be safe. Where Exo Clan unfortunately will not make it. It is C9 to take out Swinny.
Yeah, Exo goes out and Fnatic needs to rotate in with the zone. Ends up to see if they're gonna fight for low ground, because there's areas to play low ground that's still in the zone, or if they're gonna end up fighting for a building or creeping a building. It's gonna be a little bit hard because everybody is looking to either gatekeep or just hold their power spot.
Enter Force 36 have just landed right next door to 100 Thieves, in fact right underneath 100 Thieves, and TSM are walking up on Aurora, so we're challenging for power positions. TSM open things up with a big Sky Nade. But outside of that, I'm not seeing them get too aggressive. They're choosing to just play this side of the balloon, not wanting to get overly involved with Aurora right now. Crazy Raccoon gonna leave us at 14th position. So TSM and Aurora own the high ground, and everybody else is battling things out for a spot in Monument.
This building in the southern end has 4 teams playing right next to each other, with 4 more teams in front of them, as well as 2 teams on the western side. This is gonna be an absolute battlefield when this zone closes in about 58 seconds. But will we catch some action in this building? Because now you're getting to the point where, hey guys, there's too many teams, we need to force them into each other.
Alliance gonna start peeking out, not finding any purchase just yet, although we are seeing Go Next lose members. Unlucky gets involved through the window with the Mastiff, and it'll be Go Next that do fall. Partially to Alliance, partially to Fnatic on the outside, but that is one team that we are down as we move ever closer to a victor here in our second game on World's Edge.
Yeah, 1 team out, 3 more remains to go in this same exact building. All these teams have to move up, and I believe if Aurora and TSM doesn't end up fighting, it's gonna be so many kill points for them.
Fnatic actually dancing with effect right now, getting even more aggressive. They are going to lose 1. Leica's down. Meltstera healing up in the meanwhile. Invisible on the Mirage is going to get some clones out there, but still go down to Alliance. They stepped a little too close. Guild come in for the third party, and we'll be saying goodbye to yet another team as Alliance will fall as well. Guild, nicely timed cleanup on that. With the proximity of all these squads, they're going to immediately head back up north. And over here in the east, Enter Force 36 are fighting 100 Thieves to the high ground. They've lost 1. Synap is down. Playing anchor for the team is going to be full Thurston, and 100 Thieves still on the high ground. Enter Force 36 in big trouble on the low.
Enter Force 36 loses one of their members, and on the opposite side of the bridge, they're fighting right now as well. Guild takes down C9 as well. The craziest part is Gaming Gladiators actually rotated in front of them through that same house from the southern side, about to take a fight now. They're gatekeeping them, but it comes down to a straight shotgun fight. Trades on both sides almost, and Guild cleans up actually. GD goes down, but they're about to get 30 as well by Falcons. Ready up.
Now can Guild defend up against Falcons? It looks like they can. Jesco did so well, but the Sheila puts a quick end to that, and Team Falcons get the chance to reset on the low ground. Waltzy covering with the Sheila in the meanwhile, almost gets taken down. Enter Force 36 are looking at them, remembering Enter Force 36 is a duo, while Furia and Aurora fight things out for the high ground. Remember, TSM so close by as well, so if this fight does truly break out in earnest, you know that there's going to be a third party.
Yeah, and this is the scary part for Aurora, because they were there alone, which makes it super good. Now they're in between 2 teams, which makes it super bad, because regardless, they either drop and get thirded by TSM, or they just end up walking out together with 3 teams, in which case they're pinched. What do you do now? They're gonna have to end up fighting at some point, but I don't know if they're actually gonna full commit until they really, really have to, or if they get naded out.
TSM know this as well. Look at the space that Aurora have to play. It's basically nothing that they have to work with. A small box, and that is it. Enter Force 36, staring at Team Falcons on the low ground, are likely gonna have to take this fight as well. You don't have any catalysts. You don't really have much safety with just 1 bubble between them and destruction. Out comes the Sheila, out comes the bubble. And Enter Force 36 have a couple seconds left to survive. Once this bubble goes down, it is not looking good, Graceful. Falcons are starting to move up on it. They know as well as we do. And Enter Force 36 start heading for the high ground. TSM now firing down on Team Falcons from above.
And this is the thing, TSM is actually holding out Falcon. This might be good for Enter Force 36, but it looks like Furia is joining her fray, taking out Enter Force 36. And Aurora is left solo up on high ground. They're gonna be the last team to join their fray and are looking very likely to close this game out as TSM moved up a little bit early, and we'll have to see how Falcons does.
From playing so small to now getting to play so much bigger, Aurora have the high ground, and Furia have given that up for a chance to take down the Falcons. Evac tower gonna go off in the distance. Furia have to be worried about being jumped on, and so they're gonna bubble early through this Gibraltar ultimate. Furia are safe for a few seconds. Aurora know the timer is finishing, but Aurora cannot overextend. TSM have not yet engaged. Should Aurora go now, TSM will come in and clean up the fight. 4 squads left still, and you've got to push that down further as Aurora begin to deny space to TSM. Verhulst fires back with the Sheila.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora went a little bit early in my opinion, but they decided to set up TSM playing on the east side of the rock and Furia on top of the rock, as well as Falcons on the bottom of the rock. Now it comes down to see which side pulls in closer first. I'm expecting Aurora here to win the game if they can stay out on the edge. Depends on what TSM does, because they have been hard focusing Aurora. Now, Falcons bubble is about to run out as they have to decide, do we engage or do we not?
Furia are just watching themselves be sandwiched. They got put between Falcons and TSM, had to choose a side, and unfortunately, there's no winning side for it. Impulse even contributing as Furia are gonna go down, jumps in to finish off Falcons, and it's Aurora versus Falcons, with Aurora having the high ground. Kazakh waiting in this bubble fight, choosing to peek through the Newcastle shield, is gonna jump on forward. Impulse losing health to zone, the last tick is in, and TSM managed to survive and outlast Aurora to find a win.
Aurora might have been really good on cleaning up the Furia Falcons fight, but TSM staying patient, and after that, they managed to bubble down, go in for a straight 3v3, place that Newcastle ult, made it so that they couldn't actually triple swing their bubble. They had to split up either by climbing or running around, and TSM just taking that fight like an actual 3v1, 3v1, just divide and conquer, which is what I always say. If you want a 1v3, divide and conquer is the way, but if you get 3v1, there's not much you can do. TSM taking this game really in a good-looking fashion.
Yeah, I mean, they made very smart use of the cooldowns, both theirs and Aurora's, to stall a lot of time. I mean, in that last 3v3, the Ring did a lot of work, mostly because TSM just managed to put enough Gibby bubbles, mobile shields, castle walls, rampart walls in front of them that Aurora didn't get the chance to find a whole lot of damage.
No, I mean, that's the thing, is like, it comes down to which team engages which team from that spot can stay on the edge without needing to join the fray, like into the actual bubble, which Aurora did good. They caught a couple of kills there, as well as top 2 is solid. But TSM decides to, like, this is the one thing that TSM is really, really good at. They do what I like to call, they show their presence a lot. You are not swinging our side. I will use my entire Sheila into your bubble, or into your Newcastle queue, or into your Newcastle wall, just to show you that, hey, I'm willing to die with you if you decide to push my side. Falcons opted to go for the opposite side into Furia instead, and that just enabled a different ball game for TSM, because now they're on the east side for free solo, and they get to take the fight. And when it came down to that 3v3, that was actually such a good fight from their side.
I really had to feel for Furia there. They do end up collecting a 4th place with 8 points, but they don't make the top 3, as that's TSM, Aurora, and Falcons who made it up. All 3 the big players in the end game, and all 3 having surrounded Furia and decided, well, I don't know which of us is going to win, but you absolutely are not.
Sometimes that's actually how it feels like, because this even happens as well in, you know, lobbies where you think you're safe, but you're never safe. Speaking of safe, however, Aurora, 68 points. That will pretty much guarantee them, you know, top 10. Yep. Same for Enter Force 36 on 55, TSM on 45. They're about safe. I would say we're only at this stage of the game right now. They can definitely make it. Everybody else, however, still not really there just yet. They might need that one game to pull them through. And then as we look on the other side of the leaderboard, you know, from Cloud9 and downwards, these guys need to start waking up properly, because now you're at the stage where we might not make winner. we might not make finals, sorry.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, as a reminder, you do want to be inside the top 10.
Yes,
in
top
order
10.
to make finals. So right now the cutoff is just at Furia, and you've got 3 games to do it. This was our last game on World's Edge. We do only get 2 maps of that, but now we're going to be moving into 3 of E-District, one of the most fair maps, I would say. No matter where you're landing, you should have a good shot if you're having a good day, if you're all on the same page, and if you are ready to play the best Apex Legends of your life. We do have 3 games left to determine who is going to make it into Sunday. It is getting incredibly close, Graceful, and with just those 3 games left, we are going to give our players and you a short break, and we'll see you in just a few.
And this invisible on the other side of Verls. Imagine if he gets the jump on Verls when he's isolated, in this case, by the rock. And Madness is still invisible. Vax is getting the rest, but he doesn't have a gold knockdown. And Madness could go for the biggest brain play if he could isolate one of TSM.
He is very much there. Oh my goodness, Vaxlon! Bleeding out now, Vaxlon utilizing the walls.
And Furia right now are the same amount of points as Gaming Gladiators to be first in this lobby. Vax now dancing around the shield. Can he clutch? Madness still stuck in the drone, still waiting. EMP comes in right at the very end. TSM get eliminated, and Furia had gone for second with complexity. They don't even know where Madness is. They gotta finish this game first. And all right.
Alienware, the official PC of the Apex Legends Global Series.
A big thank you to Battle Beaver, the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. During this time, during the biggest LAN that Apex Legends has ever seen, you can use the code ALGS on their site, which is battlebeaver.gg/ALGS for 20% off during this amazing LAN that we've got going on here in Japan, the championship, and there is no better time to pick up your matching Battle Beaver controller to celebrate the occasion. It's, I mean, of course, really helped out our players on stage, but you've also got the opportunity to win some stuff simply for watching those players play on stage. We've run a couple throughout the week of our Twitch drops, but as today is Saturday, you've got the chance to pick up an exclusive Holo Spray, which has Horizon, Bangalore, and Pathfinder celebrating, although I don't think that Pathfinder has a mode that is not celebrating.
Yeah, most definitely, because Pathfinder is one of the best characters. I like him, always have, and you know, getting to get some rewards just by watching as well is always nice, you know. And I like that spray. You are the champion. When you get that dub in rank with your squad, always a great feeling.
How do you use Holo Sprays? Like, when do you use them?
Oh, 100% just a BM every time. Yeah? When you get like triple swung and I 1v3 every single time.
Okay, I like it. I will occasionally use them as like thank yous for my teammates. You know, like if they drop something.
That's because you're so kind.
Well, then, you know, they're sweet. They're little pictures. Yeah.
I guess I'm the toxic one.
No, it's okay. Don't worry. I have the gray Nessie OK equipped as well. so
when you 1v1 someone and then you mop them, you're like, okay, nice try, I guess.
Yeah, you can always drop the OK on them. Okay. Now, we are getting ready for the next game as our players have given us some incredible showings here on stage already. But to measure a bit of a different skill, we actually tested how fast a few of them could take on other computer lab related abilities. So let's go ahead and see.
You cool with it? Yeah. I did. Whenever you're ready.
Whenever I'm ready, I'm going to click it on my neck.
Can begin.
Yeah. Whenever I'm ready, okay. So one crazy thing is I only type with one hand. Into tell hand thing day, then small, set, tell, on, give, old, about. Oh, that, it didn't like that. Person, now.
Oh my god. No.
Down, lead, child, what? See, move, then new, change, use, increase. Oh, 62? Nah.
Holy. Wait, how bad is that? For 39.
124.
Pinky 4. If not for shift control and tap.
4-1. What? What does that even mean? It's so hard to type it and read at the same time, actually. Like 49 words per minute.
You weren't the worst.
It could be better.
I mean, you know, I love Fun. He's everybody says he's the nicest person. He's the cutest person. I knew something was crazy about him. Typing with one hand at a normal Fun. He still beat. He still beat him as well. No, I think that's a great, you know, great display of skill as well, because, you know, I've never done. I thought we both had.
And Saucerer asked, I think, the most important question: what is a pinky for if it's not for shift, control, and tab? That I think is the real question, because I'm not using my pinky that much, but shift, control, and tab, I think you got everything. I think you got everything you need. I enjoyed watching that. It's nice to see our players compete in a bit of a different way. Now let's take a look at some of the highlights from our last match, our last visit to World's Edge. And for some of these players, as we said, the last time they're going to be playing on World's Edge until we see them on Sunday. It was a difficult round for Fnatic to start off with, even though they grabbed some kills pretty early on Team Liquid, which I'm sure felt nice after having that done to them in the last round.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, they felt good about this, ended up getting thirded. Huge fight here by Falcons, and Crazy Raccoon goes down. A lot of these highlights actually, you know, we might have not seen it on the big screen for the moment, but seeing them now again, you have the time to review a little bit. Why did they die before Alliance mopped them outside the window? Because they might have been safe with this Newcastle ult from Fnatic, but they were not safe from Alliance, ended up getting pinched. And a lot of these fights actually end up that way. You're in a two-way path because everybody's bubble up on you. We even see a wall, not as likely, but these bubbles and Newcastle queues allows teams to take the space that normally they wouldn't have in other metas.
This is found footage of Furia getting completely surrounded and having absolutely nothing to do, playing behind the last Newcastle mobile shield they will ever see. But ultimately, TSM, we praised them for this, did a really good job of mitigating a lot of damage until the point where they were able to do that triple swing coordinated push onto individual members of Aurora. A big part of that fight, and of many fights that we're seeing specifically in the winners bracket, has been Newcastle wall timings as well. The ability to displace other people has been incredible, and a lot of people have very quickly picked up on how useful it is and how important timing on the Newcastle wall is in order to not just use your own, but break theirs. Now, Aurora currently lead our group with 3 matches left to go, 68 points. Like you said, they're seeming kind of a shoo-in for making it to the finals on Sunday. But a little further down, I'd say around that Guild, Shopify, 100 Thieves, Falcons, Furia area, that's where I'd definitely be getting nervous about whether or not you're actually a lock-in for Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, these teams have to wake up now, and I think there's no better map than the map we're stepping into, E-District. Because like we said before, you know, E-District coming up is that it's the most fair map due to the fact that regardless of where the zone really pulls, you will always feel like the game is in your hands. In World's Edge, it can feel a little bit unfair because you get stopped at so many different locations where you just have to fight and almost guaranteed get thirded, and you can't really rotate past teams. E-District, the complete opposite is, if you don't want to fight, you can almost avoid absolutely everybody with just your macro alone, which is amazing.
You've got lots of ways to maneuver around E-District, and one of the things that we've really noticed is that in end games, there's a ridiculous amount of teams alive simply because of the places that you can hold when we get that much further into the game. Now, we did have the draft for this earlier, so let's take a look at where everyone is landing. In this particular case, take it a look. I remember thinking that Green Stego got a bit shortchanged there, Complexity as well, but in large part, I think that almost everyone got areas that they feel very comfortable with. Maybe I'd point out Crazy Raccoon as being a notable exception, simply because they were the one team that had really gone out of their way to prioritize Lotus in the group stage and got denied it by Furia.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing is when you're playing in group stages that you might not just get the actual spot that you want. Now that they're in more familiar lobbies and they know each other's macros, sometimes even changing spot doesn't matter that much, especially on this map. And that's why we also saw a lot of the picks opted in for, the earlier stages like World's Edge and also Stormpoint, is that, they might have had less time to actually define their strats, because remember, some of these teams went straight into picking their PYs right after they were done with a series, and that can affect you as well. They're like, hey, we're tired, we just had a tough day or a good day. If they're a good day, they're feeling good about it. Yeah, of course, we'll pick this. No matter where we are, we're always going to smash everyone. And if you had a worse day, you're going to be like, our plan didn't work, we really want to pick the same POI. And this is also why, one of the reasons why I like to say, hey, we got to have more than one POI, because, are we willing to con for something, or do we want to change up our strat if it's not working? Because like we said before, in different stages on the tournament, earlier stages might play out very differently, and later stages might play out exactly how you want it to be. And you got to be prepared for everything, because if you don't have, 8 games is quite a lot, but you don't have that many games if you don't get like solid average points on average. Then you start needing these humongous big bomb games, and not everybody can do what Enter Force 36 is, dropping 20 plus kills. Yeah. It's not what, like, we've only seen 3 huge games really, so it's gonna be rough for some of these teams. They gotta wake up, but I think if any map, it's this map coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I do want to note that our games, of course, have been delayed just a little while, but we are doing our best to make sure that for these most important games of the tournament so far, that our players are going to be set up with their best chance for success as we head into E-District. We wouldn't want any of them to be missing out on anything, so lobby should be starting soon. Just please bear with us, as that soon is going to be a flexible measure based on when our players actually feel like they're set up for success.
Soon. Okay, well, I'm ready. I'm about to press my button soon. We don't really know when, but, I'm also hoping to get back into this, because I think everybody, 2 ways. Some are anxious, some are locked in and ready. And like, I believe also some are locked and loaded, and I'm waiting for it. I just want to see some good Apex, and that's what we've been seeing nonstop. We got some really cool stats going on as well that we've collected throughout the tournament. A lot of them about Red Evo Shield. Look at that.
Rain and Johnny being very, very good at picking those up quickly, but as it is, getting to Red is more a matter of speed than anything, since it is achievable for anyone, whether you're playing Zone, whether you're playing Edge. We do actually still see some Zone teams hit that red marker very late, if at all, simply because of how much Evo coming from damage is not really as efficient for them.
Yeah, most definitely. But not only that, Mastiff, so many kills. It's not as crazy as we've seen before with the Mozambiques and other weapons in other tournaments, but Mastiff nonetheless has been the main pick for close range fighting. Eva coming up close as well, and PK is also there, but the biggest thing is Mastiff still dominates despite the nerf that we had fairly recently. It's, in my opinion, also my favorite shotgun, so I like it a lot, because Eva is just one of the weapons where if you get to slide on somebody, not necessarily where they can like LOS cut with a bubble or something in the open, Eva could, could punish a little bit harder if you're on their forehead and you have the Eva and they don't have a wall to play. But when we're talking about 90% of these fights where there's like 7 layers of either rampart walls, Newcastle Qs, or Gibby bubbles, I think jiggle peeking with either Massive or PK will always take you ahead, because you're not really exposing your body long enough to where Eva can find that full effect unless you get to jump on them, like I said.
And because of the horizontal spread, you've got a lot of forgiveness as well, right? Like if you're literally going side to side, then when you get in there, like not being exactly lined up means that the Mastiff is still likely going to land a little bit of damage as you slide in, whereas like That's not very true for something like the Peacekeeper that doesn't have the same level of horizontal spread and is more just contained in the box, kind of like the EVA.
Yeah, and they also changed it as well, how the bullet spread happens. So yeah, it's definitely the case. If you just, you hit a shoulder, you're barely hitting any pellets at all. But I mean, that's just how it goes. Some shotguns fight differently, and I think that they're slowly hitting their spots to where you're actually feeling a little bit of a different gameplay when you pick up each and every one. Massive and PK, probably the most similar ones, but the Mozambique doesn't feel at all like the Massive, and it doesn't feel at all like the EVA either.
Yeah.
So I think that if we can, further advance these distinguishing between the weapons and them all having their proper individuality and uniqueness to them, I think that's just the better, because I want, I like having favorite weapons. Flatline is my favorite weapon. No other weapon feels like Flatline, and I love it, and I hope we keep it that way.
Yeah, I mean, a very similar thing to be said in the LMG class, where I think they've done a really good job of differentiating the feel of the different LMGs. I am, obviously, as a Rampart fanatic myself, a
LMG main.
LMG player, exactly. This is going to be taking a little while longer than we anticipated, and so we're going to jump to a very quick break, but we'll be back in just a few moments as we prepare game number 6. No, 5. We'll be back. 6 or 6. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you remember that it is, in fact, Game 6 that we're setting up in the meanwhile. I certainly wouldn't have misremembered the game number. However, as we are still preparing that in the background, I wanted to talk to you a little bit more about some of the team performances this time around, Graceful, because we've talked quite a bit about those teams that are at the top: Aurora, Enterforce 36, TSM, Liquid Alienware, just to name the first. But I want to look a little further down the leaderboard while we have time and talk about those teams that may already be thinking, what are we going to do if and when this hits the second round of elimination? I'm thinking specifically of Green, Stego, Virtus Pro, Fnatic, and Go Next. Weird that I'm saying Fnatic there.
Yeah, I mean, we are definitely hitting that timeline now where it's a possibility to not see Fnatic in the upper bracket or in finals straight away, so to say, and they might have to fight for their tournament life down in lower bracket number 2. These other teams, however, have had a little bit of inconsistency, might I say, but now's the time. There is still 3 games with this left, so they have an opportunity to come back, but unless they can get some above average points, like at bare minimum 10 points on average per for 2 out of the 3 maps, and then a big game out of one of them, it's looking a little bit rough for sure.
Yeah, I'm actually looking specifically towards Noctem and Crazy Raccoon during these next 3 games, because E-District has historically been really successful for them until this until today, throughout the group stage, Crazy Raccoon was averaging 9.2 points per game on E-District and knocked him 11.8.
Yeah, solid averages, but you know what I like about averages? I would rather see them in action, as I hope we're about to start up our game pretty soon, as I'm getting a little bit of excitement as we're about hopping in. Yes, the average points of teams is also, you know, I like to call a lot of about info, and the data could better be... I feel like a lot of people look at raw stats and data as something factual, which it is facts, but you gotta look at it from a little bit of a broader perspective, because raw damage doesn't mean anything a lot of the times. If you have 6,000 damage, but that one game ended in barometer and I had a charge rifle with 200 bullets, you know, it's very common. But other stats, however, that I would rather look at is, you know, how much damage do you actually do in a team fight in a bubble, rather than just overall, you know. So it's important to take all of these stats with a pinch of salt, might I say.
Especially because they shift so often based on where the ring is going, where you're dropping, and in this case, this is where everyone is going to be dropping for E-District. I just want to remind everybody, as we prepare these games, that it's likely that your favorite team, whoever they may be, is dropping from a very different spot than they were in the group stage. As we performed this POI draft only 2 days ago, and everybody had a barrage of shifting priorities. I'd say we saw a lot more priority on E-District than we did pre-tournament. Now that this has gotten underway, I think that while the map is far from solved, we are still getting to the point where teams and players are understanding, well, we aren't just going to leave this for last. Not just anything is good. We want the best chance of success. And it looks like you did indeed get your wish, Graceful. The game has begun. E-District is where we're going, and it is for the last 3 games of the winner's bracket. Who will be finishing in the top 10? Who will be stamping their ticket to go on to Sunday?
Yeah, who indeed? I'm so looking forward to this game, because now is where we will see momentum shift. Some of these teams have been struggling on other parts of the map, especially the lower bottom 10 of the 20th. Now we have actually, you know, the opportunity to show up, because now we've seen some teams actually only excel on this map specifically rather than the other 2 maps, and I'm hoping we get to see something more alongside of that.
Old Town, home of TSM right now, furthest south on the map, are going to be very close neighbors with Go Next, and having rolled a ring console pretty early on, TSM should get an idea of where this zone is going. You and I know, Graceful, that we're going to be going a little further up north than TSM Alliance Go Next, and instead moving up into that Virtus Pro area, even so far as to encompass a little bit of Resort, where Shopify Rebellion ended up dropping.
Yeah, and now the only thing I'm wondering is, will we, you know, even from this lobby and also leading into the next rounds, will we see the same trend on this map where more people are playing center zone, specifically tied to this map, probably because there's more, you know, available spots to play, or will we keep seeing the fashion that we have seen previously now, where people are kind of opting away from early rotating and just playing mid-speed? It remains to be seen. It's going to be fun. Fight here, though, between Go Next and TSM is looking spicy.
It is. I mean, Go Next have been ruthless over the last couple of games. They know as well as anyone that picking up kills in this round is going to be a big game changer. But TSM set up a defensive perimeter very quickly. They've gotten Verhulst back into the fight, and Go Next are now sat on the low ground with mostly white armors. Yarka, the one exception, having gotten enough Evo from taking down Verhulst earlier. But even then, Go Next need to find a way to actually besiege TSM in a meaningful way, because right now they have very limited access to the high ground that the TSM hold.
Yeah, fighting double wide into triple blue is going to be rough, but it depends on how well they are at splitting. With this bubble, let's see if they triple swing something or if they're going to end up double swinging. Huge Newcastle ult comes out and they get it split. One of them swinging one by one by TSM, and that's going to be hard.
Zap swinging with Verhulst.
Yeah.
Go Next responding, and Reps is going to go down immediately.
Yeah.
Uchako with the Mastiff will help take down Verhulst as well, and TSM overstep in a big way to be the first team taken down on E-District.
And that's exactly what I was referring to, Dia. Did you see that stair swing? That was 1-by-1. You have to be triple swinging something if you want to make sure to close out the game fast, because when you swing 1-by-1, that's 3 people looking at you turn that corner and you got shot at, and one of them immediately exploded, and then we saw the triple push through stairs, next one got exploded, and then at that point, there's not really much that you can do.
I'm going to take not the opposite end of that perspective, but maybe a different one, an adjacent one. I don't think you needed to swing that at all. Going down the stairs was a really rough move and an over-aggressive one by TSM. Yes, I understand the aggression, wanting to shake Go Next off your back, because maybe Go Next don't do it themselves, but a little bit of hubris certainly bites them, and now Go Next get everything in the south and the 3 kill points that they were looking for in the first place. EXO sieging up against Shopify Rebellion, who again were sat outside of Resort and will be for the foreseeable future. FC9 looking at them as well, so Shopify Rebellion are running out of safe space to play.
Yeah, we're also getting to this point of the game where like a lot of the teams have already made their way into center zone, so this fight has to happen fast if they want it to happen. Alliance as well looking against E36 in the same building, looking to push. Will we see the same type of gameplay that we just saw now between TSM as well?
Double whiff by Hackis, unfortunately just not connecting right now. It's been really rough. Alliance have lost a lot of HP, but fortunately have not lost a member during this time. E36 are finally going to claim the first knock on Hackis. And I would not be messing with Enterforce 36 after this. Alliance really struggled to find an ingress into this fight. And now that you've lost one, you're not going to find it at this point.
But when even though you've lost one, you have to remember it's Effect and Unlucky outside. They're trying their best. I believe Unlucky ran away, as they will be chasing him indeed, because they are running Valkyrie. Like, not many other teams are. They can easily catch up to Unlucky most likely, and they did spot him out, spam picking him right now, and they say, hey, he is hiding over here, we're going to clean him up. However, even though this fight, we know how this will end, I'm very sad with how it started, Dia. Why did Hackis get split up? He got split up, you know, in that zipline fight, essentially, because they're just bouncing on the zipline.
Oh, yeah.
And that's just the roughest part, is when you get split, you get punished.
Follow-up slam, deadly, and yeah, nice cleanup, nice cleanup. E36, they knew what they were about.
Yeah, I mean, indeed, they were playing very synergized, all of them triple bouncing on that. And that's also kind of hard as well, because, you know, as 2 roller players, they can't do the same thing that Hackis and Synap can do, essentially. But, I mean, you could bounce still, but that synergy they had there, going floor to floor together, triple swinging, cleaning and saying, hey, triple heal before we walk up together, is what, you know, makes or break these fights. You got a triple swing, man.
It was a very nice finish. I'm glad we get to see the Newcastle ults used so aggressively. The animation is so satisfying.
It looks so cinematic.
Yeah. That probably one of my favorite parts of the Newcastle design is getting to use the ultimate and watch it be used. Now, Fnatic, a team that very much needs to perform in these last 3 games, currently sitting in 18th overall, have a great spot from which to do so, Graceful.
Yeah, really good spot. You know, they have the knowledge and they know they're in a solid spot. The question remains is, can they hold this spot? Because now they're on triple blue. It looked like they're all missing, you know, sights right now. Will be a little bit harder to poke people away from you when you're missing, you know, a 3x or a 2-4. But they're sitting very comfortably, hoping that other teams perhaps start a fight and then they can 3-peat. Because on this map, honestly, you have pretty solid sight lines specifically from this spot, so that's good.
We'll get to take a look at some of the teams that are on the cusp of making their way into qualification for winners. Noctem, hoping for their shot at doing much the same. We're going to drop on 100 Thieves, and Timmy is going to fall. This will be a quick finish for Noctem, and I don't see 100 Thieves around to respond, but it's worth noting that with TSM and Alliance eliminated, we have our 3rd place team and our 5th place team having gone down. With 3 games left to go, I'm not saying that they're in danger of being knocked out, but you want to avoid having more games like this one, where 0 points can very quickly become you dropping many placements.
Yeah, and we can also see here on the map that there's actually about 6-7 teams outside of the zone right now. Seems like they want to be playing a little bit more of edge, because maybe they like just how this zone specifically plays out. But like you said, top 5 eliminated, top 3 eliminated. What this means, Dia, is even more excitement to me. Unless the teams above them soak up more points, that means there will be more points across the board spread into the lobby, so that, you know, it'll be more exciting, because that means the average in the lobby also goes up. Will we see as high as yesterday? Probably not, because it ends up being normally more top-heavy. But I am looking forward to it nonetheless. I'm hoping for teams on the bottom 10 to pick up some more points this game, because they definitely need it.
Team like Aurora could just rocket ahead of the lobby, but not if they're being shut down like that. Go Next. Isolating and destroying. I mean, you've mentioned to me in the past that Go Next are a contentious team in EMEA because they can get so aggressive, because they will go for these unorthodox and honestly very inconvenient plays for other teams. But you can't deny that when points mean everything, when we are in high-stakes situation like this, their strategies are very effective.
Yeah, and that's the thing about them. Uxako and Hyarka's duo, really, right? We've seen them across, almost the entire timeline of Apex, I would like to say, from EMEA's perspective. They always have the same confidence, and that's something that a lot of teams lack. Because when something works or doesn't work, I feel like they never get, what's the word again? Discouraged. They don't really get discouraged because they know we practice this. If it works, we've been doing a good practice, and if it doesn't work, well, then we just gotta get at it again. Whereas most people might even get discouraged. And speaking of discouraged, 100 Thieves almost over peaking, getting insta-kill, but the bubble from Team Falcons comes forward with this rat. We heard about the rat play. Now Falcons says it's my turn as they train in his fight, and it goes 2 for 2. Falcons versus 100 Thieves comes down to a 1v1, but the Newcastle is on one team. It's going to be really hard for 100 Thieves to close this out as he gets the res. And 100 Thieves probably looking to disengage here to make sure they can reset. Falcons, however, instead of getting ratted on somebody else.
Yeah, I appreciate that Timmy went for it once he heard the res, but not much you can do there. Falcons are playing the kills, and Gaming Gladiators struggling to stay alive themselves up against Noctem are going to be chewed through. Gaming Gladiators do go down, and it's Noctem that pick up the kills. So we are starting to drop squads, or at least most of them in the case of 100 Thieves.
Noctem was one of the teams we talked about backstage as well, Dia, where can they keep up the performance they've had previously? Because we said, hey, on E-District, they were kind of popping off. Can they do it again? We saw them a little bit, across this lobby in the earlier matches. They haven't really had that success. But with what we just saw, them taking them out, is that we're seeing that form from yesterday. Is it maybe they're just a magical god E-District team? I don't know. But this is a good start to snowball into later. Hopefully they can keep this momentum up and maybe close out the game again like they did yesterday's fashion.
I mean, genuinely? Maybe. Noctem have been really exceptional performers, but it's like a high highs, low lows kind of thing. If they've solved E-District, if that's the juice that's going to get them through this tournament, it may very well be enough. E-District has been a really important map, and many teams are slower on being able to pick up exactly how they want to approach this. In fact, Falcons have just come up with a new strategy. The rat play was really fun to watch, but I want to see what they're thinking of doing next as they approach E-District. So let's jump into a listen-in with Falcons.
Hey, shoot him. Take a peek.
One of the he's hanging at us.
Nice. I get the shoot saw.
Are they staying there?
Yeah, they're gonna hold us.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's split. I think it's split.
Yeah.
Okay, back bit. I'm playing fast.
I can nade him. I bet naded him. I'm walking forward. I'm also sliding forward.
Wait to get left side. I'm
nading. That's guy naded.
He's Havoc.
Give me 100 on the right part. Give me right 200. Give me 200.
Stay back. Looking back. Looks good.
Hit 2 for 100. They're getting hit in the heart.
They're running outside. They're outside. They're on the corner.
They're all inside now.
Get some shit in hut. No, inside.
Okay. That's why they run inside the room. Don't evac behind us. Evac behind us. You let them go.
Are they AFK on the corner?
They're in the hut behind me.
Yeah.
They evac behind us. They're going City Hall.
Yeah, these guys just
ran Ubi. I did my Ubi. They had my Ubi, I think.
No, they're not.
Okay.
They're letting her close though.
Fucking Lotus on the right side.
We need to carry back here.
Yeah, fucking sit in the hut soon.
They're swinging.
Bombing.
Give me one, give me cracked.
Grab on 60. They use everything. I'm chilling. Killing.
Crack them 101! We want to be. No, one! I'm batting against guy. Batting. They're coming. They should show. Baited in. Marshall. Marsh. I'm going. I'm on. Marsh one.
That's nice.
Oh, fuck. How do we stop that?
And that was, you know, impressive 3v3 from Falcons going in to knock them, the team we were just talking about, but Aurora was the team who was using the evac. Landed close because they saw, hey, you know, these guys are poking us, they might be fighting soon. Came in for the 3P, and they were stuck in the corner, got nade spammed, and then lost the fight. However, good comms and bubble fight before that. Aurora, however, takes that up, cleans that up.
Yeah, very well done, and it's suffering when you get trapped in the elevator. I've been trapped in the elevator, you've been trapped in the elevator. It's tough, especially when the enemy team has nades. Now, what's really difficult to watch is Virtus Pro be eliminated right now, because they, 19th going into this game, had an amazing spot, center zone, where Go Next just managed to take over from them. So, really difficult game for Virtus Pro to lose out on points from, but now it's Go Next's opportunity, who have been making a lot of noise throughout this game. This could be Go Next starting to take that move and turn it into a winner's bracket appearance. They've just got to keep this going. Sitting at 14th place right now, Go Next, this could be their game.
Yeah, and this is the thing with zone pulled towards the water in the bridge, under the bridge, is something that a lot of teams don't really opt for. They tend to opt for buildings. So when they notice that that zone is pulling off of them, more teams start to look for fights early because, hey, we don't want to get gate kept with this team. We'd rather take them out now, which is why we see a lot of fights happening. We're used to seeing 20 teams circle 4 on this map. Now it's 12 because teams are hungry. They're all... We're at this stage in the tournament where everybody's warmed up. They're ready to throw their hands. And we're seeing that because teams are more and more being proactive in taking fights. Speaking of fights, looks like a fight is about to go down with Cloud9. And we'll have to see if other teams rotate in on the same side. Perhaps EXO.
Yeah, Cloud9, I mean, so close to EXO, so close to Complexity as well. I can't help but feel graceful that this is going to turn into a third-party situation. No matter what team you fight, the other is going to surely come and mess you up. And EXO right now, they're the ones picking a fight with Z9. I don't think that they know there's a third party in the area. But Swinny, having already bought some space for the team, is going to erect some cover just to make sure that this stays theirs. EXO Clan are waiting out the Gibby ult. They've got a bubble of their own. I don't suspect that EXO are giving this up, though.
No, I think EXO likes punishing people for being in a bad positioning, so they're really forcing their utilities. And when they get forced utilities, they also get, you know, shot by more than Complexity as well, by E36, EXO, and also Complexity now going into another fight.
Jumping right in on the Shopify Rebellion. Somebody's getting cooked in here. Right now, Yuka F is the one with the Peacekeeper doing the cooking, looking for the last kill, even through the res shield. It'll be Yuka F that takes out Shopify Rebellion, and now huddles in a corner, waiting for the rest of the game themselves. EXO came into third party, but through this bubble, Yuka's surviving for a very long time, finally going to be taken out as EXO Clan jump in, and now have the defensive bubble themselves to survive in. Fuda, outside of it, is going to go down. Swinny, bunkering at the inside of Slayers takes an off angle, but Enter Force 36 have very little resistance in front of them as they come in to take another kill off EXO.
And this is what we see when the collapse happened from the western side of the map. All the teams that was in those buildings in the center zone early on are forced to join in from the same side. We saw about 5 teams just get mopped right there. And now, you know, now there's a little bit more space, a little bit more breathing room as teams are looking to get into the next zone. But there's so many pathways on this map that allows teams to survive. Enter Force 36, however, already getting even more kills than they already had. We'll have to see if they can keep this up, because I'm pretty sure they're already sitting pretty safely, which is a nice sight to see.
Green Stego, bottom of the leaderboard, fighting against Complexity for their chance at one good game. Ziki finds the kill, and Go Next are going to fall. Go Next, who had so much momentum now getting shut down. Unfortunately, Green Stego will join them just as quickly, moving us down even further. Furia surviving on the low ground, looking at E36. Could this be the end of one of our powerhouse teams in the winner's bracket? Keon moves on forward, but gets taken down. Furia are into the meat grinder, and Synapse shuts it down.
Synapse shuts it down indeed. E36 survived the pinch. I don't think they'll get the reset here. They most likely won't. But managing to get those 3 kills and better play. And they turn on them. Aimbot actually 2-taps him. And now Crazy Raccoon is on their heels as Enterforce 36 got all 3 people up, red armor, still healing up, making sure that they can actually survive. And this is crazy, Dia. How could they survive the pinch and also get 4 kills and still get a readout?
Don't call it a comeback, because E36 never left. Wow! Taking that chunk out of Crazy Raccoon is wild, and as one of only 4 teams left in the lobby, Crazy Raccoon can't afford overextensions like that. Now Enterforce 36 have Guild covering them on the high ground. This bubble, though, maybe a little bit early. Losing this cooldown could be incredibly punishing, as Guild still manage the real estate of E36. If Guild decide you're going down, I'm sorry, but that's how it's going to be. And I'm watching Phony drop down. I'm seeing E36. Their lease is up. They've got nowhere left to go. Hiding behind this last sliver of a Newcastle shield. Out go the Thermite, but Aimbot's already down. Synap is down. Enterforce 36. They get taken out, evicted from the low ground.
Aurora fighting for height against Crazy Raccoon as Guild decided to drop down on E36. Big fight here between Crazy Raccoon and Aurora as they both are using their utilities. Guild lurking nearby, even popped an evac in the background I saw. Will they join the fray by sipping up late? Or will they stay down low? And they do down 9 ints that accidentally fell off as OG Rain also goes down. Kazak, however, showing some signs of life but takes down. Goes down as well. Crazy Raccoon
trying to recover up against Guild. This could be Guild's win. Jesco jumping into the bubble, takes the last kill, and will give Guild a massive win in our first game on E-District.
Guild definitely needed that. That was great. And that's the thing, is that they're making these decisions that a lot of teams aren't making right now, because when you see an enemy bubble get forced, you normally try to, hey, they don't have bubble, let's see if we can kill them by nading or just spamming them. Guild says they use bubble, we're using our bubble to gap close and killing them, which was the perfect timing because Crazy Raccoon opted to fight Aurora for height at that point.
Yeah.
And that made them, you know, ready. They popped an evac, they healed up, 9 imps fell down, they got that kill, and then they came up and cleaned up the fight. And that's just super solid decision making by Guild.
I mean, I've got to give credit where it's due there. That was a great call by Phony to jump down onto the low ground. And normally, I'm not saying that in endgame scenarios, but because it starts the fight on high ground, it means so much more for Guild. It leads them to a 19-point victory. Crazy Raccoon right behind with 15 points. This game meant a lot to them as well, as it's now pushed Crazy Raccoon into 11th place overall on the leaderboards. Something that now has them in the conversation at the very least for will they be able to, in the next 2 games, make it up to the finals. Aurora, no surprise. Enterforce 36, I gotta say as well, no surprise.
Definitely no surprise. They were playing that spot incredibly. The fact that they could survive between a pinch for that long on just 1 box, even though they had to use utilities to survive 2 angles, is crazy. However, like you said about Phony, people have been doubting him a little bit as of lately due to the fact of how his team split up after winning and everything, you know. And he's showing, you guys are doing fine, I'm doing fine. We sometimes have to remind ourselves that sometimes splitting up isn't something bad. It might be better for the both of teams. And now we're seeing, you know, the rise of Guild being on 54, which in my mind, depending on, you know, they're pretty much safe in my opinion. They just a little bit, a tiny little bit more. It's good because now we can all succeed. And isn't that the best case in both scenarios? You know, it's always fun to be a villain and have a little bit of rivalry. But at the end of the day, we want everybody to succeed as well as the team.
And all I'm saying is that I'm sure it helps put a smile on Phony's face. The Guild is 3rd and Shopify Rebellion are 8th. Despite having 2 of the best performing fraggers in the tournament so far.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. It's just interesting. Shopify Rebellion, make no mistake, if we stopped the games now, would still go to finals on Sunday. They're still in a really good spot. But that little bit of an edge that Phony now has in the standings over his former teammates Gotta be feeling really important. Really fantastic, by the way, for Legacy and Jesco as well. Guild was not a team that was performing poorly at the previous playoffs by any means. In fact, they were really praised for their game plans, their zone play. This version of the roster only seems to have bettered almost everything about itself, be it time, be it slightly different meshing, be it a little bit of a different game plan, whatever it may be, that secret sauce behind the scenes is turning into a guild that is a force to be reckoned with on Sunday.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's also the fun, as you said, teams are changing up, and we're seeing success out of many different teams. And I think this also lies with the fact that different metas, boost other people's individualities in a way that some can succeed better in certain metas. And I think a lot of these success stories that we have, we've kind of shied away from this whole just get 2 rollers with SMGs to now we're seeing the people that are better at perhaps handling their legends, their abilities, their legends, their decision making in terms of like how do we bubble fight properly. Those people are now succeeding, which I think is good, because being good at a game at a specific time and place is there's a different skill set in another meta, and seeing all of them is really nice.
Yeah, there is plenty of ways that people are always changing, developing, improving, and making us go wow in Apex Legends. But some people that make me go wow are over on the analyst desk, and so I'm going to hand you off to their very capable hands between these next few games.
Thank you, good sir. I was wondering how you're going to bring that together. Dia Graceful, great cast, and we'll continue to see you on as we have more games to go. Welcome back to the analyst desk. My name is Rain Day, hosting alongside Jamerson and Jayhawk and Urice, who we haven't seen on an ALGS broadcast in quite a long time. I remember summer circuit days with you competing, and now, I want you to help catch everybody up. Where have you been? What's been going on? I know you have a huge Japanese audience. Talk to us.
Yeah, it's been like, it really has been a long time since I played like competitive. I miss it. I miss this, just the goosebumps and the adrenaline from competing. But I've been exploring like my options with Apex and the huge Japanese audience, and especially as you can see.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah.
It's just the amount of people in this, and it's not even the finals too.
This is crazy. Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, and I've been learning Japanese as well. So if anyone needs translation, I can help you guys with it.
Yes.
But yeah, it's been an insane journey with here, and meeting my friends that I made through Apex here for the first time is such a pleasure. And yeah.
Well, it's great to have you. You're doing your watch party thing over there. We see you. You're having fun. You got the hoodie as well. That is a coveted new hoodie.
Yeah, I actually won this yesterday.
Did you really?
From the exhibition match, yeah.
Awesome, man. Well, we're lucky to have you. I know you've been watching. We'll get your thoughts in a second because we have those final circles to break down that just occurred in games 4, 5, and 6. However, I want to kick it off with Jamerson here and start talking about it because game 4 got us back into the race.
Yeah, we're seeing Aurora dominance here, another win for them, and honestly, they've been playing off of their prio so extremely well. Here on World's Edge, of course, we get this landslide ending. They drop on over at Survey Camp, and they were able to do a great job of whittling down the eastern side to ultimately get this position. I really want to note that their third-party timings on that Zone 3, Zone 4 to really clear out the traffic when they're rotating in has been extremely well done. We just saw them, of course, taking out Falcons on that same Zone 3 rotate to make it into the late game in game number 6. And that's a similar thing they did here, where they took out TSM on the eastern side with the third-party timing to ultimately get the win.
They have been a force to be reckoned with, a true point sponge, 79 points overall. And Jayhawk, it would lead to what felt like, somebody needs to show up and contest these guys. Well, what do you know? Mr. Verholz, Reps, and Zap come in.
Yeah, Jamerson and I were talking in the green room that when we saw this zone pop, it looked like it was going to be a TSM or Aurora win. They were holding the north side of the map, and they did such a good job at maintaining that space. The weird part was when we got to this end game, there was actually enough cover for all 4 teams, TSM, Aurora, Falcons, and Furia, all just clumped into this tiny little spot. And when you get to that kind of a situation with all the cover from Rampart Walls, Newcastle, the Gibby Domes, I don't know who was going to win. Genuinely, I had no clue, but luckily TSM on the low ground just played their cover perfectly. They come in late, as you see, the last Gibby bubble, and then when Verhulst lets that Sheila sing, good things happen. And so, boom, down goes Aurora, down goes Furia, down goes Falcons, and TSM get the win.
Big shout out. I don't know why I thought of it, but Anjali Bhamani and Gabe Newell, our voice actors who join us and are such a big part of our community, now they asked for their characters to be meta last time in LA, and they are literally meta right now. So I know they're having fun watching it. And speaking of Japan, speaking of speaking Japanese, we have a lot of teams as well from APAC North, Uris, who have been dominating. Inter 34, Force 36, we've got Crazy Raccoon. What was your take on this final zone, which ended up being wild?
Yeah, so the thing with these final zones nowadays is a lot of it comes down to whoever like apes who. So with the meta having the walls, the rampart, the domes, you can stall for so long, being able to like, it's whoever has the timing right that forces the other team to actually push to the other team and make them fight and get that perfect third party, which they did on that low ground and come up as they CR fought Aurora.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Aurora, very aggressive. They got Falcons out, but it was Guild who would stand the test of time in Game 6. And that man right there, maybe one of the more personal and powerful stories that we have to offer in the ALGS Championship. He hoisted a trophy, the very last one we had in Mannheim, and was immediately removed from the team that won. He had his own journey of wondering, would I even get back to championships? Now, sitting in 3rd place overall in the winner's bracket after that win. Phony not only proving he's got flexibility, proving that he can keep up with the best of the best. In the kill race, 9 kills so far in this winner's bracket, and he has already been near the top 5 coming into it. A huge improvement from him, Jay, and I think overall, a testament that he is locked in and has something to prove.
Absolutely. Throughout his career, I'm thinking back to FaZe Clan when he's playing with Frex and Snipedown, even to his previous team with Zainu and Koi. He was never putting up huge numbers. He was not the fragger on those teams. And obviously, I mean, when you're playing with Zainu and Koi, it's kind of hard to, but he was never the one that was having to do that work. With this new Guild roster, all 3 players are obviously having to, but we've seen a massive improvement in terms of his output in fights, and I really do think that's incredibly noteworthy because it's putting Guild in a position like we see here on this leaderboard where they're going through to the finals with ease.
Jamerson, what catches your eye? Highlight or low light here? What are you looking at heading into our last 2?
Again, we had a lot of high expectations, Fnatic definitely being one of them.
Yeah.
Currently in 18th place with 17 points overall. This is the lowest points average they've had across maps in the series, and it's weird seeing, you know, the Giants fall in the home stadium right now, and hopefully, you know, with 2 maps left to go, they're really going to have to ramp it up. Luckily for them, though, they're sitting at about 20 points, right? And our cutoff yesterday was at 41 in the lower brackets. Yeah. So there is room for them, but they need to really get it together. I think they were really thrown for a loop for those first 2 initial games up against Team Liquid, getting caught out by them twice.
Yeah.
And then from there, they never really bounced back. But, you know, that was 6 games ago. So hopefully now they can actually do it.
That's the benefit. You've got 8 games. There's a long time between those early mistakes and what's happening now. But for Fnatic, a team that we expected would do well, but did even better than expected, winning the first game in Japan, they have now kind of lost a bit of steam. 2 games to decide if they can make it. But the benefit is, Uris, we have teams like Aurora and Interforce, even Guild here, who are taking so many of the points that 31-point threshold, that's really just one big game from Fnatic, and they are already in the top 10.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm thinking if Fnatic gets a good early fight in this next few games, getting that momentum to keep them alive for the entirety of the games, I think it'll set that pace till late game. Since a lot of these teams, especially the top teams that are inside this winner bracket, there's a lot of them placed inside that zone. So getting that fight outside the zone and getting that isolated fight can set you for the pace throughout the entire game.
I want to know something now, just because we have you before we start turning it back to these 2 games. What makes this experience being in Japan as a streamer, as a content creator? We know you've migrated so much of your attention to serve this audience. We're serving this audience. This audience is really serving us. This stadium is unbelievable from our perspective. It's full to the brim of people. What is it about this place that just makes you want to play and be in the esports scene?
It really is just like the energy of the fans, like showing them what you're capable of, and hearing those screams when they when you fight other teams, like the excitement of the crowd. It really is just that adrenaline that comes from it, and especially like the Japanese fans who personally, like when you meet them in person in LANs, it's just incredible.
This is
incredible.
This is also not as full as it's going to be, if you can believe that. It's going to get even more full coming up on Sunday. Urice, it's been a pleasure, man. I'm excited to see more of your watch party. Before we let you go and turn it back over to the casters, I want your prediction on who you think is going to be the champion when it's all said and done after tomorrow.
Wait, so are we for this day?
No,
Yeah, for the entire day?
I want your full prediction. Who's taking it?
Oh God, not to be biased. But I'm really rooting for Falcons.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm really rooting for Falcons. I know
Okay.
they always have a slow start, but they always end up on top in the end. And I also want Fnatic to do really well and get their phase going. And I'm also thinking the Alliance and the Shopify on the top 3.
Okay. Shopify and Alliance and Falcons probably, but want Fnatic to get the job done as well, just because we're in APAC.
Exactly.
Beautiful, man. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. That's Urice. Check out his watch party as well. He's doing it over on Twitch or over to the right of us, basically, on this desk if you're here in Daiwa House. Jamerson, Jayhawk will be back in a few. We've got the draft coming up after this, but 2 more games to determine who is going to Championship Sunday and who might be going home. Take it away, Dia. And Graceful, it's all you to close us out.
2 games, Graceful. It's so little. I know it's an 8-game set, but when it comes down to it, especially if you're like on the line right now, these 2 games are the only thing that matter.
That's the thing. You're now at the point where we need to go big or go home. Oh, sorry. Jeez. I said we're now at the point where you need to go big or go home, where, you know, teams that are below 20 points, they need huge games at this point. Well, 1 really big game or 2 solid games. And other teams that are, you know, just a few points off. We saw yesterday FaZe die on 20th when they were almost out, and they just made it past. You never want to be in a scenario where you die early and your results of making it through is dependent on how the game goes when you're dead.
Yeah.
You never want to get there. So hopefully these teams can wake up a little bit and take it into their own hands, you know, like Urice said as well, perhaps by taking isolated earlier fights than just going straight into endgame, because it does end up being a little bit, I wouldn't say full RNG, but a little bit RNG to the degree that which team, if there's 3 or 4 bubbles, who pushes who will decide who actually get those kill points, because the 3Ps are most often the ones that get the kills.
Yeah, I mean, and there are just scenarios where you don't have a lot of power. I'm thinking of Enter Force 36 last game.
Yeah.
Enter Force 36 didn't have a lot of power. They got pushed by Crazy Raccoon, and it was amazing. We called it out that they were able to repel that push. But when it comes down to it, Guild dropping on you, you haven't got anything to do about it. Even if you win the fight versus Guild, Crazy Raccoon are they're gonna jump right on top of that. Like you don't get to decide whether your game continues. You get to decide in those scenarios how many people you take with you, and that's just really tough. So putting yourself in a scenario where you always have the most impact over whether you get to continue or not, and then beyond that, just making the best decision possible to get yourself as many points is going to be the, I want to say recipe for success, but it's so general that it's hardly a recipe. It's more of just a guideline.
And that's the thing is, I always like to say as well, always be proactive, don't be reactive. However, we've also seen that bite their butts. TSM swinging those stairs was being proactive.
It was.
In a sense. However, doing it on a timing to where one guy swings the stairs by 1 ends up getting them punished. So being proactive is good. However, you need to be on the same page as your team. And same page we are going into this game, because the game is finally starting. I'm always itching for it to start. I love absolutely, you know, the whole segment. But for me, gameplay is where it's at.
I mean, this was pretty fast. This one was pretty. Basically, as soon as we started talking, they started the game. Like it was right there, and good thing they did, because otherwise, Graceful, you know, he gets away. He gets away. We're going to be starting off over with Guild. Not a bad choice, given that they won last game and now sit in 3rd overall. So this is a team that you are seeing on Sunday. They've absolutely written that in stone at this point in the game and the day. Coming out of Blossom Drive, they will have a little ways to go until the ring, as it does look like, and they've just gotten the information that we are going all the way over into the east by Gaming Gladiators and 100 Thieves. Looks like a Heights ending to me, although we could be a little more Vibe Isle type.
Most likely it could be leading into Heights, as we've seen previous zones end there, you know, a little bit south of the building, also one north of the building, where Gaming Gladiators is pretty much sitting very softly. However, you know, other teams we saw the previous game, a lot of teams went for center zone, misread the zone, got super punished by needing to rotate in from the western side. Will they learn from that, or are they going, like, there's two ways you can go on about it. Guys, let's play mid-speed, grab the second beacon, take a spot from then on, or do they say, this is definitely the zone I'm calling, let's go back there again, and if it ends up pulling away from them, how will they react? Because that's the worst case scenario, but I think it should be fine.
And if you want to play for third beacon as well, you've always got Humbert Labs off to the south. That's actually going to be really close to zone. I'm looking a little further over at City Hall as well, being another great place that you could grab the third beacon read from if you wanted to play edge, like Fnatic have been known to do on E-District. This time they're going to be rotating over to the south, so if they wanted to grab third beacon information, they're likely going to be one of those folks going through Old Town and Humbert Labs to do so.
Yeah, most definitely. We've seen their macro before. They like to play it a little bit slow, unless the zone is pulling straight on top of them, in which case they like to opt for power spots. However, I think that it's I don't know, it's gonna be tough. 17 points, 18 going into this game. They're gonna need to do something else, because even at the end of the day, if you only get placement points but no kills, will that be enough to push them into the top 10? You know, remains to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Fnatic, 17 points. The cutoff for 10th right now is 31.
Yeah.
So it's not a huge differential, but you got to remember that even those teams that are in 10th are going to be getting points this game. So it is going to be higher than 31. The question is just by how much? How much spread of points will we see? 100 Thieves going to be expending a bubble to get everyone back up. I don't expect them to be actually pushed by C9 at this point in the game, however, as C9, they've got better things to do. Find another spot in zone, another spot in Heights, as right now, if you are going to go center zone, Heights really is the place to be. There's a lot of spots that you can coexist in. Gaming Gladiators, unfortunately, not going to be taking anyone out of the sky today.
Yeah, I mean, they're just shooting at everybody, opting to get more, you know, Evo, so they can get purple, perhaps. C9 doing exactly that. This is what I like about a lot of the teams, because in scrims, what you see that down, they are bubbling at them and just wiping them.
Yeah.
On LAN or in actual tournaments or high-stakes scenarios, even online tournaments, you see that they get that down, they use that time for them to recover, to go for the objective, get a better spot in the zone. And I like seeing that, because, you know, they're kind of on the middle of the pack to where they're not safe just yet, but making those types of plays will definitely put you in scenarios to where you can make yourself comfortable up at the top if they play it outright.
You know, it reminds me of, like, you know how every meta sort of like emphasizes a different part of the game. Hold on, I'm gonna have to talk about this later, because Go Next have just walked straight into another squad. This is not a good spot for them to be against EXO, but Hyarka technically alive, and Go Next all making it out for the moment. Aren't going to get EXO completely aping them. That was a very dangerous situation that they are lucky to be alive after.
They were so low that I promise you, if they just lost just a little bit more HP, that fight would have exploded. EXO decided to also disengage after that wall came out, and, you know, they both traded a little bit more, and I think that's better for the both of them, because, you know, they both are kind of in need of points currently.
Swinny could have thrown a beard hair at Hyarka, and it'd be over.
Yeah, it was that close.
Yeah. I can't believe they're alive, and honestly, they probably can't either, but holding on to this spot for now. Not what Go Next were going for, but after that last play, I think you're recognizing that it may be one of the better spots you're going to get until later on, where Go Next can choose to play a little more aggressively in third party, which it has been the recipe for success for people like E36 throughout the course of these games.
Yeah, most definitely. And one of the funniest things as well is that, you know, I'm seeing a little bit to the side, Aurora is opting to play Mirage once again, getting more objectives on the map. And yeah, playing super slow like always. Some teams, you know, like we said, your secret sauce for the recipe essentially is that some teams have been working and they don't need to change anything up, which is what we see from some teams. I keep saying that, you know, they have been switching things up from center zone to maybe mid-speed. Some teams haven't done anything. It's been working. And sometimes that's all you need to do. Just keep staying disciplined and keep exercising those, you know, what you did in Scream is now working. Aurora on the map, like I said, look at where they are. One is top left, one is down below, and they're just stacking objective points because that's their playstyle. I remember playing with them in a tournament where they say, Grace, all we have to do is get purple armor and we can win any fight. And when you have that mindset, which they have shown in this lobby, you know, that's rooting for something good to happen, and I like that.
I bet if they could drop at 3 different POIs, they would.
Yeah, probably, yeah, they would. They would.
I mean, with how easy it is to get your teammates back into the game in this meta, with being able to craft them so easily. And
even more so.
Yeah, I mean, the speed of mobile respawn beacons as well. It's just, I mean, you've got so many options. Right now, I have no doubt they'll be able to group back up.
Ooh, look at that.
Area still technically in between them. What am I looking at?
A little bit south. Anti-436, Noctem Alliance as well, all looking very close to each other. Something could be happening there. Bamboozles as well. Mirage with 50% more foozles. Have not seen that one actually, because when I'm in game, I'm kind of logged in. But yeah, teams are finding each other on macro now, because now we're getting to the point where all those teams that went early are still in the next zone. So no major macros or even micro, depending on how close they are to the next zone, has to happen just yet. All the other teams that are on edge, however, are starting to sniff each other out or see each other now at this point. So I am expecting a little bit more action to erupt as Circle 2 closing, or perhaps a little bit later from that.
Yeah, a lot more squads are going to be aware of where Noctem is rotating in from. Noctem, again, definitely a team to keep your eyes on. They're a very scary squad on E-District and have taken out a lot of unsuspecting squads so far. However, off here in the north, Shopify Rebellion and Liquid Alienware. 2 teams very interesting for different reasons today. Liquid Alienware have been super deadly, but they got taken out last round. So I wonder if they can turn things around this time. Shopify Rebellion, on the other hand, super deadly team in the group stage, but much, much quieter now that we've hit the elimination rounds.
And that's kind of also the thing, is that a lot of people like to jump to the conclusion, oh, you know, they're washed or they didn't have a good blah, 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 but there's only so many teams that can pop off, right? Yeah. When you have 3 teams dominating the lobby, not everybody can do that, but they were sitting, you know, at 8th right now with 34 points. They might have been quiet, but they've been racking up points. They're almost there. So all they need is that a little bit of a push straight in, and I would expect them to move on into the next round.
It's okay. I didn't believe Lace when she said you were one.
I showed it as well. Hello.
Liquid Alienware set up on height right now. Remember, still do have Shopify Rebellion behind them, so if they didn't know it now, well, they know it before. If they didn't know before, well, they know it now. That's the way that that goes. That's how time flows. Now, with Green Stego in front of them as well, Team Liquid are going to have to, in a way, fight both teams should Shopify Rebellion rotate this way, since Green Stego will be looking for a third party should the opportunity present itself. Meanwhile, Guild, who are actually sat in a pretty good spot in zone, have got lots of cover, plenty of space, but I wouldn't say a fantastic position for the late game yet, mostly because you can't really say that yet. We don't have the data to know whether Guild are going to be in a power spot, but what we do know is that it's flexible, and that at the very least will benefit them.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you opt for as you go into these games, is that you, like, it's very rarely, like I always say, you should never lock, like, unless you know where the zone is ending, never lock yourself, like, remove your options where you're only locked into one thing happening. You want to be in a spot to where, like, if it pulls south, we can do this. If it pulls north, we can do this, and react accordingly. As we see Knock as well, everybody's just waiting for the next zone to fully close, but people are also showing their teeth saying, hey, I know you're also waiting, but like, don't think about anything, because you never know when people start triple swinging with bubble at this point, and I like that. They're staying aware.
Going to be about showing presence as Remix Powers does eat a Gibby ultimate for a second. Going up against Virtus Pro, this fight's really kicking off. Noctem have no defensive cooldowns, however, and Remix Powers gets caught completely outside it without cover of the team, and as the Newcastle being the first to go down, that likely means that Noctem are going down. Virtus Pro's taking a big chunk out of them so far. Complexity are even helping out, and Noctem are going to bleed out in the open.
Not a big fan of that fight that Noctem tried to push. Sure, Remix Powers, you know, overextended and got super punished by Sheila for it. I still don't like that fight specifically, because why are you trying a fight? There's 7 teams around us. We're going to get thirded. And luckily, only they got pinched and shot from far. But I'm sure that the opposite team, however, BP, very happy with that. Because, hey, you gave us a free opener, we're gonna take you guys down.
That's one of the parts where you can feel righteous anger as Virtus Pro. You know, you're like, you pushed me, are you serious? But now Virtus Pro, they're the ones that are gonna have to do some pushing, because taking a look at the zone, us going up north is going to be pretty difficult for Virtus Pro, for Fnatic, for Go Next, for Guild. Fnatic already making some moves. On to Go Next, however. A team that has been very aggressive so far. I like the nade placement that they've got, but Fnatic have yet to actually find purchase in a way that makes me think they're going to win this fight. Instead, we just know that they're taking it. With UKF going down, it's not even looking that good.
Not only that, but they're also getting shot from behind. You know, that fight was definitely rough. Tunnel fights like this where you have to actually climb, like you place your wall, so you have to climb over it. And then they got split and Yuka got down early. It's going to be really hard regardless, because at some point, you know, you're going to have 3 people holding whether you climb or if you swing aside. And when that space is so minuscule, you're bound to get hit, which, you know, they all got caught and they just got smoked.
GG, still up on Heights, still overlooking everything. Let's not forget that Heights is their territory. And they're looking down at Falcons right now. GG are going to have to move. Falcons may very well be the recipients of them, but I want to talk for a second about Crazy Raccoon, a team right on the edge of qualification and a team in a very good spot this round. This is their penultimate game of the series, and it could be the game that pushes them into qualification for the winner's bracket right here on the north end of zone. They should have all the space in the world, all the time in the world, and Crazy Raccoon, they've already got world champions on their team.
They also might get even more kills, because this zone is leading towards their side. The congested side would actually be the southern, southwest, and east side. We'll have to see if Shopify on the west side of the map can hold their side. However, everybody's just looking to gatekeep at this point, because the zone did pull off of where everybody set up early.
Liquid Alienware going to be moving in from the north as well, as E36 start jumping in from the western side. This evac going to actually be very nice for them, as up into the skies they descend into this very small corner that no one's really able to look at. Newcastle Ultimate Expenditure, I think, is a bit premature, but it gives them the opportunity to get the cooldown back for later on. It's not going to be the thing that really keeps them alive, but it may provide just that necessary bit of cover. Watch the bubble cooldown, and that goes for everyone as Crazy Raccoon start looking out themselves, taking a fight up against Green Stego for dominance of this building that is now even further into zone and a much better spot for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, they were looking. This is the most important part. I told you before as well. You need to look for this. Like, you at least have to try and see if you can catch somebody off guard and get it down. They said, hey, we didn't catch anybody. Let's just set up on the roof. I think that's a smart choice, because they are actually in a super solid spot for the next zone. And now they're just chilling, holding everybody out, hoping that other teams run into each other. And maybe they could catch some kills coming closer towards the zone.
Now, the only teams that have been eliminated so far were teams that were already outside of the top 10. So Noctum, Fnatic, and ExoClan simply are not getting the opportunity to increase their points, and will be having to do that next game, if at all. Everyone else in this lobby, or at least the majority of them, are actually in a position where they have qualified. Looking a little bit further down at teams like Virtus Pro, Green Stego, who have Crazy Raccoon on top of them. Those are the teams that really have a lot of pressure to perform. I'm going to include Complexity and even Gaming Gladiators in that.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, a lot of the teams on the bottom end have gotten knocked out. However, a lot of the teams in the middle of the pack are still up live and running. And the thing is that means the average of the lobby will go up again. Probably not to the extent as yesterday, maybe. But it's definitely interesting to see as more teams have moved into the next zone, feeling kind of comfortable. I think the next fight will probably happen on the south side into southwest side. As we see kills going down in the kill feed right now, it's gonna be messy.
Go Next, hoping to avoid some of that messiness. Newcastle wall right here. Not terrible, but still, and they know it, leaving their backs exposed, hoping that nobody drops down on top of them. Go Next will survive for now, where Aurora in a slightly tougher spot have Alliance looking down over them. Guild suffering some losses in the kill feed as well, as we've got a lot of teams that are being taken apart. 100 Thieves going to be the first one to be fully eviscerated, taken out at 17th place. This 100 Thieves fall, Aurora, I think, are looking like the next squad. Alliance only hesitant about giving up high ground, but they're going to go for it all together, swinging into the bubble. Unlucky helps out, and Aurora will go down. 15 squads left.
As the kill feed lights up, we can see what I said about Messi. Everybody's starting to fight now because they're forced to fight. However, Alliance pretty close to the next zone, actually. Yep. And they're just making sure that, hey, we just got a team wipe. We already looted. We need to reset. Now, seeing also CR still staying up on that roof. Now they're on the bad side because it pulled south instead of north. They will have to move towards the zone where Alliance was sitting kind of comfortably. Will we see even more fights happening northwest into north now?
Let's not forget that other team up in the north, Liquid Alienware, gonna have a lot of pressure on them to move down further south. Cloud9 in an interesting spot all the way off to the eastern side of the ring. Could start to make their way in, but gonna be a risky game for them as well. Unfortunately, Graceful, for a lot of these teams, time is up. The zone is starting to close.
Yes, zone is closing, and now teams have to make the decision. Will we fight or will we rotate in? Because all the other teams have the same opinions, and now C9 and GG looking at each other, staring each other down menacingly from bubbles to bubbles. And now GG is in a solid spot to gatekeep other teams, but will the opposite side, C9, be caught by the other remainder? 4 teams coming in from the same side.
Gaming Gladiators and C9 both gonna have to fight, but Crazy Raccoon begin their fight up against the Falcons. They've lost 2. It's just Jusna who's gonna try and stick the res. The Falcons are chasing for the kill. Jusna pulls off the res and immediately goes down, but Sangjun is alive for just a little while longer as both Falcons and Crazy Raccoon will go down. Cloud9 inheriting those knocks, those kill points, and staying alive, but they turn the corner into that. TSM mowing through Sorcerer and taking him down. Now has TSM in a better spot on the low ground. C9 still alive, and GG, who held out Cloud9 earlier, have a pretty good spot as well. Lots of cover, lots of high ground. This could be their game.
I asked if C9 was going to get held out by the several teams. They managed to join the fray lane and get kills, and then they get held out because there's such a big collapse on one side of the map when people misread the zone or if the zone pulls away from them. And now we're seeing Gaming Gladiators, who walked in a little bit earlier to set up, is having huge success by it.
Now let's not forget, Enter Force 36 flew into this low ground ages ago, and they're still on the low ground. I haven't seen them in the kill feed. They are completely unbothered. Newcastle wall and everything. Furia, unfortunately, will go down. Liquid Alienware hitting a respawn, but Enter Force 36 still chilling in the middle of the zone. We gotta look out for them in the kill feed.
This is the craziest part. They took that spot way before the zone way before the zone even pulled there. But now we're seeing the kill feed light up again as Effect takes down Jaguar from T-Law, and now Neosul as well. Huge fights are breaking out. Poor Shubi tried to rat the best way he could. Got killed by E36, so they're keeping an eyes out, even though they're not fully committing to something. They're still looking for these kills as GG needs to walk in with the zone shortly.
I mean, they looked hard scoped on that corner. That was a very quick kill on C9. Liquid Alienware gonna go down. Gaming Gladiators up against Complexity as both have already bubbled. This fight is sure to happen. Gaming Gladiators do not want to give up the high ground, and Complexity physically cannot. Bubble's gonna go down soon, and it's just going to become a free fire fest as finally Enemy whips out the Sheila. Blast's doing exactly the same on the other side. Lufka slams on Complexity. The slam comes right back from Complexity, but with light on the flank, Complexity get taken down, taken apart. Gaming Gladiators owning the high ground. E36 collecting kills on the low ground as well. Remember, they've actually just wiped a squad and have a catalyst wall letting them reset.
Fights on the top, fights on the bottom. They clear up height and they actually get down, but they get to reset for free on height.
Alliance 76
ending, and now Go Next is going into a fight here. We'll have to see.
Alliance wipe E36 in that time. Good awareness from them as the catalyst wall drops. 3 teams left. GG, Go Next, and Alliance all on the low ground. It is just GG up on height who need to force these 2 teams together. Can they find a creative way to push Alliance and Go Next together? Do they even have to? Go Next take the high ground. They cannot hold on to this. Bubble for a second though, and Gaming Gladiators set up to watch everything. This should be their game. There should be no question. GG should have everything. Go Next commit onto the low ground. Alliance know they're going to fight. That is a huge nade on GG, but they've got time to reset for just a second. They're going to be dropping down soon. In come GG, another Catalyst wall to separate the fight. Go Next, take the high ground instead. Alley-ooping everything as they finally drop down. It will be Go Next. It will be Go Next that avoid the fight and take the win.
I was a little bit scared about that bubble, but they managed to close out the game, which was humongous from them. From cleaning up that fight on high ground earlier, where we saw like 3 cracks from 1 shotgun, was crazy. They have been consistently popping off now, and we've seen this throughout the entire tournament. They've had their moments. This is just another one on top of that. Will they keep this form up going into the next day? Because that game pretty much secured them at the top of the leaderboard as we're going into, you know, our final game later.
I mean, it's moved Go Next up to 7th place.
Yep.
Higher than they were this entire day, and a much-deserved finish for Go Next, who again, looking at the way that they played that end game, it may be a little bit unorthodox. It may not be the way that every team would play it. The way that they swap with GG, who gave up height prematurely to drop down, was the biggest factor in Go Next's victory.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Sometimes you just, you know, that evac got taken as they saw the drop.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think the drop happened because of the bubble. I was thinking of the opposite team. The bubble came out, they looked up and they could shoot everybody. They decided to drop down low. They said, they dropped down low, let's go up high.
Yeah,
and that's the thing, that situational awareness in the top 3 scenario on land on the biggest stage we've ever been at in Japan right now is definitely, it's showing promise for future games for this team.
I mean, I can assure you that 99.9% of people see GG drop and go, good, now we all fight.
Yeah.
And Go Next weren't thinking about how to win the fight. They were thinking about how to win the game. Like, really, really nice awareness to go, we don't actually have to shoot anyone. Let's get up top. And, I mean, it gets them a first place. It is 15 points to the 18 that GG managed to secure with their second. So still a good game for both teams, to be sure. Near some of our top performers from that last game. I think it'll come as no surprise that Alliance have 2 up there and GG with another 2.
Yeah, and I mean, not only did that pretty much secure other teams, Alliance also got secured by that game, I would like to believe, now on 55. We see 79, 78, 55, 55, 55, 44, 42, and that's pretty much where we can assume the cutoff will be at, around top 7 currently, where Go Next is sitting at. Depends on how much it moves up, because if it comes down to yesterday, where, you know, teams that are at that stage die very early, then it becomes scary. But I think we'll have to see, because this, like I said, this map, a lot of teams are staying alive rather than on opposite side maps. Is yeah, I think it's gonna be fun. I always like these last games because they're the most exciting ones.
Oh yeah, like this is where it really comes down to the wire, where yesterday it came down to tiebreakers in the group stage as well. There is a lot of pressure in this last game, and a team like Go Next, who just managed to secure a win, are, I would say, safer than some, but not safe by a huge margin. 42 points when the cutoff for 10th is currently 39, where 11th holds 35 points. Go Next are, at times, a high-risk team. We saw them almost be taken down in that game by ExoClan. We've seen them take really early fights with TSM, and all these things are risks that they're taking. So, knowing now that they're in 7th, I do wonder whether Go Next's game plan will significantly shift, or whether they'll continue with that same style that we've come to love Go Next for. I mean, Uchako and Hyarka, you talked about it. I wouldn't say that they're a stylistically very different team than they were a couple of years ago. Yes, they may have changed IGL since we saw them in Raleigh, but this is a team that has been doing the same thing for a very long time. And so I do wonder whether E-District, this last game, will bring us something different. What is certain is that it will bring us those folks that are going up to Championship Sunday. A lot of excitement to look forward to, and we'll see you in a few.
Not a good play, not a good play, help me!
Coming in from NT.
You're on my team.
Strong.
Sony in Zone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series. Welcome back to the ALGS here in Sapporo, Hokkaido, Japan, where we've got not only the best players, but the best cosplayers in the world. These guys have been walking around the arena all day. In fact, throughout the past couple of days, I've seen them. And you and I saw a group as we came in to the lobby today, Graceful. Wraith, I will be honest, scared me.
I mean, scared you. The thing that I got surprised by was the Phoenix kit. I was like, oh my god, is this an invisible Mirage with the Phoenix kit in hand jumping at me? No, it was just a cosplay of a Phoenix. I like all of them. Very well made. I could never imagine even having the creativity and talent to pull that off, but they all look very beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, I've never done anything but the budget cosplays, and so like actually getting to see basically in-game characters right in front of you with the level of detail just as you're used to when you're actually playing the game is pretty incredible. It's almost jarring to see the realism of Apex Legends, but in your actual like physical, tangible life. They've also, of course, been really incredible, very polite folks. Getting to run into some of the cosplayers. Of course, there is a language barrier for me, so I've mostly just gone, this is amazing, thank you. Very nice. But they've all been really lovely and in character as well.
Yeah, I mean, we have it all. We have amazing gameplay, we have the amazing audience, friends and lovers meeting through the game are here to meet each other. And we have the ice sculptures outside that look phenomenal. We have the cosplayers from the in-game characters that we love and dare so much. I think, you know, it's just a wonderful event, and seeing these cosplayers specifically to me brings it, you know, a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, with the ice sculptures, with the cosplayers, and with the, of course, ALGS that's happening, while everybody from the community here in Japan gets to meet each other, it is an incredible check of the game that has brought us all together, because while we are here to celebrate what greatness looks like in this game, at the very same time, what's happening in the stands, I mean, people aren't just hanging out with Phony the whole time. People aren't just talking to Hal or, like, I don't know, speaking with Sang Jun, you know, texting him on the side going, hey, I hope you have a great match. Like, they're here because, yes, these players are amazing, but because the people in the stands next to them are just as much. The people in the stands next to them, those cosplayers, for example, are reasons that we keep playing the game, because they are passionate about the community and they are here to make sure that everyone has a good time, because that's what they'd want for the people that enjoy this game just as much as they do. Now, for the game that is actually about to happen, this is the last game of the first round of the winners, which means that the teams that are in the top 10 at the end of this game will be moving on to Championship Sunday. Those teams that are in the bottom 10, they get the stick. This is where you would move down to Elimination Round 2 and risk your very life in the biggest land that Apex Legends has ever seen. So E-District, yes, she has been kind. She has given teams a lot of opportunities to succeed, given us gameplay that we've never seen before on LAN with some of the best teams. But now, E-District is here to both give and take away.
Give and take away indeed. Some of these teams are looking to fight early, some of these teams are looking to fight a little bit later. However, we're all here for one thing and one thing only, getting that dub at the end. And we've seen some teams succeed in, you know, taking earlier fights, but I don't know. Will we see it now? Like you said, some teams are right at the cusp of making it into the finals, and now will they change up their strat? Do we do what just worked right now? Or do we play it a little bit more safe by going perhaps earlier into the zone?
It's those squads that are much lower down that are going to really cause a fuss. Teams like ExoClan. ExoClan really not in a position to qualify right now. 25 points, 15th place. Are going to need kills, and they're going to need kills, and a lot of them, in order to qualify to Championship Sunday with this game. And so a team like ExoClan is going to throw a wrench into other squads' game plans. Yes, they're rotating early, but expect ExoClan to look for fights. Expect them, like last game, to be ratting on teams to see if they can pick up kills, because it is the only thing that will put them into the top 10. Now, speaking of ExoClan's early rotation, it is worth noting officially that we are going down towards the south end of E-District this time around, where Alliance already have a pretty good spot in the zone should they want it. Ring console is already theirs, so Alliance do know that the zone will be pulling nearby.
Yeah, I mean, if this pulls all the way south, I'm happy. If this pulls up towards the bridge, I'm happy. If this pulls into draft point, my favorite spot, I am very happy. We will see as, you know, teams are already starting to set up in the center of the zone. I believe that these teams, like you said, that are on the bottom half of the leaderboard currently in this lobby is throwing out Hail Marys, you know.
Shopify Rebellion and Fnatic already actually getting into it. Fnatic 18th place right now, so another team that very much needs the kills. They're going to double swing out onto Zainu, but doesn't look like they actually do enough damage. Instead, they're getting a lot dealt right back at them, and a lot of utility being used to unseat Fnatic. Shopify Rebellion do not want to mess with this.
I mean, I talked about Hail Marys. We already saw like 5 Skynades and Fnatic trying to change, getting Skynade 5 times, and now they're opting for Skynades. Everybody's throwing whatever they have in the inventory at the other team, because now it's do or die.
Doesn't for Zainu. That was close. That was close. Shopify Rebellion playing a good defensive game. But crazy, it's Crazy Raccoon that go down. Team Liquid Alienware are out for blood.
I mean, they were sitting not that comfortably before. They're definitely not sitting comfortably now.
No.
You know, it's gonna be, it's rough. Shopify, however, decided to opt to go out. They both tried, and I think they both used about 10 nades, and they say, hey, let's go our separate ways, and we'll maybe meet each other in endgame.
And just to clarify, that will mean that Crazy Raccoon are fighting out of Elim round 2. So, very risky place for them to be. Unfortunate, but Liquid Alienware are the benefactors. And Liquid Alienware at 6th, I wouldn't say needed the points, but it's certainly going to help cement them into Championship Sunday, which seems to be their biggest goal right now. A Liquid Alienware that, yes, started the group stage a little bit slow, has really come into team fighting form, especially here in the winners bracket. Now Fnatic having already lost 1. This is Meltstera that fell to Shopify Rebellion. Zainu striking back. So Fnatic will likely be losing not just the 1 for now, giving up the point, but not giving up their lives.
They did decide to disengage and then re-engage. Now Fnatic needs to go to find another spot to reset at. And yes, as you said, CR is now officially in the lower rounds too, where they will be fighting for the tournament life. However, teams in this lobby are still fighting. A lot of these teams are still fighting to make it into the finals championship on Sunday, whereas other people are really trying their best to make sure they don't go down into loser 2 as well.
Yeah, I'm putting Shopify Rebellion like really right on that line.
Yeah.
They're going to be very happy they collected a point because they're sitting in 11th right now. A reminder, guys, that the cutoff is 10th. So every point really mattering for Virtus Pro. That could not be more true. 20th place, Virtus Pro need all the help they can get.
They need sweet baby Jesus is what they need.
Yeah.
They're on 20th with 10th right now. They need to drop a humongous bomb because now, I don't even know, 12 points for a win. That puts them at 22. If the cutoff ends up being being 40, let's just say that to be nice, that means they need 18 kills. And now we're at the stage where, can you drop a 20 bomb like we saw, you know, earlier in the series? I don't know. It's definitely hard. Not every team can pull it off, but if they want to pull it off, it's right now.
For Virtus Pro, it would have to be a record-breaking game. Like literally something we have not yet seen in this championship. And I'm not going to put it too far beyond them. I mean, we've seen some crazy stuff from this roster, but perhaps nothing that completely wild, at least since the start of this LAN. So it'll have to be a very different look at the roster. Now, Furia, certainly a team that is not safe in their position just yet. 9th place overall. And Go Next, definitely not safe right now. I mean, their spot is good, 7th, but losing most of the health on Izzedan cannot bode well, and Izzedan's going to go down as well. Nobody there to res Izzedan, so Falcons jumping right on top of this are looking for the kill.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons is still lurking for kills because they're also on that cusp of qualifying into the next round. Now, they got a pick, but they didn't get the thirst, I believe. And they're chasing it down, but they got the reset. Now it's going to be a little bit harder because they're kind of on that same pace as other teams are right now, where people are actually opting to play not nearly as much in center as we saw previously.
They're still looking for Izadin, or they were for a moment. Seeing that Green Stego were here, though, I think it's a good call from Falcons to disengage. Go Next have been trying to disengage for a while, and now that they've made it work, they will have space from both teams that don't want to risk committing to the fight, getting third-partied. I mean, especially Falcons. There's already a lot of pressure on the team. They're sitting in 10th right now. They're right on the bubble. If Falcons overcommit, if Falcons drop down to Elim round 2, you already know the internet's going to have a field day.
Oh yeah, feel the hint. People are sometimes hoping for you to do well, and sometimes people are preying on your downfall. That's just how it goes when you're that good and people are, you know, wanting to see you either succeed or fall.
Now TSM do go down, they do fall. Sitting in 5th place overall, however, that they are more likely to be safe than others.
Yeah, most definitely. Sitting at 55 will put them most definitely in the upper bracket. And I feel like TSM hasn't been talked about that much because, you know, they're always kind of under the radar, but they're always up top, like they're always putting up good numbers. And we see that 55 points is not bad at all, making sure they go ease into the next round.
I mean, they have easily been, TSM, not to talk about them too much after they've died, but they've easily been, in my estimation, one of the best in role across each of their respective roles, be it Rampart, Newcastle, Gibby. Yeah. The anchoring from reps today has been impeccable, and Verhulst's Rampart has given me a lot to work on.
Yep, as we see as well on the minimap right there, teams are now, you know, they just got the knowledge of, hey, this is where the next zone is going. People are opting in to go in, but E36 still in a bubble fight here, going into VP, trading 2 for 1.
They take out Enter Force 36. The 20th place team moves up to 19th and eliminates one of the monsters of this lobby. Now Enter Force 36 are safe.
They're safe.
But this is big for Virtus.pro.
This is a good momentum shift that they've needed. They've been on, you know, at the absolute bottom. Hopefully they can climb their way up top. Is it too late? I don't know, but this is a good start.
It is. They've already gotten more points than their average in the course of these games. So Virtus.pro, I mean, yes, it would be impossible, but especially now they've taken out Enter Force 36. We got to acknowledge how cool it would be if they're able to make something work now. Falcons, not a lot of space to work with, but they found a spot in Draft Point to hold for now. Though it may not be the safest place, at least nobody's sending them.
Yeah, I mean, these buildings in the water are not really that much fun when they're pushing your building, but since people are just opting to hold their spot rather than push people for power spots currently, it is fine for them to stay here. They can stay here for a little bit before they gotta move on. Other teams, however, have started opting a little bit more outside of Draft Point towards the south side, where we saw, you know, the likes of EXO was earlier. They're still in the center zone. Furia, however, looking to gatekeep people walking in deeper because they want to see if they can catch somebody off guard on rotate.
Fury is sitting at 9, could use the points. Zero's gone down. If Furia eliminate Falcons, they make their own spot so much safer and likely push Falcons down to the lower bracket. But they're very scared of giving up their spot. They're not going to need to. Zero, at the very least, will be full thirsted, and Howl to follow immediately. That's 2 big kills for Furia, and they could, I remind you, could eliminate Falcons right here. They're running across the bridge to do it. It is just Waltzy left for Falcons, who would really love to hold on to this winner's bracket spot, but it's looking impossible.
Yeah, Falcons right now running for their life to make sure they don't fall into the other lobby downstairs. And now Waltzy trying his best, you know, but he's getting chased down by Furia slowly but surely. Will he run into Furia or will he run into the other teams on edge also rotating in currently?
I think Furia are going to give up the chase. Waltzy's gone a pretty far distance, and never mind! Vaxlon arrives from the sky. He's looking. He hasn't found him yet. He hasn't found him. Waltzy's getting out. Waltzy's going back for the banners.
Oh, he's actually making it. That was a Great rat play. He actually waited for them to keep going to the opposite side, and now he's just full-on sprinting. He actually managed to get both banners, and let's see if he can find a way to get them back in. He does have a Moby, but if he pops that too early, other teams will most definitely look to punish that. However, if he can make it to maybe a taller building where there's an upper floor, things could happen for a good reset.
I thought he was cooked. But no. This would be what an incredible comeback it would be for WaltZ to get the rest of the team back in. At this point, just surviving is enough for Falcons.
Oh!
As the respawn goes off, Gaming Gladiators find them. WaltZ is down, but Falcons are still respawning. They've got to survive Gaming Gladiators. Can they do it? As Hal and Zero jump out of the dropship. Zero is history, and Hal hits the floor, immediately picks him up. Furia are here to say thanks, but no thanks. And Imperial Hal goes down. Team Falcons are out. And Furia secure their spot over Team Falcons on Sunday. Falcons currently sitting in 10th are almost sure to lose their spot, are almost sure to be playing out of Elim round 2.
They would need 4 or more teams to not get any points at all to pass them, when we're only talking about 3 points, 6 points, 8 points. You know, the likelihood of them going into the lower bracket is very high. However, on the other side of things, you know, Furia got a few amount of points. Shopify Rebellion still in it to make it. A lot of these teams are looking to solidify their spot at the top 10.
100 Thieves dodging in and out of Arc Stars. It is not looking good for them as the pressure is really on in E-District. Jimmy's gonna get to pop a bat down low. I do wonder about whether this roster, much like I was thinking about Falcons earlier, I do wonder whether they'll really be able to survive. 100 Thieves are in 12th right now, so survival does mean quite a bit as they are right on the cusp of being able to overtake a team like Falcons.
Yeah, and I mean, we also see the zone pull on the map. Timmy getting chased down by Lions, 100 Thieves gets eliminated on 12th spot, I believe, so they are also going down into the lower bracket. Alliance, however, almost got punished here by VP, as VP is still in it. They might have been 20th, but they are racking up kills right now.
That's another one. Another big point going to Virtus Pro. Now they're still sitting in 19th. But every kill, every point is gonna matter. I don't know, man. This miracle run, I mean, it's building, but it would have to be something else. It would have to be an inhuman game from Virtus Pro. I can't bring myself to deny it, but I can't be sitting here and telling you it's likely.
I'm not saying it's likely, but there's a possibility when you have that roster. Fnatic fighting Furia.
This means the world of Fnatic. Furia just looking for the extra points. UKF drops down, and it's Madness that's going to fall first. Trade on Leica, though, as Green Stanko get involved. Vaxlon trades back onto UKF, and it's just Meltstera, who would sure love to take out Furia, but it's getting shot from above by Green Stanko. The melee doesn't connect. Furia take out Fnatic, and Fnatic will be playing from Elim round 2.
Fnatic also going out early, needing to reload that shotgun was the saddest point I've seen. Reminded me of yesterday. However, Virtus Pro still alive and thriving, shooting at Alliance toes from underneath the bridge.
Furia are the reapers of this lobby.
They are.
The teams that are on the line, the teams that have almost made it. Furia are finding them, and they are deleting them. Shopify Rebellion could be next on the list. They are right there. They are on the cusp of making it into the finals. And you know that that's going to draw Furia to you.
Yeah, I mean, you know, everybody's looking to throw hands at this last game because now it's do or die for a lot of these teams. And you know as well, a lot of the teams that are on the bottom are still alive. None of them are scared to try to get more points because that's what they need if they want to make it through. It's either get minimum 15 kills or more, or we're gonna go into the lower brackets. So what really do they have to lose?
It's true. I mean, you've got to try something, and to the credit of a lot of our teams, they are trying things. Whether or not they are succeeding, it is really just a matter of running your face into the wall enough times for some of these squads. Go next. I think feeling like that right now, they do have to move, but in the next couple of seconds.
And this is the thing, we see the zone in the top left of the map as well. It's actually ending between the bridge and the building, where currently EXO, Cloud9 and Aurora are coexisting. huge fights are going to be across this bridge and underneath this bridge. As we see right now, Go Next actually lost 2 people to, I believe, VP.
Pro.
Yeah, VP again showing up on the kill feed. They have nothing to lose, and they're saying, we can frag. We might not have done it before this game, but we might as well do it this game.
I mean, Izzeden's still alive, but the reality is that's 2 points. If Virtus Pro can finish them, and they can, that have just gone to them. Virtus Pro moving up to 18th. Still so far to go, but I'm noticing Lou's got a Kraber, so, you know, maybe that'll help them out a bit. Izzeden's still very low. Virtus Pro could find this last kill, as I believe they've spotted Izzeden, but haven't actually jumped up to finish this just yet. Instead, they're going to move up to the high ground. They are jumping on top of Alliance. Virtus Pro challenge Alliance for the high ground. It's just Lou left, but Alliance is already gone.
VP takes out Alliance with a surprise jump up on the bridge, however fell down, trying to go for the reset, found the solo as well. That could be another kill if they manage to survive this mayhem that's about to unfold, as Complexity is triple staring right at me.
And Izzeden strikes back. Go Next, managing to survive for that long. Now have taken out both Slayer and Zach Mazer. So Virtus Pro, who were on this huge run, now sit in 18th as Go Next will unfortunately go down. But Go Next, pretty safe for now. They're not safe, but they're pretty safe in 8th.
Depending on how much the scores move up, they might just have made it themselves into the next round. Gaming Gladiators as well on 43, as Go Next was on 44, I believe. Right now, it's coming down to light to make sure they stay up at this game, because 10 teams alive in Zone 6 closing. It's crazy.
That was it, the point. MT taking out Lufka has pushed Shopify Rebellion into 10th. If Shopify Rebellion can hold on to this, they will be punching their ticket to Championship Sunday. Cloud9 sitting in 12th, right behind Falcons right now. By the way, Falcons, having dropped to 11th off of that, will absolutely be seen in Elim Round 2.
Yeah, Cloud9 also on the cusp of making it past that. Virtus Pro is actually eliminated. They tried for the miracle run. They did a good effort.
They did a good.
Couldn't try and make it, but it was. We saw signs of life. If they can bring that energy into the next round, that'll be good for them.
There's got to be hope for Virtus Pro. I think it's a sobering moment, but they were cooking something. Gaming Gladiators getting some friends back into the game to hold on to their 9th place position right now. They could absolutely still survive this game. Well, you know, other teams are already on the hunt. Blast's going to make it down to the floor safely, but they're being shot at from the bridge. EXO right above them, Aurora right above them as well. What a sobering moment it must be to realize that Aurora, terror of EMEA, sits right above you. With Gaming Gladiators, they've held that title, but right now they've got to play small like they didn't.
Koiful, MT, and Sino sitting quite safely here. The zone does end in front of them. What I'm mainly looking for here, though, is the bridge, because that point and on top of the roof will be the 2 teams that will look down and shoot everyone, right? And as we see Shopify Rebellion getting naded out, as all the top teams are now pushing their attention to them. Teams, however, inside of the building, sitting quite comfortably because the zone ends quite near them.
Shopify Rebellion could be in a spot to win this game, but on low ground, it's going to be a really tough one. Frag right on the outside. Liquid Alienware going to go down. That leaves them in 7th. Shopify Rebellion attempting to survive. Currently hold the 10th place spot and are climbing over the wall. Gaming Gladiators to take on Furia, but Furia are striking back. Furia, who have called so many. Madness takes out Lufka, and Gaming Gladiators are out. Furia take down another.
They take down another as well, ending their run a little bit early. Could they have made it? I don't know. Cloud9, however, still in it with 37 points right now. They're pushing for it. They're pushing for top 10. Shopify on 41. 2 teams that are trying their best to make it as Sorcerer goes down.
Shopify Rebellion, they've moved into 10th. How much further can they make it? Now that C9 has lost a member, Shopify Rebellion, this could be their game. Right now, looking over the wall at Furia, the Reapers of the lobby. They take out Shopify Rebellion. Furia shutting down another, have left things open for Cloud9. Now with Furia going down, Cloud9 out. It's just going to be Keon left, and Aurora coming in. Sea Guild in the ring. Oirain still alive, still with a prayer on this Mastiff, gonna go down, and it's Aurora who take the final win. First place in Winners Round 1, sending themselves to Sunday as the beasts they are.
I thought the team on top of the bridge could have been one of the teams closing it out. However, Aurora on the building where the storm pretty much ended at, held the rooftop, dropped down and killed everybody. I even think they took out a member of C9 at the club before they closed out that game. They've had a phenomenal run in this series. I believe that pushes them up almost 100 points, dominating. You know, this sends a statement into the final rounds. We say, in a good lobby, we are owning. We're owning right now. You guys better be prepared for us because we are going as #1 into Championship Sunday.
I mean, there is a reason why they have been known as beasts in EMEA. The fact that Gaming Gladiators were sitting below them, knowing that Aurora were up on high ground. On high ground, of all things, 19 points for Aurora, 12 points for Guild. Let's talk about the Reapers of this last lobby. Furia, 26 points.
26 points, you might say. 19 kills is what I'm looking at. Yeah. They took out team after team. And not only did they take out the teams, they actually took out the teams that were struggling to make top 10. They were on their tournament lives in this round, you know, and it was rough.
All right, Graceful, it's time. These are your teams that will be moving on to Championship Sunday. Aurora clearly have made it. Enter Force 36, Guild, Furia, Alliance, TSM, Liquid Alienware, Gaming Gladiators, go next to make it, and Shopify Rebellion having swooped in at the last moment to take that Falcons spot, pushing Falcons and below into Elim Round 2.
So many teams made it, so many teams didn't make it. Cloud9, Falcons, and 100 Thieves really close. Only, you know, one little better fight there. If we didn't lose that fight there, they would have been in. However, those top 10 are all looking strong, have had their moments, and even Shopify made it at the end from the waters. But the one I'm looking for most, you know, Aurora always makes me happy. They've shown their true form in this tournament.
This has been one of Aurora's best lands so far.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm shocked by what we've already seen by Aurora, and I'm really happy for them because this comes off the back of them traditionally struggling to perform at LAN.
Yeah.
So the fact that, I don't know what it is because they're from Europe, but the fact that we're in Japan seems to be helping somehow.
They have been, you know, I think they're one of the teams that have been working really well with their community across the world, Japan included. I've seen a lot, I think I've seen even a little bit of Japanese tweets and whatnot, you know, who knows? And I think that they are loved by everyone. Not only because of how kind and nice they are, and very cute as well, but because of how good they are. They have been phenomenal, and they've shown it in these tournaments. Throughout the whole thing, they might have had a little bit of a break, let's just say that. But if they can keep this form up, they could even take this whole thing home.
Aurora Socials are going to have a field day.
Oh yeah,
they're gonna have a really good time. They have had a fantastic run in the winners bracket, and I mean, congratulations to Aurora. I think that they're going to be going into Championship Sunday with a lot of confidence, and the best part is the confidence or not, which they will have, they're also going to have the best draft position.
Yeah, that is true.
That's
drafting
huge.
is very important because now you're dictating the pace of the game.
Yeah.
A lot of the times you're wondering whether or not, hey, can I play this in this lobby? Will I get what I get normally for free? Will my macro work the same way? But when you're coming in first, you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, this was amazing from Aurora. I gotta give love to Liquid Alienware as well. Guild have done a really fantastic job of pulling themselves together, and I think a lot of our top 10 teams really did show us a different face than they did in the group stage, as this tournament is ever changing. The level is constantly evolving, and to talk to us a little bit more about that, I'm gonna hand it to the folks that I love and trust some of the most in this stadium. Rainday, that's over to you.
Thank you, buddy. Dia, Graceful, fantastic job closing out our winners round. And it means that 10 teams are headed to Sunday. They get to rest, they get to relax, they get to recoup, and they get to wait while they set up to do an eventual draft to pick those spots, which now they have the top 10 places to choose from. What an exciting into this one, guys. It came down to a nail biter. Rainday Jamerson and Jayhawk here back. Jamerson, Falcons just not making it. Shopify Rebellion pull out the win at the end. You know, it's as close as ever, but these are the little things that sometimes determine a champion.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane, especially if you look at the middle of the pack right there on that bubble, how close every single team was. It was just a matter of a few placements, a matter of a kill here or kill there. You're going to be rethinking a lot of those positions and a lot of the past fights, but hopefully, you know, they can move past that because we still have so much Apex ahead of us.
One thing that we were talking about earlier, there has never been a winner of an ALGS LAN that has come from elimination brackets. They've started in winners, they've stayed in winners. This is not boding well for Falcons, but maybe they can be the ones to rewrite history.
I mean, when we talk about history, those are the guys that know a lot about it. Those are the dynasties that we're talking about. I mean, Hal, when we talk about last year's championship coming from the depths of that lobby, you would have think they had no advancement points and they came from losers with the way that they started off in that one. So there hasn't been one yet, but I really do think it's only a matter of time, and maybe it could be them.
I mean, we see a lot of, I've used this word before, parity in this tournament because we've really seen teams step up to another level of play. They've had the ability to practice this meta, and this meta has almost given people a lot of minute things that are making the differences. There's not this huge scale across from one level of skill to the very bottom, until we start looking at a team like Aurora, which has clearly figured something out. They are by and large the most dominant team in this lobby. That's saying something, and now this is looking like a favorite for this tournament.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I put the proper disclaimer here. I am giving all due respect to Aurora, but you do have to realize that they have been gifted a lot of zones, right? They don't get the zones right on top of them, but they do have a lot of priority for the rotates, and they've been doing a fantastic job of actually managing that. If we take a look across all the maps, if they had to run a cross map, those were their worst maps. Now, if they had to drop basically one POI or two POIs over, they were more than set to set themselves up for success. I'm not saying that just because of the zones, because they are managing that mid game extremely well. We were talking about how strong they are, coming in for the third parties on the zone 3, zone 4, making sure that their soft side is cleared out, and they don't really have to worry about that. But taking a look again, Storm Point, they got that pull over down towards over down to Coast, right? Coming up from Echo HQ, they are able to play off of that, get first place. Second map, they were able to, I believe, navigate that barometer end zone, getting themselves a 7th place finish, but a lot of kills along the way. Again, clearing out that side to try and ultimately get success. Match number 4, I believe that's when we swapped on over towards World's Edge. Survey camp down towards Landslide. Very easy rotate for them. They cleared out TSM on that eastern side, on the third party, and were able to finish off there. And then match number 5, that was, of course, Survey down towards north side monument off the train tracks. Again, very easy prio for them, very easy execution in being able to utilize that prio.
I mean, to play devil's advocate here, and Jay, I want to get your ideas on this. It's not that they're just winning. Maybe they were gifted a few zones, right? But they're also doing it in a way that's different than Interforce might have had a zone, but they got second place with no kills. There's 7 kills, there's 10 kills, there's 8 kills, there's 11 kills. There are 2 goose eggs, which is going to happen, but most of the time, they're putting up points regardless of if they end up in that final circle. That's what makes them so deadly, I think, right now.
Absolutely. They've been a team, and I actually got to talk to Ninepulse about this a few weeks ago. They've been one of the key innovators with the edge playstyle over the years. I mean, I was talking in the green room with Graceful about this, that think back to a year ago, they would get zone and just want to leave. They didn't want to take that prio like Jamerson's talking about. So this is an evolution of Aurora. They have learned, okay, if we do want to start winning, because we're great at fighting, when we get these zones, we have to take advantage of them. And although sometimes zone RNG does go in a team's favor, every single team that has won a LAN, the game they won it on, except for Reject Winity, the POI was not far away that it ended from. And so you have to be able to capitalize on those games, and Aurora now has the first overall pick, so they get to choose the POIs that they're hoping can put them in a position to capitalize.
All right, I want to switch gears to a team I've been highlighting. We talked about midway through and a little bit in between. Shopify Rebellion come in and find that 10th place, but they're close to dropping out of losers. The team that was clearly cemented in the position to go to winners was none other than Guild with Phony, Jesco, and Legacy. Talk to me about what this team is doing well. I'll start with you, go back to it, Jay, because Guild has hit a stride. I mean, this is not a team we would have expected to be top 5, but they're top 3, and they're doing even better than that, and they seem to not be slowing down. What is it about them?
We just talked about evolution with Aurora. I do think this is evolution from all 3 of these players, because when I look back on Phony's career, he has typically struggled in the bracket stage. He's one of the best match point IGLs I really do believe in the world. I mean, he's proven it. He's won.
Clearly.
But a lot of those runs with FaZe Clan, in even SSG, they were going down to losers, and that required them to find, you know, what the last things they have within themselves to make it into the finals, and then they perform. All of a sudden, Phony has not had that issue the last 2 lands, and the same thing goes for Legacy and Jesco. These 2 guys coming out of Australia, I do think are a little unknown to the general audience, but they've placed 11th, 9th, and 5th at the 3 lands that they have played at. That's big time for guys who are relatively new to the land stage.
Right, that is absolutely true. You have to put that together. It's kind of a sneaky, you know, almost 2 top 10s and right outside of the top 10.
Yeah.
And we don't talk about them that way, but we're certainly going to now. I say these players drive the narrative. We try to do it. We really ride it, though, because Guild has made us consider them a threat. They made the entire lobby consider them a big threat as well. Let's walk you through those final circles. I know we saw you after 6, but there were 2 games that occurred right then. Jamerson, I'll kick it off with you with match 7 to catch us back up.
Yeah, this is, I believe, a Heights ending, and honestly, the pace of the games were incredibly accelerated, but this was a difficult fight for all 3 teams because it ended up here on the Viaduct or Canal. I don't know exactly what we've decided to name this one. Aqueduct, maybe? And so there was plenty of cover to play off of, but I think it was the catalyst that really came into basically creating a lot of chaos, also having the spikes down that I believe 2 out of the 3 teams had here at the end. We had a lot of delay going on, but ultimately this was a very important game for Go Next because without this, I don't know exactly where they would have stood, but it would have been close. They would have been close on the bubble without this win.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they are only 2 points away and a Cloud9, you know, 2nd place higher finish from being into losers bracket because it was Shopify Rebellion who were at 42. They were at 44, and Cloud9 with a win would have pushed themselves past both of those numbers. But Jay, here it is, game number 8. Aurora found themselves in a great spot, still repping that Mirage on 9 Impulse and found a way to win.
Yeah, we get a draft point ending, and like Jamerson said, Aurora has been doing really well when it comes to taking prio spots. They get the high ground, and as you can see here, they're able to hold it. The Gibby ult comes out, all the teams on the low ground are distracted, all killing each other. Aurora is able to get the last Gibby bubble down. Everybody's already seen each other, that's who they're focusing on. A team dropping from the sky, that's new information that you have to react to. Everybody else isn't able to do it effectively, and when you get to an endgame, you see right there, Oirain, the last Gibby ult after all the bubbles dissipate. The Mirage ult coming out to distract everyone. The wall coming down to boot people into zone. Aurora finishes it off in style with a big clutch.
They've certainly been untouchable in this series. We've seen little moments of this, and not so long ago we mentioned Hardeki, who we always want to send our love to. He's passed on in terms of other games and doing his own thing, but this was the team that prioritized and kind of invented Lifeline coming into the meta. Now Lifeline, totally new character, but these were the ones who did it. So Pioneers in their right, is this the time they get it done? Well, I want to know what Lace is thinking, because she's standing by with a player who just got themselves into this winners, and they'll be feeling happy about that. Lace, how's MT doing?
Yo, we have MT here from Shopify Rebellion. You must be feeling pretty darn good. You have made it into the match point finals. Now, take us through the last matches. What did you guys need to improve on to get you to this point?
Honestly, I don't think there was anything we really needed to improve on. We made some small mistakes throughout the whole winners bracket that cost us big games. And we said going into the last game, we're the best team. We just got to do exactly what we're doing and just close out the game. And that's just what we did.
Yes, and MT did tell me that he quickly checked Battlefire just to double check that they were actually a match point. So, you know what, you guys did a fantastic job. Now, you obviously have to go up against some pretty deadly opponents. What are you guys going to improve and work on when you hit match point finals? What do you think these other teams are basically going to bring to the table that you guys need to match?
Honestly, I think if we just play with the same confidence we always play with, that's all that's going to matter. Like, we take more fights than anybody else, look for more fights, and if we just keep doing that, people aren't going to be ready for it in finals, and I reckon we'll just show up.
And of course, MT, is there anything you want to say to your fans? Obviously, you have a fair few out there. If there's any shout-outs you want to do, make sure you do it right now.
Thank you, everybody, for the support. Really appreciate it.
Excellent. So, MT Shopify Rebellion is in match point for Sundays. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you so much, Lace. MT says we take more fights than anybody else, and they've proven it. That last fight they took got them into winners. And the difference between going from your bracket, your group, into winners and then going into match point finals is that you play pretty much 2 sets less than most people. That could be a good thing. It could also be a bad thing when it comes to Sunday, because the teams we're going to see now, guys, are going to have a lot of reps. It's scary to do it, but if you get out like Falcons, like Fnatic, like Crazy Raccoon, which are coming up, which are still threats in this tournament, they are going to have maybe a few more chances to figure out the things that weren't working for them in this one. Jamerson, your final thoughts here as we turn it over and get ready for Elimination Round 2.
Yeah, honestly, it's so surprising the results that we've had across the day and already here in the winners bracket, as we see so many teams that we were expecting to do so much better, right? Crazy Raccoons, Fnatic, so many teams have been dropped down now. Falcons even, down to the lower bracket. And you were telling me something special about, I believe, Waltzy coming in to this?
Yeah, if anyone doesn't know, Waltzy for a long time has been the only player to have qualified for every LAN over the last 3 years and never gone to losers. And yet here he is, unfortunately, teaming with the 2 greatest players of all time, and yet he has now found himself in the losers bracket.
One of the stories that we will certainly be following, and it just makes the drama that much better. Coming up in just a little bit at 4:30, we will be going into our POI draft, which will set the stage for Elimination Round 2. The players will have about 5 or 10 minutes right now to adjust. It's not long, but it is important. It's vital, in fact, for their survival. Elim Round 2 will then begin with 8 more matches after that, and it will go on until we have our top 10 teams that will join the 10 who were in our top 10 of this group for match point finals on Sunday. The bottom 10 of this upcoming bracket will be going home. It's always a sad day to send teams who have worked all year long to get to this very moment, but that's why it's so important that they seize it. Everyone, if you're watching at home, maybe get a little bit of water, but don't go too far, because in just a moment, we'll be right back with more POI Draft. That's been your winners round. Congratulations to those who have made it on in Sapporo, but the action continues. We'll see you soon.
If they are going to lose one, take it in, and TSM manages to survive. It's the last kill, massive win. They finally drop down, and will be go next.
Pressure? I mean, of course there's pressure, but he's gonna show up. All he cares about is winning. It doesn't matter how bad it sounds or how brutal it is. That's what it takes. When you've accomplished what he's accomplished, anything less than first place is not good enough.
All the outside noise, the opinions, it doesn't faze him.
2022 saw a return to the international stage. And with it, the NA Giants were expected to reclaim the title of the best team in the world.
I didn't think any of the regions honestly knew what was going to happen until we got to Sweden.
When we were coming up, no one really believed in us. Nobody saw it coming.
Wide left flank, and then just like that, Reignite is gonna do it. They are your champions. Australia comes all the way to Europe and wins. Dome Shield is placed, and now Dark Zero is going to be your champions of the Apex Legends Global Series. Back to back. They're taking damage, but no, here comes Zero. Zero.